showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. East winds 40 to 50 knots, increasing to 50 to 70 knots in the afternoon. Gusts up to 80 knots, increasing to 85 knots in the afternoon. Seas 9 to 14 feet, building to 12 to 17 feet in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions possible. Southeast winds 75 to 95 knots with gusts up to 120 knots. Seas 13 to 18 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Thursday, hurricane conditions possible. Thursday night, hurricane conditions possible. Friday, tropical storm conditions possible. Friday night, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. Seas 4 to 5 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers early in the evening, then scattered showers in the late evening and overnight. Saturday, west winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Winds and seas higher and near thunderstorms. Your coastal waters forecast for the following marine location: coastal waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Issued at 5:39 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Alrighty, everybody, and welcome back to another live stream here for today. We got ourselves our landfall coverage here of Hurricane Ian. Currently clocking it at a new upgraded Category 2 storm with 105 mile per hour sustained winds. We're going to talk more about that here in a second. But we do have ourselves some landfall coverage here for today in portions of western Cuba. This is going to probably be quite the lengthy live stream, I'm assuming. So we are probably going to be here for a couple of hours in order to give you guys the latest information in regard to things. So once again, everybody, welcome to being here, guys. Hope y'all are doing all right. Now, let's go ahead and switch on over here, my friends, and let's go ahead and get on into it. So, first of all, guys, rocking out the aviators here yet again, just to show you that nothing's wrong with me. I just like to wear these things. But once again, everybody, thank you so much for joining. We got ourselves a live radar view just above our head here in Cuba. Got ourselves some satellite imagery down there. Obviously, we have the also on the far left. That is our Windy app that we are using here for today. So that is indeed what we are talking about. So, once again, thank you all so much for being here. Let's go and see Proxy with 150 again. Okay, so Proxy, just a little bit before the stream, guys. An hour before the stream, Proxy donated 150. Now Proxy just donated another 150. You are absolutely amazing, Proxy. Thank you so much. You are super generous. You are so generous. Thank you. Like I said, thank you is the least I could say. That is seriously greatly appreciated. Proxy saying, so glad we're back with Andrew and his important and excellent weather updates on Ian. Let's support Andrew and his fantastic channel any way we can. Like and subscribe and be a member also. Proxy, you please know that you don't have to do this. That was super, super nice of you, Proxy. Big shout out goes to you. That is super, super generous of you. Let's go ahead and see who is here for today. Once again, Proxy, I can't believe it. I am totally speechless right now. Thank you absolutely from the bottom of my heart. So let's go ahead and see here who's here for today. We have ourselves Elrod, Abby. Let's see, Rain is here as well. Joyce is saying, wait, is the live coverage starting again at 11 p.m. or no? It is now 11 p.m. We are live here for y'all. Let's see, Julie say hi, everyone. Hi again, Andrew. What's up, Julie? Hope you're doing all right. Abby says hello as well. Proxy, thank you so much for that once again. I literally can't get over that. You are greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Anti says, hello guys, or Anti-Sprout says, hello guys. I hope everyone is going to have to do, or what? I hope everyone who is going to have to deal with this, oh, it's going to be okay. Okay, just a typo. I was like, wondering what's going on there. But anyways, glad to have you here, my friend. Thank you once again for being here, guys. And a big shout out. Everyone, please give Proxy a big thanks again. Like I said, there's literally, I am superly, like, completely out of words at this point for all the support that Proxy has given us. thank you seriously so much here. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. So, we got ourselves some new information. Just came through from the Hurricane Center. Ian is now still a Category 2 storm with sustained winds of 105 miles per hour. Now, the pressure has significantly dropped. Now down here towards, like I said, 962 millibars. So the pressure is really rapidly dropping, which is definitely very, very crazy. Now, if you look at the latest satellite imagery, we obviously have that convection really plummeting across portions of the central area here. That is showing rapid intensification that is currently kicking off here with this storm here. So this is about to make landfall here in portions of western Cuba. So obviously we are going to need to watch this. There, like I said, there's the radar that's currently there. I still have to update it. This one, unfortunately, I think I have to update manually because for some reason it just doesn't want to. It's not like a fancy U.S. radar. It's just a Cuban radar here, which is obviously doesn't really keep up to date, but in regard to the program or the site that I'm using here, anyways. But once again, obviously, guys, thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Like I said, this is probably going to be quite the lengthy live stream here in regard to the tropics. I mean, we have a lot of stuff to cover here. So like I said, right now we are definitely approaching here towards portion. Obviously, we are definitely getting very, very closely here to portions of western Cuba. They're already, I would just say at this point, already starting to deal with some tropical storm force winds here. Now, this island that's just south of Cuba, that's currently going off here right now, yeah, obviously, like I said, definitely we are starting to see a lot of that nasty action really starting to kick off here. And if we take a look at the latest satellite imagery, it kind of looks like we might have the development of the eye starting to happen. Y'all see that? It looks like that eye is actually trying to form here. You can obviously tell over the last few, last several scans here, I should say. I mean, you can obviously tell that that eye looks like it's starting to form. I mean, we've been seeing rapid intensification here of, this system. I mean, rapid intensification that's ongoing here. And like I said, it does appear that that eye does look like it is actually moving its way in. It looks like it's actually starting to develop itself. So that's going to be something we need to watch out for. As obviously, maybe this is a signature of, once again, strengthening quite a bit. But like I said, obviously in western Cuba, you guys better be prepared. You better be already prepared for this system. You guys had a few days to prepare for it. And obviously, prayers goes out to everybody, hoping that everyone is okay. And obviously, everyone stays safe with this. So, we're going to switch on over here really quickly. To the latest information here from the Hurricane Center, like I said, once again, sustained winds, 105 miles per hour. So this is still considered a Category 2 hurricane here. Let's see, a minimum central pressure is currently locking in at 962 millibars. So this is definitely quite the low pressure system we're dealing with here. The system is moving its way mostly to the northwest now at approximately 13 miles per hour. So, the latest cone of uncertainty does have the system, honestly, as of now, it looks like a Tampa landfall might be more possible than ever. Hurricane warnings in effect for portions here of Florida now. As you can actually see, we're going to go ahead and zoom into it a little bit so guys can see a little bit more of it. But obviously, like I said, right now for Cuba, we're going to start down the bottom. Yeah, the storm is right there right there on the front door of Cuba right now. Right here on the western side, we do have these hurricane warnings indicated by the red, as you can also see for portions of the western Keys. This is where the system is, and we are now starting to see tropical storm. Like I said, obviously we are now starting to see sustained tropical storm force winds here now in Cuba. Now, obviously, this is going to eventually turn into a hurricane. Like I said, obviously this is getting ready to turn into hurricane conditions. As this thing is getting ready to pull its way across portions of the way. Now, believe it or not, this system is actually expected to strengthen as it passes over portions here of Cuba. Like I said, right now it's still strengthening, which is actually really, really crazy. But this thing is expected to become a major hurricane here on the live stream. This thing is expected to become a major hurricane possibly at the early morning hours here. For possibly even by next update. Now, to be considered a Category 3 hurricane, it must have winds in excess of 110 miles per hour. So basically, with that being said, we still have about 6 mile an hour away from being considered a Category 3 hurricane. So it's getting close. Right now, it's an upper level Category 2 hurricane. So, but anyway, so this thing is still expected to strengthen here. Who knows? We could see that next update pose our way here towards that realm, which that's something to definitely watch out for. The areas in blue does show tropical storm warnings, where tropical storm conditions is expected to occur. Now, here we go. Now we're moving into Florida. Obviously, the system continuing to barrel its way here to the north, eventually turning more northeast. I hate to say this, but it looks like that Tampa, I mean, literally Tampa is in the direct center for landfall. As of now, obviously the cone of uncertainty has this thing going all the way out in these realms. So obviously with that being said, you know, it's looking like the best chances right now. It does kind of pointing right there towards Tampa. So we do have hurricane warnings in effect for Tampa. We do have evacuation orders has been reported here in Tampa. Obviously for Zone A is, you know, an immediate one where you need a mandatory one where you need to leave. And obviously we have ourselves some voluntary evacuations as well. That is ongoing as well. So that's something we're just going to obviously watch out here as well. But anyway, so hurricane warnings listed here in the red, the pink showing hurricane watches. So those are the areas that we could see this hurricane warning extend into down in times. It really just depends on, you know, where the system tracks, obviously. So it's possible. Watch out for those. Watches mean to pay attention. Warnings mean to take action. So hurricane warnings in place for portions here of Tampa. Now across portions here, obviously here towards... portions here in the south, you know, the southern portion here of Florida, we do actually have a tropical storm warnings. We actually have a few tropical storm warnings in effect for portions of the western Keys, as well as the far southern western coast here. That is what we are talking about. Now, across the yellow, these are tropical storm watches. These are the regions where we need to pay attention for possible tropical storm conditions down the line. It's definitely possible that we could see these eventually get upgraded into warnings. Believe it or not, these actually stretch into Georgia, in which we are going to need to monitor this here very, very closely. So, let's go ahead and see. Brent says, nice stream, Andrew. Keep it up. Also, peak intensity has 130 miles per hour. The National Hurricane says 140 at the peak of the discussion. Okay, let's go and update that really quickly. That must have updated since then. But obviously, thank you for the update. So we're going to go ahead and just change one value from 3 to 4. There we go. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, this thing's supposed to get quite the system here, huh? Definitely is going to be interesting. Let's see here. Brent says, just wanted to let you know. All right, well, thank you for doing so. Greatly appreciated. Let me see here. Military says, always enjoy watching live feeds on these events. I hope everyone will be okay. Absolutely, yeah, it's me as well. Well, thank you for joining us. Greatly appreciated. Let's see, I can't really find a webcamera from Cuba. Yeah, I mean, it's nighttime anyways. It's going to be definitely quite hard to see. In regard to things anyway. So don't worry about it. Like I said, obviously we have plenty of observations to go off of here, from satellite imagery to radar to we even have actual stations like AWAS stations here, or just normal weather stations that's ongoing. So we got some feed coming through here from the system here. So obviously we got ourselves some good coverage here for today. So, but like I said, in regard to the latest satellite imagery, like I was talking about, you know, this actually really looks like it's trying to develop an eye here. You can see this big old, you see that little area right there? That is the eye that looks like it's trying to form. It just now popped off here, you know, over the last little bit. If we take a look here at the latest convection, you can actually see here, you know, I mean, tons and tons of convection has been plotted here in the center, obviously showing rapid intensification is ongoing here. But you see that little dry area, like I said, we're talking right here, that does look like I said, obviously that does look like that is an eye that is trying to form here. And like I said, honestly, I had a feeling that the eye would form just before the system did make landfall. And like I said, this thing is definitely nearing very closely. Like I said, here's the coastline of Cuba, and there's the eye. Now, that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to measure the distance from the center of the storm now to portions of Cuba. Let's see here. So we're actually going to turn on something first here. Let's go and turn on the official forecast for a second. Okay, so it's make landfall right here. So it's about... Oh, it actually changed a little bit to the east. That's not good. But anyways, but it's showing it about 55 miles away. Yeah, about 55 miles away from the center of the storm until landfall. And like I said, obviously the system is moving. Let me get some new information on its speed here. Let's see how fast this storm is currently moving. It's moving to the north-northwest at 13 miles per hour. So it's not moving too fast, but regardless, it's definitely on its way. You know, it really, really is. And like I said, this thing's actually still undergoing, you know, the crazy part is this thing's actually undergoing strengthening as it's getting close to Cuba here. Now, a lot of people were thinking that these upper-level mountains would help weaken the storm. That does not seem to be the case because of its far west trajectory. These regions are kind of shallow in regard to the ranges here. which obviously that's good for the system, but bad overall. Now, obviously, this thing is going to rapidly develop, continuing to do what it's going to do here, from Category 2 to Category 3. Oh, it's just a little reminder to update my website, which I already did, by the way. We updated our website. We are now on a level 1, which is not very good. Speaking of which, the website just popped up down there if you guys do want to check that out. But like I was saying, yeah, this thing is definitely strengthening right at Cuba's doorstep here. So that's definitely really kind of nasty. But like I said, latest information just came through, 105. Like I said, 105 mile per hour sustained winds have been reported, or that's what we're estimating here, and 962 millibars. So that pressure is indeed definitely dropping. So now this thing is expected to become a quote-unquote major hurricane. That's what the National Hurricane Center goes by. Major hurricane being a Category 3 or larger. And this is expected to strengthen into a Category 3 as it's actually making landfall. So as this thing is pushing on land, this thing is actually supposed to become a Category 3 storm. So it's actually supposed to strengthen here. So, but anyways, tracking its way down here further in time, I mean, obviously, you know, Category 4 is going to also be the possibility now up to 140 miles per hour. Once again, 130 there. And it's supposed to be a Category 3. Oh, they just updated that. Oh, they updated that track. You guys see this? Direct landfall in Tampa. Ooh, okay, that's not good. Latest cone has a direct landfall here for Tampa. Clearwater. Between Clearwater and Tampa, this is not good. This is a bad situation here, okay? Let's see. It's supposed to make landfall directly as a 110 mile per hour Category 2. And just off the coast, it's supposed to be 121, or yeah, 120. That's pretty nuts. So, you guys heard it here first, y'all. New update just came through. We're going to pull up the latest information here on the latest cone, and I want to talk about that. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and pull back up our main screen, you guys. Take a look at the latest Hurricane Center guidance here. Let's see. So the latest cone is right here. So there you go. Right there. Taking a look at that. So you obviously have, yeah, this is making direct landfall between Clearwater and Tampa now. That is not good. That is really, really not good. So, everybody, please watch out for this. You better, if you're under any evacuation orders, you better follow through with them. You better leave. Now, obviously, this isn't going to have as big as impacts on the inland areas as it is on the coastlines because, I mean, obviously, the coastlines has the most impacts, but still, this is going to cause a lot of strong winds. I mean, even no matter where you are on the interior central portion of Florida, this is still going to be quite crazy. And also something I do want to mention that usually happens during these systems here. Like I said, obviously what usually happens during these systems is tornadoes will also be a concern upon landfall here. I mean, maybe even Cuba. I mean, there's a possibility that maybe even Cuba could have a few little quick brief tornadoes that could cause some destruction. So that's obviously something we got to watch out for. But also for Florida, yeah, like I said, that's now a direct landfall in Tampa. Let's see, not too far away from Orlando. Let's actually measure this from Orlando, from the center. About 60 miles to the west is about 62 miles to the west. Here is where the center of the storm is forecasted to change. Now, obviously, this can still change because, I mean, obviously it's not perfect, but the cone of uncertainty does actually extend out quite the bit. But, I mean, latest models have been very, very attracted to Tampa for some reason, which is not very good. So that's something we just got to really consider watching here. So, like I said, latest information just came through. We are now seeing this system at a sustained 105 mile per hour winds here. And like I said, the latest satellite imagery, like I said, you can kind of see it looks like that eye is really starting to develop now. Like I said, there was really no visible eye at all out of the system so far. And but now, like I said, obviously it's looking like that eye is really trying to form here. So that's honestly another... Yep, that's kind of another thing we got to watch out here for. And like I said, this thing is actually supposed to, believe it or not, this thing's actually supposed to strengthen over Cuba. And that's the crazy part about this system. So that's something to watch out here for. We got some wind reports. Hold on a second. We got some wind reports of tropical. Let's see here. Mesonet, a northeast wind gust of 40 knots or 46 miles per hour is recorded by the Weatherflow Mesonet site at Smith Shoal Light at 8:51 p.m. Eastern Time. This thunderstorm wind gust was associated with an outer rain band of Hurricane Ian. So basically, so that's crazy. So we're already starting to have some reports coming through here. Hurricane Ian. Oh, wow. 66 miles per hour. Uh-oh. The main storm isn't even in Florida, and they're already getting impacts by this. Yeah, you can see this big old convective burst here towards, like, Miami and stuff. Let me switch to the radar view here, actually. Let's see what's going on down there. Let's go and overlay the radar here for 1 second, see what kind of nastiness we're seeing. So we're switching over to the radar view here towards Miami, by the way, for you guys want to know. Apparently my program's not liking me do that. Okay, so I'll tell you what we're going to do here. This program is stupid, so we're going to have to close it really quickly. It just takes 2 seconds to load, so it's not going to take any time at all. But we'll switch over to that radar, and we'll see what's happening here, actually. It's kind of interesting. There you go. You can see those hurricane warnings in effect there now. All right, let's switch. So Miami radar, we're going to switch to the big one here. This is the best one to look at. Like I said, there's a big plume of convection that's really kicking off with this storm here. Now in regard, oh wow, look at that. So that's already showing that's those bands. Those bands are already reaching southern Florida here. Yikes, that's not very, very good here. Honestly, what I could probably do is turn on the, yeah, there we go, baseline radar. That should give us some good mixed in values. Yeah, you can see those bands really starting to hit portions of southern Florida there. That's kind of concerning, actually. That's actually really kind of interesting. So, but anyway, so yeah, so Florida's already starting to get effects off of this. You know, Florida's already starting to feel this, which is kind of crazy. But like I said, the center of the storm now is literally just about 50 miles. We measured about 50 miles just off of the coast here of western Cuba. Yep, and like I said, latest hurricane center information just came through. The system's now at 105 mile per hour sustained winds, obviously with higher gusts, and we're seeing the central pressure dramatically drop. Which, if you see the pressure drop, that means the storm is strengthening, and we've seen it now just jump to 962 millibars. Now, we're going to switch over here really quickly. I see that Proxy wanted me to, I just now seen that, wants to know if there's any aircraft out there. So, they just finished a mission here in, obviously, Ian, this was a long time ago, a little bit ago. But they do have yes, there is a current mission inside the storm right now. There is one mission that's ongoing. This is an obviously Air Force Reserve here. And we are seeing, yeah, look at that, the pressure rapidly drop. But you can see, like I said, obviously here's a good example. I think this might have been a misdrop. It looks like they got that radio sign right in the eye wall. Like I said, right there, that's the center of circulation. They wanted to put it right here, but they kind of missed off. So the pressure is up a millibar, which is obviously not a big difference. But still, though, definitely is quite crazy. You know, it really, really is. So the latest pressure reading does have it, according to Hurricane Center, they have it at 962 millibars. But the latest Hurricane Hunter aircraft just measured from a drop sonde currently at that. So now in regard to flight winds, let's see here. So we've had some of these flight winds getting up to 75 knots inside of this here right now. So yeah, it's about 75 knots, which that's about 80 miles an hour, but that's interesting. So that's the latest data coming through here from the recon aircraft. But we're still gonna get more data out of this, I believe. Let's go back to the main picture. Let's see. We're gonna switch back down here. So yeah, right now the aircraft is right down there. There you go. So I believe they are going to take another approach. It looks like a big old arrow. Do y'all see that? The big arrow they made? That's kind of interesting. But I do believe they could do another round into the eye. So that's something we got to really watch out here for. But anyways, that's what's happening. You know, that's currently what is going on in regard to this system here to Hurricane Hunters. And like I was saying, if you guys are just joining us, welcome. Hope you're doing great. Latest satellite imagery is showing the system explode in intensity. Like I said, this guy is really kicking here. And like I said, in the latest scans, I mean, it looks like we're seeing the beginning of the eye wall. The beginning of the eye starting to form here. You can see right there, that's the eye. Or the center of circulation. So that's kind of really interesting. That's really interesting here. And like I said, you know, according to models, according to the official forecast, this system is going to not weaken but strengthen as it impacts portions here of Cuba. Obviously, the cone of uncertainty has it tracking in the middle right here. Obviously, the center can go anywhere outside of this region, but it's mostly compacted in that fine area. But that's crazy. Yeah, that's definitely really, really crazy. And we are actually going to see, like I said, actually strengthening of the system as we track our way down here in time. So with that being said, we're actually going to see, possibly this thing turn from a Category 2 into a Category 3 as it's making landfall. So that's really kind of interesting here. But like I said, we're already starting to have some impacts here being felt in Florida. Some of Ian's rain bands has already produced some damaging winds here. 60-something miles an hour we got here. Latest one coming here from Key West, or one of the keys here. Or was this a buoy? This might be that says a mesonet. Is this on some form of land or something I'm not seeing? I don't know. It could be like a ship observation or something, but obviously it says mesonet. But anyways, so a northeast wind gusts are measured 40 miles an hour, 35 knots. So that's pretty interesting here. Now, in regard to current conditions, let's go ahead and bring this up here. I do want to go ahead and bring this up here for y'all. So let's go ahead and switch over to our other screen here for a moment. And let's take a look and see what's happening. So, we have ourselves a station over here towards Cayo Largo. This is right here, relatively far east of the main circulation, for obviously. But we're seeing gusts of 33, which that's not in the tropical storm realm. So that's just kind of outside of that. But the wind field you can see right is running here. Now, according to the models, that shows 60 miles an hour, but obviously this storm has a lot more than that. So this model is not very trustworthy, obviously. But like I said, this thing is expected to make landfall in western Cuba in the next little bit. So we're definitely going to be here to cover as much as we can. Yeah, here's some of those mesonets we see here. We're getting some gusts of 24, 21. Yeah, we're definitely getting some strong wind gusts here in the Keys now. Yeah, the Keys are definitely getting hit here quite nastily. Let's see, off the coast here, 20 miles an hour. But just wait till this thing makes landfall, because we have so many stations we can go off of, which is amazing. Now, in regard to the latest, like I said, obviously the latest cone, unfortunately has a Tampa landfall, between Tampa and Clearwater landfall being a big possibility here. As you can actually see on my main screen, there's Clearwater, there's Tampa. The main center is expected to track into the Tampa Bay area. Now, obviously, that'll bring eyewall hurricane conditions, meaning like the worst possibly for areas here in Tampa Bay, which that could obviously be very destructive on multiple levels of obviously producing heavy storm surges. Now, with the Hurricane Center, in regard to their active their storm surge forecasts here, we are, let's see, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys here really quickly if we take a look at this main view. So here is the storm surge probabilities for areas near the regions. Let's go ahead and switch over back here to our main screen. So, Tampa Bay, look at this. We're seeing some of those, Tampa and surrounding areas. So Tampa Bay talking 5 to 10 foot of storm surge being possible here. Surges, let's see, Englewood as well as Middle Longboat Key, about 5 to 8. And as we move up down here towards like Key West and such, we are going to see around 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Obviously, it going all the way up here into portions of the Panhandle too, just relatively south of Tallahassee, about 1 to 3 feet. So, but they also do have around 2 to 4 feet, not just in Florida, but actually starting to kind of kick up here across portions of Georgia as well. So it's kind of interesting to see that. It's definitely quite interesting there. So we're gonna keep an eye on it. We're just gonna keep on updating you guys on this. And like I said, not too long ago, we just had a tropical wind gust report of 40 miles an hour. Just got to be reported here across portions of Key West. Apparently, for one of these, or a little bit of these islands, I guess that would still technically be considered the Keys. These little islands out here far, the big red line is indicating a hurricane warning now in effect for them. So, hurricane warnings obviously are indicated in these little red lines, basically showing us that we are seeing hurricane conditions expected. So those are the regions where we are expecting hurricane conditions. Now, the areas here in blue, that's tropical storm conditions expected. So, but that's kind of what we are actively seeing here. And like I said, with the latest information that just came through here, like I was saying, Ian is right now a Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds of 105 miles per hour. Sustained means constant winds, so imagine just winds continuously blowing at 105 miles per hour with higher gusts, possibly up to 115, 120. Definitely could be possible. So, but anyway, so in regard to that, definitely strengthening. Latest satellite imagery, if you play this actually here, you can see tons and tons of convection in that central circulation. I mean, this guy is really kicking. This guy is really, really, really kicking here. As you can see, tons and tons of rapid intensification indicated by the blacks and the gray convective bursts going on near the eye, which that's obviously pretty daggone crazy here. Now, if we look at the latest satellite imagery, as we were talking about, it looks like this system is actually trying to form an eye, as you can see right in there. That little dry spot. Turn it back on the shade mode. So obviously, I think the system is actually trying to form an eye, and it might develop an eye just before it makes landfall. And like I said, the crazy part is, guys, is this system is actually supposed to strengthen over Cuba rather than weaken, in which this thing is currently a upper level Category 2. It's about 6 miles per hour off from being classified as a Category 3. So obviously this thing is expected to strengthen by the time it reaches over here in Cuba, and this thing could potentially be a Category 3 hurricane as it is crossing over Cuba, which is interesting. And eventually, strengthening into a Category 4 more out, continuing to be a Category 4, downgrading to a Category 3 just before landfall here towards Tampa and Clearwater. Like I was saying, that's the latest information. A lot of those models and the latest runs for the last several runs, I should say, is indicating that a Tampa Clearwater landfall is more and more likely, which is kind of concerning. Now, obviously, this is still not locked in. This could still change. I mean, the code of uncertainty still has this thing going out, decent distance. But I'm just saying, you need to really watch out for it. And that's something we just got to really keep an eye out here for. But once again, like I said, let's see, those are the Tortuga Islands, says Afro. He thinks they are. Okay, well, like I said, I'm not perfect when it comes to these island names exactly, but like I was saying, you guys, I mean, this is definitely undergoing rapid strengthening here. So, let's go and do a little update here on the hurricane hunters. They are still en route. They are still in the storm here. Latest update was there. We're going to refresh the page. And they have moved. Okay, looks like they might be trying to head back in. They might do another pass into the eye. I believe that's definitely a possibility here. And like I said, you can obviously tell that pressure that's been dropping here. Like I said, obviously the pressure that drops shows rapid development. The more the pressure that's dropped, the more it does weaken. Or sorry, the more it strengthens, I should say. Like I said, from 966 to 964, that's obviously a drop showing the storm strengthening. Now, this went back up to 965, but I believe this was a misdrop, and they dropped it in the eye wall instead of the actual center. So, obviously, that's probably the reason why the pressure is going up a little bit. Even then, it's not a big deal there. I mean, it could obviously be even a bunch of factors, like from not as calibrated of a drop sonde and whatever. But we're not going to get into all that. But anyways, like I said, if you're in Cuba, you better be preparing, or you better have been prepared for this system. I believe evacuations have been ordered for Cuba. I know that there is now evacuations in place for Tampa. Zone A is obviously mandatory evacuations, and obviously I think the Zone B, if I'm not mistaken, is voluntary. I don't know if it's gotten upgraded to that, but anyways, but that's what we're looking at. That is what we are seeing. So now, once again, like I said, these areas in the red, these are showing hurricane warnings. These are the regions where we are expecting hurricane conditions to occur. And the blue is showing tropical storm warnings, obviously showing tropical storm conditions. Now, tropical storm conditions is expected all across the western side here, or the southwestern side here of Florida. Then they turn in the red for hurricane warnings. The oranges here, these are tropical storm, hurricane watches. So we might see these warnings actually be expanded to the north. Compared to what they are currently at right now. And then obviously these are tropical storm watches, so just pay attention for those. But anyways, regardless, Tampa, Clearwater, I mean, you guys currently do have hurricane warnings that is in effect here. This means that we are expecting hurricane conditions. And like I said, this thing is supposed to make landfall as a Category 3 or a Category 2 storm. It's supposed to be a lower Category 3 or an upper Category 2 upon landfall. So Obviously, that is quite the strong system here. Absolutely, you know, it really, really is here. So we're just gonna watch it. Obviously, we're gonna monitor this over the next several hours. We just gotta really be watching this system, and like I was saying, you can obviously tell so much. Like I said, so much stuff has been kicking off with this system here. I mean, tons and tons of intensification here, indicated by the grays and the blacks. That's tons of what we call convection. Tons and tons of bursts of energy are happening here towards the center, and that's obviously intensifying this storm here. But like I was saying as well, it looks like that eye is starting to form right here. That eye is actually trying to form inside the storm here. And honestly, I give you a decent, I'd do a decent bet that this system will have a pretty decent eye by the time it does actually make landfall near Cuba. Now, is it going to be perfectly symmetrical? I don't think so. But I think it's going to have some form of eye, in which it does look like it already does. But I think it probably will as it does make landfall. And like I said, once again, I've mentioned this a lot, but obviously we have continuous new viewers popping up here. This system is not supposed to weaken upon landfall. This is actually supposed to strengthen, which is definitely very, very crazy. So we're going to watch it. Like I said, right now, we just got an update here a little bit ago from the Hurricane Center. They said that this thing is now at 105 mile per hour sustained winds. So that's constant winds. Once again, winds constantly moving at 105 miles per hour, which that is obviously with higher gusts as well, possibly up to, I'd say, 120 miles per hour, kind of what we're talking about. So obviously that is pretty crazy. Now, higher gusts is expected to occur. The pressure has dropped dramatically, now to 962 millibars. And like I said, we still have hurricane hunters in the storm here. We're still gathering information from them here as of right now. So we're definitely just going to continue to watch it. Absolutely. We just got to continue to watch this, and we're going to monitor it closely. Now, like I said, you know, even Florida, like I said, right now, if you guys are just joining us, Florida is already starting to get impacted by this. We've already had multiple reports of tropical storm force wind gusts being reported all across portions of the Keys. I mean, they're already starting to get a lot of these outer bands. You can see a lot of these convective outer bands, which obviously, with that being said, you know, this is part of the outskirts of the storm here, which is pretty crazy. So, like I said, they are expected to see tropical storm conditions, as we do have tropical storm warnings in place here for these regions. So, that is something we got to definitely continue watching. So, now if we take a look at the latest radar view across portions here of the way, you can obviously see those bands overlaid there by the satellite imagery. You can obviously see that big old burst of energy really kick off and head its way into portions here, like through Miami and everything. This is definitely quite the band moving through portions of Florida. And like I said, the center is still very far away from Florida. Still is very, very decently far away from this. So that is that's a little interesting. It's kind of a bit concerning. But anyways, let's go ahead and see, guys. We're gonna switch on over here. Over to the latest information in regarding to the hurricane hunters. So we want to take another look here at the current data set coming through here in regard to this system here. So now, all right, let's go ahead and switch on over here, guys. So I do want to take a look at this. So let's see. Is there any more storms? Okay, is there any more missions? So NOAA 3 missions already finished. That was earlier. Here we go. Air Force 301 mission number 18 is into Ian right now. You can see, it looks like they're heading back towards the wall, or the eye there. Look at that. So latest view, you can see that little marker right there. It looks like they're now heading north, which the eye is right here. So it looks like they're going to do another pass through the eye, in which that could tell us some more information here. Absolutely. This could definitely give us some more information. So, but yeah, this wind field has been absolutely nuts, and we've been seeing constant drop in pressure. Like I said, the reason this one, I believe, has gone up a little bit is because of not the storm, you know, maintaining or weakening. It's because I think they misdropped it. I mean, it's only off a millibar, which is not, that's seriously not you know, a really big deal anyways, as a single millibar drop, but still definitely is quite nuts. Let's see, in regard to the flight path here, yeah, right now we're getting about 40 knots winds here towards the surface, according to the hurricane hunters in the latest mission here. So, yeah, we're getting about 40 knots of where they're located now, and you saw where they're at right now. They're a decent distance away from the from the eye. So I'd say probably at least 50 miles or so away. Probably I'd give it a little bit more than that. Maybe yeah, I'd say about 50 miles or so. Sounds like a pretty good guess. But anyways, but like I said, hurricane hunters are heading back in towards the eye. They're heading back into the system to get more measurements. And like I was saying, I mean, this thing is really starting to wrap up that eye. It looks like this thing is really starting to develop. You can see right here where that big convective burst comes through. And there you go, that little dry spot you see right there. We're going to pause it here for a second on the latest scan. That right there, that's the center of the storm. That's the eye of the storm. That's just now starting to form here. This is looking pretty nasty, you guys. And obviously it looks like we have some more convection. It looks like, yep, a little bit more stormage. Really starting to fire off here near the Keys. You can see like that little guy right there, that little plume. That's some more strong thunderstorm action. Also here towards like Key West in general. I mean, you guys are getting battered by some of these outbound, or these outer bands, I should say, which is pretty crazy. But anyways, but like I said, it's definitely getting close. We are definitely getting close here. Now, we're going to go ahead and switch on over here. Once again, we're going to take a look at the current information here in regard to, you know, wind speeds and all kinds of fun stuff like that. So, obviously, we've had some pretty gusty reports come through the Keys here. Gusts now, what I'm seeing, up to around 21 miles an hour at most. Yeah, most of these are showing 21 miles an hour wind gusts. Which, obviously, that's not anything extreme. You know, 21 mile an hour wind gusts is not bad, but we've had some that are higher. You know, obviously with those outer bands bringing those conditions with them here. So now across portions of Cayo Largo, we have 22 mile per hour sustained winds. So that's constant winds of about 22 miles an hour, which is honestly quite interesting. And gusts, you can see that G stands for gusts. We've had some gusts up to 33 miles per hour. Now, obviously, like I said, this thing is expected to crash into portions of western Cuba. And like I was saying, luckily we have a lot of these stations here across portions of Florida. So we should get a lot of good data coming through here whenever this happens. Now, I just realized my little 2 is offset there. Let's go move that over there a little bit. All right, that looks better. But anyways, but yeah, definitely is pretty crazy. Now, we can actually take this in the future, too. If we take a look at 6 o'clock in the morning, this does show this eye right there on the system passing through. Yikes. Yeah, that's supposed to be quite nasty. And obviously, even further down in time, like for Wednesday, you can see how this thing definitely will approach closer to Florida here for 7 o'clock p.m. Yeah, this is going to be pretty bad. It's, like I said, especially for like the Tampa Bay area. I mean, you guys are going to get plummeted. You guys are likely going to get plummeted by this. So, we'll just keep on watching it. Let's go ahead and switch this over here to the latest and greatest information here. Because it's right here, it's just before Cuba. But, you know, honestly, it is really kind of crazy to look at. You know, it really, really is. Now, like I said, if you guys are just joining us, we are seeing rapid intensification that is ongoing with this storm here. I mean, you'd be amazed at how fast the storm is strengthening here. It's nuts. It's actually really, really nuts. And like I said, we can obviously tell that because of obviously observations we've got. But I mean, even just plainly looking at satellite imagery, you can see all these big old dark, you know, gray and black convective bursts here. This is literally showing rapid intensification. You can see that it's right there at the center of the storm. So that's actually showing rapid intensification. Like I said, you can see right in here where my cursor is at. You can see right there. It looks like that eye is now trying to develop here. It is now trying to actually develop here. So that is what we are talking about here. Let's see here. Richard says, hi, what's with the shades? They actually help me with, like, the, you know, obviously all the monitors I have and stuff like that. One, they look awesome, and 2, I just like to wear them because, you know, obviously glare and stuff like that from my monitors, it really gets to my eyes. You know, especially doing long coverages like we are going to be doing today. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a kind of a need thing at this point instead of just a look cool type of thing. Let's see here. But yeah, that's what it is about here. I'd love to be in Kansas City, have deep fried turkey leg. No, I guess I don't know if Topeka Renaissance Festival or not. What are you talking about, Roy? Okay. Well, obviously, all right then. But anyways, like I was saying, guys, yeah, we are undergoing rapid intensification. We are likely starting to see some of those hurricane, obviously hurricane impacts along this island here. I'm not exactly sure of the island name. Oh, that's going to bother me. Do you guys, does anyone in the chat know this island name? This big old island name off of Cuba here. Like I said, here's Western Cuba. But that is, that's what we're looking at. So, but anyways, but like I said, that's what we are looking at here for the most part. This thing is obviously, yeah, it's definitely trying to develop its eye right at this point. So, anyways, let's grab a little update here on the hurricane hunters. Like I said, they are currently in the storm right now. We're starting to get some more data coming through that are heading right back for the eye, as you can actually currently see. There's the current location. We're going to update this. They are now, okay, they're still there. We just have to wait for this thing to update here, which updated it. Okay, literally about 10 minutes ago, so we should get an update here any minute. But like I said, the pressure has been dropping. Went from 966 to 964. Now, it went up to 965. I don't think that's because it's weakening. That's because they misdropped it, because I believe that they dropped this whenever the I don't think they dropped this perfectly in the center. But anyways, but like I said, yeah, you can even in the visible spectrum. I mean, you can obviously start to tell that little dry slot there. That's the system really actually trying to starting to kick off here. So that's something we just gotta really watch out here for. But let's go ahead and switch on back here, you guys. Let's see here. Scott with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much there, Scott. Greatly appreciated. Big shout out goes to you, my man. Let's see. Also, Neil with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Saying my daughter lives in Hudson, Florida, north of Tampa. So obviously, let's see here. Hudson, Florida. Let's see if I can find it. So here's Tampa. I don't know how far north it is from the regions here. Once again, Scott, Clark, as well as Neil, and thank you so much for that. Greatly appreciate it. You guys absolutely rock. Well, obviously, so Neil, tell your daughter to definitely be prepared. I hope that she's already prepared for this. So obviously, I hope that your daughter is prepared. Now, Neil, once again, thank you so much. Both of you, Scott and Neil. Greatly appreciate it. You guys absolutely rock. But like I said, yeah, obviously we're going to watch this. And the latest scan that just came through, it looks like that eye is really starting to develop here. Look at that obvious center right there. Honestly, I have a pretty good feeling that this system might have a decent eye by the time it does make landfall in Cuba. I don't think, like I said, I don't think it's going to be perfectly symmetrical, but I do believe that it will definitely hold its shape. I do believe that this will definitely likely have a pretty decent shape to it. So, anyways, let's see here. Neil says less than an hour north. Okay, so that should be relatively close here then. He said here in Hudson. Okay, so let's see. So, let's see about near around here. Let's see, Hudson. Trying to find it. Trying to get there. Hold on. I don't see it. Maybe have I gone too far north? Anyways. Regardless, they are still, your daughter is still in the cone of uncertainty, so it's obviously still kind of concerning, so we're going to watch out for it. But look at that, guys. That's really starting to show up. That eye is really starting to show itself here. Like I said, obviously you can see how there's really was no eye in these scans, or at least back here, you can see how there's been tons and tons of convective burst. Just tons and tons of energy kicking off here towards the center. And obviously the latest scan, you can see how that little dry air that forms right here really turns into something in this latest scans here. So that's really trying to form here. Let's see here. Is there a chance of Lake County, Central Florida will be hit? So even if you are across that region here in Central Florida, you are definitely going to have some impacts with the system. Absolutely. Now, is it going to be as crazy as it will be towards like the coastlines? No. The more inland you are, the better, because obviously, at that point you don't have the threat of storm surges or anything of those coastal concerns. The wind field dies out too the more inland you go. So that's good. But I'm still going to tell you, you are likely going to still have some very interesting impacts. In regard to mostly just heavy winds, really heavy rainfall. And actually, I want to go ahead and show you guys here something, latest information from the Hurricane Center. So first of all, here's the storm surges we are expecting here. Like I said, Tampa Bay, we're talking 5 to 10 feet of storm surge being possible. 5 to 10 foot storm surge. Definitely is quite nuts. Across the Orange, about 5 to 8. 3 to 5 here down towards portions of the Keys. And obviously here just south of like Tallahassee, right on the coastline, we are talking about 1 to 3 foot. But here's the thing I wanted to talk about. Here's the rainfall potential out of the system. So obviously, like I said, Tampa Bay, I mean, you guys are likely going to see around 6 to 10 inches of rainfall. Can you believe that? Like I said, obviously that is what we're looking at. So obviously, 6 to 10 inches of rainfall is actually quite nuts here. Lamont wants to know, do I have the stream showing the actual storm so we can really see the storm? So as of now, could not find any Cuba live cameras. But as the system does make its way here towards Florida, we'll have some live cameras. Absolutely. But like I said, right now we just don't because there's really none in Cuba. There's a limited amount of information you can get from Cuba, unfortunately, here from the States. But like I said, so lots of these areas are going to get pounded by tons of rain here. I mean, just off the coast, look at that, 20 plus inches is possible here, just off the coast, not on the land. But the worst we're seeing for land is about 10 to 15 inches. Yeah, just south of Jacksonville, it's looking like from the Weather Prediction Center, does show the possibility of 10 to 15 inches. That is quite... Orlando's kind of in its own little pocket, as you can see here, which is interesting. So 4 to 6 inches. I do expect these to definitely change, though. Like I definitely really do expect those to 100% change. Like I said, they're not set in stone yet, and they're not concreted yet. So obviously, that's still a subject to change. Anyways, but yeah, rapid development continues on the system. Like I said, latest information we did just get here was from 105 mile per hour sustained winds. Once again, that's constantly winds blowing at 105 miles per hour. That is crazy. 105 mile per hour sustained winds here. So obviously higher gusts, I'd say likely up to like 120 is possible with this in particular system. And like I said, Cuba is already likely starting to deal with some of the effects here, obviously. Already dealing with tropical storm conditions here across portions of Cuba. And obviously hurricane conditions is short to follow. And like I said, if they're not already, like I said, this island right there, I mean, you're literally being scraped by the eye wall of this system right now. You can actually see, I mean, this has been rapidly wrapping. It's kind of hard to say, rapidly wrapping. But anyways, yeah, you can obviously tell that. But that's kind of what we are seeing. Now, obviously, like I said, give this a little bit of time. It's really not too far away now. Let's grab another scan and see just how far away this system is. According to this, we're now about 45 miles away, according from the center of the storm towards landfall. So, yeah, we're about 45 miles away from that at that point. So that's pretty, getting closer. It really, really is. So we're just gonna, we're gonna be here when this does make landfall. This is going to be quite the event here. Now let's do a little update here we'll do a little scan of the wind gusts in regard to information we have coming through here. So let's go ahead and switch on over here really quickly. So here we go. So here is what's going on in regard to the observed wind gusts. Like I said, KO Largo, let's go and update this just to be safe here. KO Largo, the latest winds are showing 22 miles per hour. With gusts up to 33, but that's out of date. That's actually an hour away, or that's an hour behind. So that's obviously well past its expiration date there. Now we have had some pretty crazy reports coming from the Keys. 19 minutes ago, that's not too bad. 18 miles an hour, 26. Now, but look at this. If we take a look back at our main screen, if you look towards Key West, right? We'll go back here a little bit in time when the reports started popping up, especially when these strong thunderstorms, these outer bands from Ian started popping up. Look at this. Magnitude, 66. So that's showing a 66 mile per hour wind gust here. Let's read this. So Remark says a southeast wind gust of 57 knots or 66 miles per hour was recorded by the Long Key Seaman station at, let's see here, 8:10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The thunderstorm wind gust was associated with an outer rain band of Hurricane Ian. So, yeah, so effects are already being felt here in Florida. And like I said, if we take a look here at the latest radar info in regard to this system here, you can see we have a lot of these storms still impacting places. Now, here's the Keys. I mean, the Keys are along this line. It looks like a lot of that storm is just north of the Keys here. But like I said, Miami, you guys just got hit here. Let's see here. Got some more comments coming through here. Let's see, if I skip any comments, I'm not trying to, y'all, because I'm trying to keep you guys informed. Let's see, Kay says, is Jamaica in the clear? So Jamaica is all the way over here. Yeah, Jamaica's fine. Yeah, the storm is actually pulling away Like I said, obviously Jamaica, the system's pulling away from those regions. So yeah. Let's see. Scott Clark with another $2 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Scott's question is are the winds stronger in the eye wall? So yeah, the strongest winds are located in the eye wall. Like I said, the eye wall would be, in this case, right around in here. Like I said, obviously the eye is it's trying to form here. Like I said, it's just now trying to form. I mean, we go back, you see the time up here, by the way, this is an Eastern time. We go back here a little bit in time. You can see literally just, I mean, give it a few hours ago. Well, like near 9 o'clock, there was nothing there. And then obviously in the latest scans, that's really starting to pop up. So, anyways, that's definitely really, really interesting. And like I said, I do believe that this is going to have a decently developed eye by the time this thing does make landfall. Now, like I said, once again, I don't expect this system to be entirely symmetrical. I don't expect this system to be the perfect circle. I don't expect that at all. But eventually, once this thing pulls away from Cuba, I believe that's possible. I mean, we're seeing this system getting up into a Category 4 with 140 miles per hour as on the current forecast track, which is a little nuts. Let's see. Weathern LO78 says, is there a chance Ian can change track well off the North Carolina coast and give us no rain here in Currituck, North Carolina? Need to know, please. Okay, so here's the thing. So North Carolina, you guys are still in the cone of uncertainty. I'd say it's more of a likely thing that you would have rain than you don't. So, in regard to how much, it's simply just too early to tell. It really is. I mean, this system hasn't even got to the States yet, and yet alone not towards the Mid-Atlantic region. So, too early to tell for the most part. I mean, this could still alter its course by the time it gets over in those directions, absolutely. So that's going to need to be followed up here in the next little bit. Anyways, but we're going to play this here for a second. So, once again, I mean, you could tell based off of the grays and the blacks and everything like that we are dealing with, I mean, rapid intensification. I mean, the amount of how fast this system is actually, strengthening is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Roy wants to know, has storms ever collapsed over Cuba? Yes. Now, Cuba does have mountain ranges, especially more in the interior portions, which that can allow for these storms to quickly die out. But the problem is, with this system, is it's basically skimming the western side here. Like I said, obviously, just skimming the western side here for the most part. Now, with that being said, they're actually a lot more shallower. These mountain ranges are actually a little bit more shallower. So obviously, that's not going to disrupt the lower level wind field. And honestly, there's just so much crazy conditions, so much, I should say, ferocious conditions in the atmosphere for rapid development. That this is actually going to get pretty crazy here. Let's see. Proxy with another $10 super chat. Thank you so much here. Let's see here. Islands just south of Cuba are the larger island Isla de la Juventud. I know I said that wrong. Okay, I don't know how you pronounce that. And the smaller Cayo Largo. Evan is currently live streaming. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Proxy. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, I knew that Evan was live streaming a little bit ago. I wasn't sure if he was still doing that or not. But anyways, we may get Evan in here in a little bit. It depends. We'll see if he's down for it. And, we'll see. We talked about it earlier. We might... Let me see if he's ever messaged me. I don't know if he's messaged me yet. No, okay. So with that being said, yeah, I think that as of now... I don't know. We'll see what happens down later on. I'm sure at some point we'll probably talk to him for a little bit. Let's see. Antonio with $1 super chat. Thank you so much there, Antonio. Greatly appreciated. You guys absolutely rock. Greatly appreciated, my friends. Now let's go and move on back here. Let's take a look at that Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Let's see if there's any new information regarding the system here. So let's go ahead and switch on over here. Like I said, they were flying back into the eye to gather more data. Yeah, you can see them right there. They're actually tracking, it looks like left of the eye. It looks like they're now moving left of the eye. I don't know if they're going to sharply turn right or what they're going to do here. It's kind of interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, Antonio, once again, thank you so much. Let me actually pull up the, let's see, the alert box is just above that. So there we go. So now it should come through. Anyway, sorry about that. But once again, Antonio, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it, my friend. But yeah, like I said, over the last several of these scans, I mean, you can see from all those drop zones there, we are seeing, the pressure dropping. And like I said, it went from 966 millibars to 964. And then obviously went up a little to 965, but like I said, I feel like that's just a little bit of a missed drop. I don't think they got it directly in the center of the storm here. So obviously that's obviously some some interesting news. And like I said, I believe they're still going to fly into the eye. We'll see. We'll definitely watch it. But like I said, the Hurricane Hunters are en route. I don't know if we have any more missions that's ongoing here. Let me check really quickly. So we have one that's finished here. Let's go to update the page here. One finished here. The other one is still in the storm. We just talked about, and the other one's finished. So yeah, as of now, I'm not seeing any other missions that is ongoing. I think, yeah, right now it's just the one mission that's happening from the Air Force Reserve. But that is, that is indeed what we are watching here. So, and yeah, that eye is really, really starting to develop here. Y'all see this? Definitely is starting to develop. Definitely getting quite interesting here. And like I said, the eye is just passing just west of. Oh God, I remember Proxy telling me the name of this place. It's larger island. This one right here is pronounced Isla de la Juventud. I don't know if I said that even right at all. I know I didn't say anything that right, but anyways, but yeah, that is where this is currently at. And I bet they're, especially on the western side, I bet they're currently getting those hurricane conditions. Absolutely. Let's see, Megan with the $2 super chat. Megan, thank you so much for that. Greatly appreciated. Megan, you are absolutely very, very generous, just like all of you guys. Thank you so much, Megan. Greatly appreciate it. Just know that you guys don't have to do that. So it's greatly appreciated. Like I said, I don't ask for much, but if you are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button. Once again, thank you so much there, Megan. Greatly appreciated. Anyways, but like I was saying, guys, we're starting to see a lot of these effects starting to actually reach into portions of Florida now. We've already had, from the Keys, we've already had some decent reports here of showing, let's see, around 39 miles per hour with, okay, so that's right there on that tropical boundary, but we've had one that was actually like 66, I believe. Yeah, there we go. 66 mile per hour, like I said, 66 mile per hour wind gusts, which is pretty crazy. And yeah, this is associated with the outer rain bands here from Ian. So like I said, just because the system's not right there yet, I mean, honestly, it's still a decent amount of ways away. But anyways, but yeah, we're still getting some effects from it, definitely. Let's go ahead and see here. Megan says, Andrew, how does the aircraft handle that winds and stuff? So they are specially built. They have what they call WC 130s. They're basically like they're pretty much like a, I don't know if you guys ever heard of an AC 130. It's like its off twin brother, which I'll go ahead and show you. It's Lockheed WC 130. Now they're specially built. They're aircraft reserves, which I'm going to go ahead and show you all really quickly. Let's see here. Another donation from Mr. Webb. Thank you so much. Saying, how can I message you on Instagram or Facebook? I'm driving down from North Carolina to Storm Chase. I will be live streaming from Tampa in the storm if you want to use me. Absolutely. So, like I said, the way we're doing this is if you have any, like I said, the way we're doing this is if you have anything you want to report to us in regard to the system, tag us on our Twitter. You can see right here my cursor's at, just up that. You can submit our reports to NWW1162. That's right there on that. So, once again, Mr. Webb, thank you so much for that. And obviously, good luck, my man. Let's see here. Scott Clark with another donation. Thank you so much, Scott. Really appreciate it. Let's see. I saw a document where they use B-52 bombers. They use B-52s for that? I never heard of that. But anyways, here we go. So, these obviously are not my images, by the way. But this is what a WC-130 is. And like I said, that's basically what like I said, it's off-brand of a AC-130, only filled with weather equipment instead of, obviously guns and turrets and stuff. But they're very similar. They're definitely very, very similar here. They're definitely really cool looking. There you go. That's not a WC-130. At least I don't think it is. That's really weird. But there you go. So that's their air reserve, their aircraft reserve. Mr. Webb said I don't have Twitter, LOL. Do you have Discord? Because we also have our Discord. We can set something up where you can send it if you have anything there. But yeah, so that's just a little bit of something I wanted to show you guys. Now, like I was saying, we are currently watching this system. Like I said, it is now developing an eye. It's actually doing a pretty good job at it. It really is. Over the last little bit, this system does not fail to impress. It really does not. And like I said, obviously, this thing, the latest update from the Hurricane Center. Let's actually double check, see if we have any more updates. As of the last update, we've had, okay, 962 millibars. Yeah, so it's still the same, 105 mile per hour sustained wind. So it's nothing has changed on that. But anyways, yeah, so we are seeing this system at a sustained, means constant winds of 105 miles per hour, with obviously higher gusts up to 120. We are seeing the pressure continuously drop, now down to 962, which is definitely quite crazy. Let's see here. Andrew, will this storm will this storm travel to Canada's coast? It's way too far out to tell, but I'd say it's unlikely. Like I said, anything that far, I mean, it hasn't even reached the States yet. We can't even tell if it's going to hit those regions there. So as of now, it's way, like I said, obviously we are, it is way, way, way too early. Anyways, but yeah. But yeah, you can see obviously here in the storm, we are seeing, I mean, constant rapid intensification with the system here. And obviously you can tell that by the convection here. You can obviously see this blacks and grays. That's showing us that we are having some very, very strong thunderstorm activity in the center of the storm, which is strengthening the system. Obviously is pretty crazy. Uncle D says, what is my prediction for South Georgia? So with that being said, there is a tropical storm watch for portions here of Georgia. Now, this is for portions like Brunswick. You guys are definitely going to get impacted eventually. Once again, it matters on track, intensity, and speed. Those three factors play a major role of impacts at a certain location. But that is what we are looking at here. Absolutely. But once again, my friends, thank you all for joining us. Let's go and see. We're going to update this radar view because, like I said, unfortunately, it doesn't want to update. You can see, yeah, there's the storm right above us, right above my head there. That is the radar view here on that island I can't pronounce correctly. But anyways, yeah, you can obviously see this. Those rain bands are already, those inner rain bands are really catching its toll there. And like I said, obviously, with these systems, I keep on mentioning this to you guys, but tornadoes are also a possibility on the right-hand side of these systems. These bands can definitely form a tornado, absolutely. And that's kind of that is what we are looking at. So let's go ahead and move on over here, guys. Let's see. We're going to pull up the latest wind gust reports, or the latest wind reports, I should say. So let's go ahead and move on back to my main screen. So let's see here. So obviously towards KO Largo, I think I'm saying that right here. This one I'm actually kind of confident on. I'm saying right here. This is for 22 mile per hour sustained winds. That's constant winds. And 33. Like I said, that one's out of date though. That one's kind of a little bit iffy. Unfortunately, we don't have too many of these stations in Cuba, which sucks. It really does suck. But like I was saying though, I mean, once this reaches Florida and we do our coverage here for, Tampa area, like I said, Tampa and Clearwater, it looks like the center is supposed to track right between the two. Not good. But we'll have a lot more wind data when it comes to Florida here. But we still have a decent amount of information coming through here in regard to stuff. So definitely watching out for it. Let's see here. Jersey Devil says, Andrew, do I see it skimming the eastern shore? So you're talking about the eastern side here. So, I mean, honestly, okay, so here's the thing. If we take a look here back at the main cone, you can see how the cone of uncertainty does track out back into the Atlantic. Some of it. But the center point, the line of best fit, basically that median ground, shows it still remaining in the states across the southeast. So, but, I mean, it's possible it could go back out. I don't think any strengthening would occur because of how close it is to the coastlines. In that sense, also that cold front coming through might increase the might amplify the wind shear that could shred it apart by the time it gets over there. But not really have any high hopes on it. I think once it hits Florida, that's going to be its strongest. Or just before it hits Florida, it's going to be its strongest. That's what I think. Let's see. Latest eye check. Let's see. We have ourselves. Oh, yeah, still kicking. Like I said, this thing's doing an excellent job of trying to form that eye there. over the last little bit. I mean, you can see just how close the system is really getting here. Let's see. We're going to actually measure this once again. So for the latest, we're going to grab the center of the storm, and we're going to track it right there. So now we're about 40 miles out. Yep, we're about 40 miles out away from landfall. So this should be pretty soon. Give it about, I'd say at least another hour or two. We should get landfall here. I mean, at the current rate it's moving, and the current, the current trajectory and everything, yeah, it should be there with about, let's say about an hour or two. So we'll see. Let's see here. Eddie says, howdy, howdy from Illinois, Andrew, in chat. What's up? Hope you're doing all right. Glad to have you here. Mary Dearman says, hope your brother is okay, Andrew. Yeah, I hope he's fine. I kept on telling him to prepare for it. He's a little hard-headed, though. But obviously, if we take a look here, this is where he's from. He's from Lakeland. So obviously, he's pretty close to Tampa. So obviously, he's not going to have the main concerns like storm surge and stuff like that. The coastlines is what gets the worst. But obviously Lakeland here, you're still going to get some nasty winds out of this storm here. So it's kind of concerning. I mean, obviously, that's still enough to cause concern. In regard to the damaging winds it could possibly cause, trees falling. Also, you got to think, I mean, the rain's going to be pounding here. We're going to get tons of rain, which is going to create the ground to be very soft, and it's just going to easily knock over some of these trees, which that's honestly another concern. Jersey Devil says, night times in terms of landfalls are scary. Can't see what is happening. Absolutely. Proxy says Noah States is moving at 13 miles an hour. Yeah, as of last update, yep, moving to the northwest at a whopping 13. Let's get another update on the hurricane hunters. Let's see what's going on inside the storm here. Let's see. Latest information coming through here. Apparently, let's see. Hold on. We got ourselves a... Let's see. Sea level pressure at 961, apparently. Oh, they're flying through the eye right now, or they just did. They took a sharp turn. You can see they went right here, and then they turned. So, yeah, they're off their way now. So, they should have did another drop sign. Now, like I said, if you guys don't know what a drop sign looks like, here, give me a second, and I'll show you. It's a big cylindrical tube that is basically a bunch of weather instruments, like pressure, and that measures pressure, temperature, dew points, and with temperature and dew points, you can easily get humidity. Which is also something they look at. Here we go. Here's what a drop sign looks like. So they have this big old cylindrical tube that you see here, and they drop it in the bottom of the aircraft. Here's a better image of one, actually. Here's a see-through image of one. See, it's a big old tube, and they just drop it in the storm, and it has a bunch of weather equipment on it. Which, yeah, drop signs are pretty cool. They really are. It's very, very similar to a weather balloon. They collect the same amount of information. They collect about the same information. But instead of at this ground and letting it rise, they're in the air and letting it fall. So it's drop sonde, weather balloon. The weather balloon, when they call it radio sonde, which it's contacted through radio information. Kind of similar to the way drop sondes are as well. Let's see. Will the hurricane siren will go off, Andrew? There is no hurricane sirens. No, they're not going to go off because that would be quite obnoxious for several hours at a time. Constantly hearing that. Trust me, the public's informed. They, like I said, that's more of an immediate thing, like tornado warnings and such. That's why they issue those sirens, because, I mean, obviously hurricanes, you have plenty of days to prepare it. Tornadoes, you only have minutes to prepare. And that's the reason they do that, to get everyone's attention. Absolutely. Key says Atlantic Canada has some damage from Fiona. I did see that. There was actually some footage I saw where a house got completely shredded. Anyways, let's do a little update here on the satellite view. Like I said, obviously we're seeing rapid intensification with this guy. Yeah, that eye is really trying to form here. It's actually doing, like I said, it's doing a pretty good job at it. Latest scans here definitely is showing it still there. And like I said, you can see these big old these big old bursts. You know what's kind of crazy? Like I said, what I'd like to compare this to is, you know those fireworks that you put on the ground and you light the fuse and they spin and then shoot up in the air? It kind of looks like that if you play it in the motion. Because you can kind of see like how they're thrusted from an angle. They're thrusted from a side. You can see right there how that little bead of convection really starts like pushing through, which is crazy. So it reminds me of one of those little firework things there. But obviously, yeah, eventually this thing does... it's doing well. It's not doing too bad. And like I said, obviously, the crazy part is that this system is not supposed to weaken as it makes its way over portions here. Like I said, that is kind of what we are talking about. So but in regard to government funded stuff, that's not much. That's really not much. But with if that was coming out of someone's personal pocket, yeah, it'll get to be quite expensive. But to the government, it's not bad. But hey, it just goes to show you, I mean, how good this technology needs to be. I mean, for a fancy weather station, I mean, it'll cost you a couple $1,000s. Yeah, it'll definitely cost you a couple $1,000s. But like I said, anywhere from, we just read that, it's $800 for those, which is definitely quite crazy here. So, anyways, let's go ahead and say, because like I said, that's currently what is happening. Let's go ahead and move on over here, y'all, to the latest information here on the latest Hurricane Hunter aircraft. I don't think we have any new information here. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have anything yet. This was as okay. We should get new information here relatively soon. It should be. All right. Like I said, obviously, it should update here relatively soon, you guys. Anyways, but like I said, tons and tons of energy is really being accumulated here in the center of the storm. Like I said, this is obviously a great sign that this thing is rapidly intensifying. I mean, like I said, over the last several scans, it's been crazy. It's actually been very, very nuts here. So apparently Reed Timmer is all ready inside. Oh, he's in Dominator 4 and ready to go. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can show that there, Devin, because it's Reed Timmer's footage. But I can't. But Reed Timmer is now inside or ready to go for the hurricane, obviously. But let's see. So we're going to switch on, guys. We're going to take a look here at the latest and greatest wind reports, see if there's anything coming through here right now. Let's go ahead and see this. So as of right now, latest information coming through still has that 20. I don't know if this... Okay, so this updated in over an hour ago, right? About an hour and a half ago. I don't know if it's been damaged or destroyed. That weather station might be destroyed because it hasn't updated in over an hour and a half, which is quite crazy. But anyways, that's kind of what we're seeing here. Here's another one towards the airport here in Cuba. 11 miles an hour, but like, once again, they're pretty far away from the storm here right now. Which is, that's kind of what we are looking at here. So, definitely is quite interesting here. So, let's see. So, yeah, obviously this thing is going to be barreling closer. This is actually a little bit behind. Let's see. Switch this to, yeah, that's about where it's at right now. Absolutely. Like I said, obviously we're getting very, very close to landfall here, you guys. We're definitely getting seriously close. This should be impacting portions here of Cuba. Like I said, it's already impacting, but like I said, making a direct landfall, it should be about another hour or two. And obviously, with that being said, yeah, this thing's definitely getting very, very closely. And like I said, obviously in the latest scans, this thing is definitely forming an eye here. You can see right there. The storm now has an eye. Now, it's not perfect. It's not perfect looking, but it's an eye. There you go. The eye is now visible. And like I said, this thing is likely going to become perfectly symmetrical once it moves its way past Cuba, which is quite nuts. Like I said, this island chain here that Proxy told me the name of that I can never pronounce correctly, you are very much likely getting some very nasty conditions right now. We're talking serious conditions. We're talking like these winds and up to like 105 sustained with wind gusts up to 120. Look at this. This island here has literally been skimmed. There's the eye wall right here, and it's been skimming. It's currently skimming these regions here, which obviously that's not going to be good. It looks like we are closing down on this storm to hit right in this little bay area. You see that? It looks like that's going to take a direct hit. Which, yeah, the center is definitely on the track. It's right on track here. And like I said, the crazy part is if you take a look here at the future cone, like I said, between Clearwater and Tampa, that's kind of where we are expecting in landfall here in Florida, which is definitely interesting. Very, very crazy. And like I said, And like I said, with that being said, though, a lot of the models have actually been kind of glued to the Tampa area, which obviously they have now evacuations that have been ordered. We do have mandatory evacuations, which is quite nuts. So obviously evacuations are a thing. Obviously Cuba has already evacuated, or at least the people should have evacuated. I do know that they had those evacuation notices for Cuba as well on the western side. So a lot of the people migrated eastward, or at least they should have. A lot of people should have. But I bet a lot of people did, though. I mean, this is this is really gonna pack a punch for Cuba. And but like I said, the crazy thing is like I was saying, I mean, this thing's gonna strengthen over Cuba. This is not gonna weaken. Now, in a normal sense, if it went more to the east, it would likely weaken because those mountain ranges are a lot higher. There's a lot more higher elevation across these regions here, which obviously terrain has a lot to do with the longevity and the intensity of these cyclones. Now, yes, this thing is going to be making landfall here in Cuba, but it's honestly going to be, like I said, obviously it's going to be like more on that shallower end, so that's kind of what we're talking about here. Let's see here. Bug says, my brother is being evacuated east of Tampa. My brother lives east of Tampa, too. He lives in Lakeland, in which, obviously, with that being said, yeah, Lakeland's going to definitely, Lakeland's going to get it. That's where my brother's at. So he's going to get a lot of those winds and that rain, too. That's what's kind of interesting. But we'll see that. I'm hearing people are saying, let's see here, Julie, sorry, buffering again for a few seconds. I don't know what is going on with my views here. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Now, if say if the stream does cut off, then we're just going to restart it. But no need to do so right now. But yeah, there's a radar view just above my head here for Cuba. I mean, that's definitely very much getting close. It's really, really getting close here, which is quite interesting. Let's go ahead and see. So obviously, let's go ahead. I want to check something really quickly. Apparently, let's see here. Is this Cuba? Okay, streamception. Let's see. Is this correct still? Okay, we're good. We're still running live. Okay, that's good. Hopefully it stays like that, obviously. But yeah, so like I said, the eye is definitely becoming visible now, which is great. Or bad, depending on which way you look at it. Let's see. Dang, I can't process memberships. Must be wonky this evening. I'll try tomorrow or next stream. Proxy, hey, don't worry about it. Like I said, you've already helped out the channel so much. And obviously, it's greatly appreciated. You don't have to help us out anymore. Like I said, you don't even have to help us out. Like I said, I mean, just you being here, it's greatly appreciated. Now, maybe it was because my stream was glitching there for a second. Hopefully, it doesn't restart like it just did. But anyways. Like I said, guys, we are still watching this. Let's go get a little update here on the information coming through from the Hurricane Hunters. Just going to switch on back here. So, we just updated this. Now they're heading west, but we do not have a reading yet on the center. Latest pressure before, like I said, not the last run, but the run before going through the eye was at 965. A little increase, but like I was saying, that was likely because they did not drop it in the exact center. They were a little bit off, but regardless, though, we should get more data coming through here. They did just fly once again through the eye here. They fly through the eye, in which obviously we're going to get more data coming through here soon. Which that's good, obviously. Let's see. So we have ourselves. Okay, here we go. Devin is reporting to us. Recon mission number 18 discovered 959 millibar pressure earlier, along with 96 plus knot FL winds. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna wait for that to come through here, obviously. Okay, whenever I get that information, we'll let you know. I want to see if the Hurricane Center has updated anything yet. Let's see, 1058 was last update. 105, 962 millibars, still the same. Still the same. We're looking good. Still fresh and up to date, but it would not be surprising if, that next update does bring an intensification. Like I said, I mean, this system is literally 6 miles away, 6 mile an hour away from being a Category 3 hurricane. I mean, it's right there. It's an upper level Category 2. It is a very strong Category 2. And like I said, It's only going to strengthen even as it passes through Cuba. Like I said, the forecast track has this thing going from a Cat 2 to a Cat 3 over Cuba. This thing's likely going to turn from a Category 2 to a Category 3 over Cuba. Move off to a Category 4 with sustained winds here of 140 expected here at the worst, at the peak here. As you can see right there, maximum winds and maximum wind gusts up to 170 miles per hour. Wow, that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Look at that, 140 mile per hour winds with gusts up a lot higher. That's actually really, really nuts. So, anyways, we'll definitely watch out for it. Question coming in from Michael. Will Lee County get it? Where is Lee County? You got to tell me which side of the state it's at. Obviously, like I said, it takes too long to just look up one specific area there. Let's go ahead and switch on over here, my friends. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the latest info with... Oh, here we go. Okay, we got ourselves that one, like I said, that one station we were looking at that got a little messed up here. That's now showing 29 miles an hour. Okay, so it's not dead. It's just really slow at updating on that one. Airport, 11. Unfortunately, we don't have too many stations here in Cuba. At least none that are shareable. But we do have ourselves a lot of stations here in Florida. So once this does make landfall in Florida, you bet we're going to give you guys tons and tons of wind information here. But apparently, like I said, let's go and take a look here really quickly. See if that pressure reading has picked up yet. So it should at the next update here. Okay, so literally any minute this will pop up here with our new pressure update most likely. So we'll check back to that here in a minute. We'll see if anything's popping up. And like I said, we're already starting to feel the effects on this system, guys, in Florida. I mean, Florida is already getting tropical storm force wind gusts. Like I said, we've already had a 66 mile per hour wind gust here earlier. Right there, tropical wind gusts associated with the outer rain bands from Hurricane Ian. And obviously, it's only going to get worse across those regions, but it's crazy. This is the outer band, and the center of the storm is all the way over here, which is a very large distance. Let's actually measure that. I'm actually kind of curious to see how far away that is. Now, remember, the eye has changed too, so I'm just going to take this current eye information. But that is, wow, that's about 300 miles away from that. That is, that's interesting. That's really, really interesting here. Now, like I said, the latest information here, yeah, the eye is definitely really showing itself here. And you can obviously tell, yeah, lots and lots of convection still continues to ravish across portions here of the eye there. I mean, that's really showing us. Like I said, the grays and blacks, that's showing us rapid intensification, in which that's already happening here. Waiting for an update. Nothing yet on our Hurricane Hunter. So give it 1 second, guys. Give it like another minute or so, and we'll double check on this. Like I said, we are about to get some new information coming through here with that possible pressure reading. Like I said, according to Devin, apparently it was at 959 millibars with 96 plus, I think that's what he said, 96 plus knots of winds being reported from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, which that's pretty crazy. Let me check on the status if there's any more storms heading through. Okay, there's that one. Okay, the one that's currently in storm. So yeah, we just have the one that's currently... like I said, we just have the one that's currently en route, or the currently one that's in storm right now. And I'll just go ahead and show you guys here really quickly where this storm, or where this airplane is at. That little area, you see how it kind of lightens up there? That is the center. That is the eye of the system here. And obviously, like I said, here's a previous reports coming through. Oh, there we go. They just now updated. They're going up here to the northwest, but apparently no pressure reading yet. Interesting. Devin, where did you get your source from? Where did you hear this 959 pressure from? We should eventually get an update from the Hurricane Center too. Like I said, we just got one when we first went live. Latest information does have, like I said, latest information does have it at 105 sustained winds here, which is quite nuts. Devin's saying tornado warning here as well. Where is there a tornado warning? Let's see. I see one. I see where it is. It in like Florida? Oh shoot! Hold on a second. That's actually in the Keys. Let me switch to radar view. This is what? Hold on a second. We now have a tornado warning for the Keys, apparently. We're already seeing that tornado possibility popping up. Oh, wow. There's even a little hook on there. That might... Oh, yikes. They have that warned outside of the... where the tight rotation's at. Right there. That's where the rotation's at. Yeah. We have ourselves a tornado warning for the Keys. Now in effect, guys. That's some information. And if we take a look here at reflectivity, you can actually start to see, yeah, we're already starting to see some of that, some of those rain bands already being detected by the Key West. You know, by the Key West radar here. Uh-oh. Once again, guys, breaking news coming through. We now have a tornado warning for portions of Key West. Let's see, this is right here just to the west, couple miles of Marathon. It looks like 2, but it's 1 because they're connected. It looks like a big old dumbbell. It's kind of a weird warning there, but yeah, we got to watch out for that. Yeah, these bands, like I said, once again, I mean, these hurricanes can definitely spawn tornadoes. On the right-hand side is what they do. And obviously, as the system does barrel towards, like, you know, places here in Florida, as it does barrel towards places like, you know, Central Florida, that's obviously going to throw a tornado threat too. Which, I don't know if the Storm Prediction Center has picked up on this yet. Okay, day 2 they do. Oh yeah, guys, look at this. Here is the latest hurricane. Let's go take a look at this here right now. Here's, not the hurricane, here's the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook here. You can see a slight risk here for tomorrow. Yep, they have a 5% tornado risk. Uh-oh. Okay. So, there it goes. Just to show you that that's there. So, once again, we just had a tornado warning that popped up here. Once again, for portions of the Keys. Marathon included, or relatively west of Marathon. Let's see. Once again, back on radar views. Yeah, that's honestly... Oh, there it is right there. You can kind of tell. That's some tight rotation. That might be doing something. It looks like it's mostly over water, though. The correlation coefficient's not going to help by sucking up water, obviously. But I mean, yeah, it's there. I mean, there's some rotation going on there. Once again, guys, this is in Key West. This is right here off the Keys, and this is associated with Ian. Absolutely. Yeah, those outer bands are starting to actually reach southern Florida, believe it or not. Which is nuts. And also the eye, as you can see, is really starting to form here as well. So that's some new information here too. Yeah, it's doing a great job. Like I said, it's definitely doing a great job here over the last several scans of forming that eye, which it might get a little bit better organized. You know, it actually might get better organized by the time it does reach Cuba, which is expected. Let's see. Any pressure reading yet? Nothing yet. K Love says 5% tornado question mark. Yes, yeah, we do have a 5% risk here for tornadoes tomorrow. But apparently that threat's actually coming early because we already have a tornado warning here in effect for portions of the Key West. Like I said, that right there, you guys, that little area you see, that is some rotation. And the radar is to the west of this storm. So the red is showing the winds move away from radar, and the green showing it move towards. So we're seeing, yeah, some counterclockwise rotation that's ongoing with that. That is showing us we have a tornado possibility. And it hasn't even hit Cuba yet. And it's already posing tornado concerns for portions of Florida. It's not very good. Anyways, let's grab a little update here. We're going to grab a length update here from the center. Let's see. Okay, it's getting closer. Definitely getting closer. We're about 35 miles. We're about 35 miles away from the center of Ian to touch the land of Cuba. And like I was saying, it's not going to weaken as it does so. It's actually forecasted to strengthen. The system is going to strengthen possibly into a Category 3 as it's over Cuba. Like I said, right now it's an upper level Category 2. Any new updates on the Hurricane Center? Nothing yet. But like I said, upper level Category 2 at 105 mile per hour sustained winds. Obviously, that's constant winds. Like I said, constant means sustained. Obviously, with higher gusts. Basically, the gusts being higher than that. So we're kind of seeing those gusts maybe up to around 120 or so. That latest refresh, look at that. That's actually, wow. That's, if you look at it from a distance, that's really trying to form that eye. It's done that quickly too. I mean, look, nothing there, but then you see this quickly just pop up, and that eye magically appears. That is, that's definitely very nuts, and that's also giving us signs that things rapidly intensifying. You can see all this convection, this very, very strong thunderstorm activity right here in the center of the storm. And like I said, obviously the grays and the blacks are representing this, actually showing the, actually showing that kick off. You know, really strong rapid refresh here. Let's see here. Bug says, don't think there are basements in Florida either. There's not, no. It's mostly sand in Florida. That would be a pain to make them. Also, they'd flood very, very easily. Because the water level actually, if you dig underground, is very, very shallow. Very, very low. If you dig like 10 feet or so, it depends on where you're at really, you'll instantly reach water. And that's, if you dig that, if you have a basement, expect your basement to be constantly flooded, which that's why they don't have basements. Which obviously that's kind of for a good thing. But look at that. So, like I said, this island here just south of Cuba, yeah, this guy is really getting slammed hard here. Like I said, this is obviously causing, they're right there on that eye wall. They're really getting hit by this. And like I said, that is pretty crazy. I'm actually going to screenshot this eye wall here in the latest scan. That's pretty nuts. Really, really is crazy. We're going to save that here. Now, as we just measured, we're about 35 miles away from landfall. So it's getting close. It's getting very, very close here. Latest information from the hurricane hunters. Like I said, they are still in the storm. That's where they're at now. Here's the center right there we just looked at. That's the eye. There's that island there here in Cuba. The pressure has been dropping. It did actually go up a millibar, but I think that's because they just they missed the exact center of Ian on that drop zone. So I think that's why the reading is a little bit higher. It's not because it's weakening. But we did just have a fly. They already did fly in the eye of the storm here, which honestly is kind of interesting here. They've already flown into that. See, the sea level pressure where they're at right now is 1,002 millibar. Let's see, any other missions coming through? Yeah, it does not look like that there is. Yeah, there's not any other missions that's forecast. Like I said, right now we just have this Air Force Reserve mission that's ongoing here, so that's good. At least we're getting constant updates on the storm right now. It's much, much needed, and I believe that once, I mean, you got to think they've been on this mission for quite a while, so they're probably going to head back home soon. And then, with that being said, they're probably going to launch another mission eventually. They probably will. They most likely will. Because we need constant data. We do. We need constant information here. Speaking of information, let's go and update this radar view here. Yeah, so this radar is where that island is, which is right here, that island. Once again, I can never pronounce this name correctly, so even if I tried, it's not pretty. But, yeah, I mean, look, that eye is right next to it. I mean, it is dead up, like, how far away is this eye from the island here? That's kind of interesting. On the far eye wall, yeah, it's like less than 20 miles. Less than 20 miles away. Let's try this again from the center of the storm to the biggest peak. Once again, less than 20 miles away. So that's quite nuts, actually. So that's very close to that island right there. And like I said, it's about 35 miles we measured from the center of the eye to the impact location. So it should be there, yeah, in about an hour and a half or so. It's getting close. Okay, says those basements would constantly damp. Yeah, they'd be flooded completely. Mostly be always flooded. That's why they don't have any basements in Florida. I mean, you dig not too far down and there's water. Not very practical for basements. Anyways. Yeah, especially, like I said, right there near the coast, too. I mean, where the biggest impacts are, especially. Let's do an update here on the winds. Let's see if we got any more wind reports coming through here. Let's see. We're going to switch on back here to my main screen, guys. So, here we go. So, we have ourselves this one station here in Cayo Largo. This is reporting 30 mile per hour, 29, but 30. Oh, well, we're just going to round it up to 30 miles an hour. Winds. It's constant winds. Obviously, higher gusts could be possible there. Like I said, unfortunately, we don't have too many wind areas here, or too many stations here. Once again, we have lots of them in Florida, though. We have plenty of them. Each one of these little guys are weather stations. So we can obviously get a lot of data whenever this thing comes towards Florida. But we do have the aircraft that's in there, which is great. Let's see. Anything on the latest information from the Hurricane Center? Nothing yet. Yep, here you go. 962 millibars, still 105 miles per hour. So, yep, our data is still up to date here. Still looking pretty good here. That's the Saffir-Simpson scale. Obviously, so right now we're at 105 sustained. Like I said, it's literally about 6 miles an hour off from being considered a Category 3 hurricane. Which, that is nuts. That is actually pretty crazy. And like I said, I mean, this thing is, at max, supposed to be up to a Category 4 hurricane just after it passes portions of Cuba. Look at this. Maximum sustained winds. Once again, constant winds of 140 miles per hour is expected after Cuba landfall. That is nuts. Obviously showing ourselves the wind gusts getting up to 170 miles per hour. Can you believe that? That is absolutely nuts. Anyways, let's grab another information here. Let's go ahead and grab some more data in regards to the hurricane hunters. I don't know if they have any update on that pressure drop or not. Oh, you know what? It does not look like it, but here's the thing. They did finish their mission, which is not surprising. There you go, finish. So that is, yeah, they're heading back home because, I mean, you got to think. They have a limited amount of fuel. They did do a lot of runs here. But I would assume that here soon, we're going to have ourselves another mission taking place. Right now, we don't have any, but yeah, you can see in this one. Look at this. It looks like that big peace sign, or that one sign. You know what I'm talking about? That emoji? Not peace emoji, that type of emoji. It looks just like it. But they did a lot of analysis earlier on the storm. They plugged all this data into models, too, to give us better data, or get us better projections, I should say. Yeah, look at that. they kind of flow around the outsides of it. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that was a NOAA mission. And then you got lower level reconnaissance. Yeah, so that's in the latest information from the hurricane hunters, you guys. That's currently the latest info in regard to that. But yeah, it would not be surprising if we did get a new plane to launch off here soon. Like I said, there's tons of planes to do this with. Wow, look at that eye now. That looks pretty well made. It's still kind of wobbly, obviously. It's still kind of a little bit off. It's very far from symmetrical. It looks like a dinosaur. Look at that. You got your head. There's a little. It looks like one of those what is that? T-Rexes, right? T-Rexes with the small little. Oh my gosh! Look at it. It's a little T-Rex. Okay, maybe I'm just having past midnight hallucinations or something. But anyways, it did look like a little T-Rex. Anyways, though, but like I said, this thing is getting close, very, very close to landfall at this point. Hurricane conditions, at this point, I would say they are definitely likely dealing with this. I would say they are definitely likely having those hurricane conditions along Cuba now. Especially along this island. Like I said, you can see right there where there's big old convective bursts have been kicking up here. I mean, honestly, yeah, I mean, they've been getting slammed. I bet, honestly, yeah, these conditions are, I bet they're at their worst right now across the western side of this island. Which that is, that's crazy. That is indeed very, very crazy. Let's do another reading. Let's see how far away this system is. Doesn't that look like a T-Rex? This looks like a bunny or a corgi. It looks like a fox. No, it looks like a squirrel. Hold on a second. You see this? There's the bushy tail. There's the head right there. It even has an eye. That's kind of a weird place in an eye, but look at that. It looks like a squirrel that's running, right? Do y'all see that? Am I wrong? Look at that. It literally looks like a squirrel. And it has an eye, too. That's crazy. Anyways, it has an eye inside the eye. But let's go ahead and grab a little scan here really quickly. Let's go ahead and just pick the middle point right about there. About 35 miles away. But anyways, so yeah, it's still it's getting close. Yeah, those winds are really baffling. Cross portions here of southern Cuba, southwestern Cuba. Megan says it looks like a freaking hamster. I think it looks like a squirrel, honestly. There's like the face, there's the eye. It looks like a running squirrel with a big old bushy tail. That does. I don't know if they're going to give us another pressure reading on that. Hey-oh, what? Wait a second. They did. Actually, here's... Oh, wow, that's actually a drop. For a second, I thought it went up, but hold on a minute. Let me actually go ahead and look at this here, guys. This is the Hurricane Hunter. This is when they just finished the mission, right? If you zoom into it, that's where they ended right there. They're done with the mission. But look, 961 millibars. It actually did drop a bit. So, you know what that means, y'all. We're going to update our pressure to 961 right there. There we go. All right, pressure's updated. Now down to... Courtney. What? Why? Oh my gosh. Okay, so anyways, but this pressure has indeed dropped quite significantly. It's dropped 4 millibars. It has. Let's see. Moose says, so when it drops lower, is that bad? Yes, because that means the storm is strengthening. You know, anytime you have that pressure drop like it is, that means that it's undergoing some intensification, in which, like I said, it's undergoing rapid intensification at this most part. You know, for right now, like I said, it's right there scraping land, and it's still rapidly developing, which is crazy. That is quite interesting here. But yeah, that eye is becoming way more developed, actually looking relatively fine. Let me grab... okay, so we actually have some data coming through here as well. Wow, holy cow. Okay, guys, look at this. Here's some information from that last bit of the mission. You can see, if you look at this is the surface winds, right? You can see that little peak right there towards the end. That's equivalent to 100... That's 105 knots. It's right there between 100 and 110. So, let's do the math here. Wait, hold on a second, y'all. We got some information. Hold on, we got to switch over here really quickly. So 105 knots to miles per hour. There's no way that's right. There's no way that's right. Is it? Are we talking category 3 now? Okay. So, guys, so I don't know if you just saw that. I think this thing is a category 3 now with 120 mile per hour winds. I'm not going to change it yet. I'm obviously going to wait because... Wow, that's interesting. But like I said, once again, there you go. There's the data point right there at 105. It follows right between... It literally follows like right between 100 and 105. It's right there. It's like, yeah, it's right in there. Which I think, guys, off the analysis from the latest flight, they concluded that this thing, I think it's a category 3, which, like I said, that's not surprising considering the eye and how quickly this thing's been developing. I mean, look at it. Over the last several scans, there you go. It starts developing that eye. Guys, we might have a Category 3 on our hands now. It's still, according to the Hurricane Center, category, but that's still hasn't updated yet. Okay. Well, that's good news. We should get a new update coming here soon from the Hurricane Center. And once we do, then we'll definitely relay it as soon as possible. But I have some pretty interesting beliefs to think that this is now a Category 3 hurricane. Multiple supports. First of all, aircraft was showing 105 knots, which is equivalent to 120 miles an hour. We did have a rapid pressure drop from 965 to now 961, which that's 4 millibar drop in the latest scan. And obviously, we did the correlation, everything like that. Obviously, by taking a look at satellite imagery here, we can see that very strong convection, very, very strong thunderstorm activity that's kicking off across the center of the storm here, which you can obviously tell. I mean, that is some rapid intensification here. And you can obviously see that's wrapping around the center. And obviously that eye pops out of nowhere and it's becoming really well defined in a short period of time. That's also showing rapid development too. So, yeah, I think we got a Category 3 on our hands, y'all. I think so. Let's see. We're going to do a little update here, guys, on the winds. We're going to take a look here and see if there's anything on the wind reports in regard to things. We're going to take a look down towards like the Key West area. Like I was saying, Key West actually has already had some wind reports over tropical storm force, or sorry, in the tropical storm force, I should say. Right now, winds as of 30 minutes ago, which obviously is a little bit outdated ago, but still, 23 miles per hour sustained, or sorry, 17 sustained, 23 gusts, which is crazy. Obviously, this is showing 29 gusts, so a little higher. Yeah, they're not there yet. Like I said, obviously, it's still going to take some time before before the storm really reaches them. Like I said, that's the center, right? I think it's a little bit outdated. Let's see, we're going to bring this right. It's okay. It's not that close, but it's close. Anyways, Julie says that eye appeared in the last 110 minutes. Yeah, it did, and the way it's looking now is kind of shocking. Look like a corn dog? I don't know. It looks like a corn dog, doesn't it? Oh, wait, I don't know. Maybe a jelly bean. But anyways, like I said, yeah, this thing is barreling closer. It's still not very symmetrical. Like I said, obviously this is still very much off balance, but it's getting there. It's getting its act together. Hey, it takes time, and it's doing it. And that's what I was saying. I was definitely I had a very strong belief that this thing was going to look a lot better, the eye, before it reaches land, and it definitely does look like that is what we are seeing here. It definitely does look like that's the case. But anyways, let's go see. Is the eye looking like it's hitting more West Cuba? No, it kind of looks like, if you take a look at the eye, it's obviously wobbling around. It's going to continue to. Obviously, okay, we're seeing it right now. It's pulling up. It looks like it might be traveling a little bit more west. Does that, you see what I'm saying? It looks like it might be a little bit more west, according to the latest scans. That's interesting. And like I said, guys, obviously, if you're joining us, welcome. Glad to have you guys here. But the crazy thing is like I said, we just got word from the NOAA aircraft that just flew through the system here. Like I said, right there, you can see right there, surface winds as of the aircraft observation. Remember, this is observation's been reported. The winds were at 105 knots, and we did the math, right? We did the math, and it came out to be 105 knots is equal to 120 miles per hour. Which, with that being said, if we pull up the Saffir-Simpson scale, 120 miles an hour is a Category 3. So, and also the pressure dropped 4 millibars, which is showing rapid intensification, which is pretty crazy. So I do believe we have a Category 3 on our hands right now. Let's see. We're going to wait for latest updates coming through. Still no updates from the Hurricane Center, but I bet you, I would not be surprised if next time we do get our update coming through, it'll be at 120 miles per hour, somewhere near it. 120 sustained with obviously higher gusts here, which that's pretty crazy here. Let's see here. Caroline says, as of now, I'm unable to contact my cousins cousins. I meant to. I tried to put cousins and Cuban together, or Cuba. My cousins in Cuba. Well, Caroline, obviously, I hope that they're okay. Obviously, they should have known about the system in time to prepare. I hope they did. And if you have any questions, Caroline, in regard to this, make sure you let us know, okay? We're gonna try to do our best to keep you guys informed. That's obviously what we're here for. Radar view above us. Yeah, the storm is definitely getting closer. It's right almost there. Let's see. So when is the next initiation of this update? I don't know exactly when, but we'll definitely continue watching it. Like I was saying, I mean, Florida, you guys are already getting impacted by this. So, those outer bands, you can see really, like I said, we are starting to see, I mean, rapid, stuff kicking off here at the moment, which is pretty nuts. Proxy saying, Andrews, E&I is telling you that I need something to eat. I mean, let's see what it looks like now, actually. Let's see what this... that looks like a duck! Doesn't it look like a duck? Look, it has an eye and everything. It literally has an eye inside the eye. Doesn't that look like a duck? You have the beak, right? And a little tail or whatever. And then that looks just like a duck or a bird of some sorts. I mean, you draw the... There you go. That's kind of bad drawing. Courtney, no you. But, yeah. That looked just like a duck. It really does. Okay, it's getting there. It's let's see how far away this duck is from the side here of Cuba. Yeah, it definitely looks a lot more west than the actual. Like I said, it definitely looks a lot more west. But yeah, we're about 30 miles away now from landfall. From the center, I should say. From the eye wall, it looks just like a duck. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're about 25 miles away from landfall. So, give it an hour, guys. It should be making landfall. Definitely getting there. It's close, but this is we got the duck here, guys. We got our eye wall duck. Let's see here. Matt says, I'm in Jacksonville. My grandpa family is evacuating Tampa. Hurricane can be devastating. Look at pictures of Miami after Hurricane Andrew. Crazy stuff. Yeah, back in 1992, yeah, Hurricane Andrew was definitely quite crazy. Julie says it looks like a rubber duck. Yeah, I used to play with in the bathtub when I was little. That literally looks straight up like a duck. I'm not even joking. This looks just like a duck. Let's see. We're waiting on Hurricane Center to update. I don't know when they're going to... Devin, if you're here, do you know when they're going to initiate the next update? But if you do, let me know. If you can figure it out, it'd be greatly appreciated. Kind of have my hands full right now. It's a little hard to tell. Yeah, I mean, look at that. See that spiking on the bottom of that, on the storm? That is definitely good signatures of this thing is strengthening like crazy. I mean, look, the eye wasn't even visible for a while, and it just now popped up and now producing ducks, which is interesting. Courtney, no you. But yeah, I mean, this thing is definitely kicking off. Courtney, like, oh my gosh. Let's see. Megan says it looks like a Squirtle. Kind of, yeah. Kind of. Let's see here. I heard there was a water spout in Key West like 30 minutes ago. We did have a tornado warning that was in place for persons, or places, I should say, in portions of Key West. Yeah, you can look right there, like west of Marathon. You see it popped up there with that one cell. It's gone now, but we did have a tornado warning that was in place here. Megan saying you're making them smile. No, you're not. Definitely no. It's just I have an itch or something, you know. Anyways, but yeah. So, little ducky is still there. Oh my god, his eye's gotten huge. The duck in the eye, or the eye in the duck, I should say, has gotten huge. It still looks like a duck, though. I mean, obviously, it still has a beak and everything. That is still a well-defined duck. Okay, let's do a little update, guys, on the wind speeds really quickly again. We're gonna check a look here back and see if there's any information here that is across the way. So as of now, the Keys are still kind of clocking in 25 mile per hour wind gusts, just updated here. 29, 19, 20 there. 20 there as well, 19, 22, 22. So it's looking like 20s, yeah, it looks like we're gusting in the 20s as of now. But like I said, obviously we did have, we actually did have a little bit to go. So I'm going to show you guys here really quickly. So a while back on the beginning scans here, you can see Yeah, we absolutely did have a wind report here of 66 miles per hour, which that's upper level strength for tropical storm. That's upper level tropical storm strength here. Southeast wind gusts of 57 knots or 66 miles per hour was recorded by the Long Key Seaman Station. Obviously, at 8:10 p.m. This was obviously a while ago, considering it's now 1 o'clock. But anyways, yeah, considering it's now still 1 o'clock, let's do an update here. Has Devin wrote back? Devin, are you still here? Can someone find out when the next hurricane, if anyone knows when the next hurricane advisory will be? I think they do it every 3 hours, if I'm not mistaken. And the last one was at 11 o'clock, so I don't know. But they sometimes do intermediate updates if they find something new. And like I said, guys, what we literally just possibly learned here. Like I said, out of this, here, we're going to switch on back here. So this is the data from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. And we obviously figured out right there, suspect. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. But we did have that get up to 105. But it is suspected. Yeah, 105 right there. So that is what we are crazy. So that's what we're talking about. So once again, that was up to 120. That was up to 120 miles per hour. Now, like I said, that would, if that does come out to be confirmed, which it's not 100%, I'm not going to say it's confirmed right now, but if it did come out to be confirmed, that would indeed make it a Category 3, which honestly would not be surprising at all. I mean, considering the way it looks now, I mean, look at this system. It is blown up in the last little bit. Look, it goes from that to looking very ferocious. I mean, it looks from being ferocious to very ferocious. But look at that. Eye really develops. It's also another sign that this thing is rapidly getting a hold of itself. Last update was 105 miles per hour. And like I was saying, with that being said, that means it's 6 miles an hour off from being considered a Category 3. So it's right there. It's definitely right there at that boundary between pushing it. So, but anyways, we'll see. Obviously, next update, we're going to be able to tell what is going on here. I'm going to check and see if we have any more missions scheduled, which I don't know. Let's see. Okay, as of now, yeah, all the missions have finished for now. I don't know if they're going to. I don't know if they're going to launch one anytime soon. They might. Honestly, I have a feeling they probably will launch another mission here in a little bit because of the urgency here in Western Cuba. Obviously, I'm sure they want to gather some data as it's currently impacting the region. They're obviously going to get a lot more data coming through here. I don't know what that eye is now. Let's see here. But yeah, let's see. Kay says that looks like a bird now. I mean, well, I mean, it looked more like a duck earlier. If you looked at it, it goes from a squirrel, right? Look, or a wolf, or no, it's a fox, right? So you see, there's the head, there's the feet, there's the bushy tail, and it turns from a fox into a duck. That literally looks just like a duck. It literally does. I mean, that is literally okay. Hold on. Let's see. I am so at this point. I mean, come on. Come on. That does... like, seriously. Let's flip backwards. Uh-oh. That's not very good. But look! This is Courtney, by the way, or Arctic. This is a nice selfie of Courtney's butt. But doesn't that look just like it? Okay. Okay, anyways, but that's a little bit enough getting sidetracked here. Now now my search history is going to have rubber duck in it. Anyways, let's see here. So yeah, no new information on no new information on if we have any more missions coming up here soon. So that's what we're looking at. And he says y'all are playing. I swear though, I mean, Ian's playing some games with us or something. Playing some late night games. You know, Ian is quite the system. He says we got to focus on. Yeah, absolutely. It's easy to get sidetracked by ducks or the eye that looks like a duck. Luckily now it doesn't really look like anything, so I think we're relatively good there. Anyways, but like I said, we'll just go ahead and grab another measurement, guys. See just how far the system is. So from the eye wall, about 25 miles, you guys. So we're about 25, a little bit less, miles from the impact zone. At 25 miles. So that is what we're looking at there. Absolutely. Getting very, very closely. And considering the motion of the storm here, I just don't know when they're going to update this. The last update in the motion of the storm here was at 13 miles per hour. It was at 13 miles an hour, which now it's unknown because we still haven't had an update. But we should get an update here, I'd say, within the hour. And within the hour, we should have an update here. Which, obviously, that'll be good. And like I said, I'm very, very concerned because of the last data set we just got in here. Once again, for the people joining us, last update has this system here. Last update was at 105 mile per hour sustained winds. That's pretty nuts. Obviously, higher gusts up to like 120 where possible. But here's the thing. The latest Hurricane Hunter aircraft, they literally just... The last set of data that just came through here, really, it's crazy, has a gust here of up to 105 knots, which 105 knots is equivalent to 120 miles per hour. So, with that being said, if it's 120 miles an hour, that's in the Category 3 realm, in which the forecast models did support this thing becoming a Category 3 upon landfall, in which it's not there yet. So, didn't mean to change all that. With that being said, though, like I said, this thing could make landfall, or is about to make landfall as a Category 3. And like I said, obviously the island here, this is obviously getting pretty crazy. You know, obviously they're inside the eye wall. They're probably getting the worst of it here right now, which is quite nuts. Let's see. We have ourselves some footage from Cuba. All right, let's go take a look at it, guys. Some footage from Cuba apparently coming in here. Wow, that looks ferocious. they must not be in the like heavy impact. Wow, look at those buildings though. Look how like different they are in a cool way. It doesn't look too bad. I mean, it looks breezy, but that I feel like they're probably in central Cuba or something along those lines. But that they don't look like they're in. Imagine all this hype for that. But no, I'm just kidding. No, this is actually pretty bad. Not as that, but that is like I said, that is what we are looking at. You know, which that is that is what we are seeing here. So, anyway, so once again, guys, this thing is barreling ever so closely. I mean, over the last several scans, I mean, this thing's been kicking up in quite the intensity. It's been getting pretty nuts. Which, yeah, I mean, that's obviously kind of expected here. This system, like I said, looks like, from the latest information, does look like it is now turned to a Category 3. Like I said, I'm obviously going to wait for official information. I'm going to take a screenshot of that eye there again. Like I said, in regard to things, like I said, obviously, it's up there. Let's see here. My first question is where to stay on a projected path. Or if I was to stay on a projected path, there would be any type of effects on the southeast Florida, like West Palm. So you're talking like, you're talking like Miami or West Palm's like right in here. Okay, so the cone of uncertainty where the center of the storm could track into does not include West Palm. Obviously, conditions would be way better over here than they would be like towards Tampa, kind of obvious. We are expecting tropical storm conditions across portions here of eastern Florida. That is expected to occur. I mean, obviously these are watches, basically meaning to pay attention and keep an eye out for it. But yeah, does not mean that there, not any warnings. So stay tuned for warnings. But yeah, so in regard to things, obviously those areas would be better off than West Palm. Absolutely. I mean, you should honestly monitor this very closely. Like I said, obviously the center of the storm. Okay, now as of latest information, according to the cone, we are likely going to see nearly a Tampa landfall. It's possible. The current middle point, the current median point does show between Clearwater and Tampa of a landfall here, which is actually, yeah, that's pretty impactful. A lot of models are also supporting this as well. Like I said, obviously a lot of models are very, very supportive in this factor as well, which is pretty crazy. So, let's see here. Now, here's another question. Would it still be able to make a more eastern turn? We're relatively locked into point that this thing is going to just continue to move its way forward to the northeast. I don't think it's really going to... Like I said, as of now, the cone of uncertainty has this thing going as far east as areas just north of Cape Coral. Okay? Mostly just here, just north of Cape Coral for the most part. So I think that, in regard to things, any lower than that is quite unlikely. But the effects... That's another story. The effects can obviously be felt in lower areas, which is definitely quite interesting there. But yeah. Anyways, let's see here. So, yep, here's the latest satellite imagery, guys. Tons and tons of rapid development out of this guy. I mean, this is, like, you can obviously tell. I mean, this is really kicking up here. We are seeing... I mean, if we go back here in time, you can see how there's no eye visible and just how miraculously quickly this thing actually kicks off here, which is nuts, which is actually really, really crazy, and how fast this eye is developing. I mean, like I said, it's becoming a bit more circular, too. I mean, look at it. It's becoming more circular. Obviously, like I said, it's not perfectly symmetrical, and I doubt it will be by the time it hits Cuba, but it's definitely looking a lot better. It's definitely looking a lot better. So, definitely interesting. Matt's saying it's 500 miles across. Let me actually measure that. I can actually look at this. So from convection to end of convection is about 420 miles. From the bottom to the top, about 350. So that's kind of what I'm seeing here. But anyways, that's kind of what we are talking about. That is indeed what we are actively seeing here. So that's in regards to its size. Let's see here. Amanda says, hello, I'm a new sub, just found you. Thank you for keeping us updated. You're very welcome. I was curious, what do you think could, let's see, Okula? I'm very bad with pronunciations. You're going to learn very quickly. Anyways, we'll experience. So, here's the thing. So, I know where that's at, relatively south of Gainesville. Now, the center of the storm could possibly track its way near you, but at that point, it's going to be drastically weakening. With that being said, though, you definitely will likely see some pretty gusty winds. Well in the tropical storm force, maybe lower level hurricane force if it can keep its act together. I think you're definitely going to see those tropical storm force winds 100% for sure. You're going to see a lot of rain, too. And something I actually want to look at, something I actually do want to look at here. Let's see, okay. We're going to go ahead and switch on back here to my main screen, guys. So something I do want to show you also is a possibility of rainfall. I mean, look at this. The map does show. This is obviously not final. This can still pretty much change, but look at this. We are seeing a possibility near you of around 6 to 10 inches of rainfall being possible. So that's kind of interesting. That is definitely really, really interesting. Now, like I was saying, towards Tampa areas, I mean, we're also talking about... like I said, obviously we are talking about another 6 to 10 inches. Now, Orlando, like I said, it's kind of in its own little pocket here, which, obviously you don't know how much to trust that. This is still a few days out, and this can obviously still change. This is the days 1 to 5 excessive rainfall outlook. But look at this. I mean, off the coast here, we're talking 10 to 15 inches right along the coast here, and at the worst, 20-plus inches. But this is off out in the water. It's not going to do anything but just pour back into the ocean. So, but anyways, but for land, though, that's, flooding is actually kind of a big concern. But anyways, but yeah. Look at the latest wow, that is really exploding on the left-hand side. Do you all see this? Okay, so if you look at it, that is really starting to explode here on the left-hand side. The convection is really starting to kick off here at a quite crazy rate here, actually. So, with that being said, that is also some support of this thing rapidly intensifying here, which is actually quite nuts here. Let's see. So, yeah, definitely tropical storm force conditions are already impacting portions of Cuba. That's pretty much a given at this point. But yeah, that's pretty much a given here. Let's see here. We have ourselves. Let's see, I think the biggest issue in hurricanes is the economy. Because people buy products like crazy. It definitely doesn't help the economy in any way, based off of supply and demand factors. Also, in regard to damages, costs, tax dollars and stuff. Which, yeah, I mean, honestly, that is it can be quite costly for the economy. But in regard to it's also, I mean, here's the way I look at it. It also risks lives. It also does take lives. And like I said, you can replace any object. You can replace a car if it gets destroyed. You can replace the water that got taken from the store. But unfortunately, human lives cannot be replaced. Unfortunately. I hate to say that, but they can't. Honestly, if there's a way to bring them back, I would. But the next best thing is the fact that we alert you early enough to prepare and to obviously be ready for these situations. So like I said, that's why we're here today, obviously. But yeah, so obviously economy does get hit and all that, but also families. I think that's the biggest, is families. And property is obviously not good. But anyways, but that is kind of what we are talking about. So, but that is, that's my beliefs on that here. Let's see. So we got ourselves, let's see. Any update here on the Hurricane Center? I don't think so. Let's see here. So we have ourselves, okay, yeah, no information here yet. Let's see here. Sean, $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that, Sean. As someone from Lakeland, halfway between Tampa and Orlando, it concerns me. My brother lives in Lakeland. He lives in Lakeland, Florida, in which you guys, okay, so it's good that you guys are far away from the coast for the most part, so you don't have to deal with like storm surges or anything like that. Let's see here. Jesse, thank you so much for becoming a part of the Tropical Storm Club. Greatly appreciated, my friend. But yeah, Lakeland is far enough inland where obviously storm surges isn't going to be a concern. But like I said, but you are still going to get those winds. And like I said, where we are expecting this system to actually drive into is going to be kind of close to you. So definitely watch out for that. But once again, thank you guys. Greatly appreciated. Big shout out goes to Jesse as well as Sean. Thank you so much. Obviously, please stay safe out there, my friends. And if you got any questions, we're going to try to be here. We're going to see if we can answer any of them you have. Obviously, that is the point we're here for. So, let's see. Latest information here coming from the eye is definitely looking a lot more. It's obviously looking a lot more defined. Like I said, I mean, it's crazy the fact of how quick this eye popped up and how well it looks in a short amount of time. I mean, that is like developing quickly. Let's see here. Scott Clark with the super chat. Thank you so much, saying welcome, Amy. Well, greatly appreciate it, Scott. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Jesse says, my pleasure, former Navy hurricane hunter. Really? So you're actually a hurricane hunter? Wow, that's really cool. Well, honestly, thank you so much for that. That is seriously really appreciated for obviously your work and obviously support the channel. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Big shout out goes to you guys. Anyways, but yeah, that's definitely really cool there, Jesse. Very cool to look at. And like I was saying, it is kind of concerning here. Like I said, between the latest updates as well as what we've seen on the latest mission that the Hurricane Hunters did do. If we take a look here back at our other screen here, you can see how the latest info did relay a 105 knot wind. Or I don't know if that is, it's a suspect. I don't know how well to take that. I don't know if this is going to end up being posted. But if it does verify, this will be equivalent to 105 knots, which is equivalent to 120 miles per hour. So with that being said, that would push it enough to be in the Category 3 realm, which is close. Like I said, right now it's an upper level category. Right now it's an upper level Category 2, eventually going to be Category 3. Like I said, a lot of the models did support this system actually being a Category 3 on landfall, in which it's still possible. Absolutely. I mean, I personally think this is a Category 3 right now that we're looking at. I mean, just how quickly the eye has popped up. I mean, this eye was not like this in the last update. Last update came around like 10 o'clock, and that's just barely when this eye really started to even form. And now look how much it's strengthened. The convection on the left-hand side of the system has exploded in intensity. So honestly, like I said, this is definitely very, very interesting. Devin says new NHC outlook. Okay, thank you for that. 115. Let's see here. Let me put this up here for y'all. Wow. Okay. So let's go move on back here. They have not updated the winds as of now from what it looks like. So it's still the same at 105 miles per hour. Oh, wait, that's actually outdated. That's still 11 p.m. Okay, so we're going to wait for things to actually continue to finish updating here before we get the information. But according... Apparently it's still 105, but like I said, obviously I feel like we just need to watch out. That's probably going to update this still, so we'll keep an eye on it. Let's see here. I feel based on latest models is going to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, Tampa area, or somewhere in that area. I absolutely agree with that. There's a handful of models that does show a near or direct landfall towards Tampa. Like I said, though, the cone of uncertainty does still expand out quite a bit. Because, it still can fluctuate. This is still not solid. This is still not, like, 100% that's what's going to happen. It's still not set in concrete yet. But like I said, with that being said, though, I mean, this thing is definitely going to make a very unpleasing approach here to portions of Tampa. Like I said, between Clearwater and Tampa is where that median line of best fit, where that main line goes through. And obviously, like I said, these areas in red, these are hurricane warnings. They just issued those earlier today, which are much, much needed. And which, obviously, that's good news. They'll get the warning out there. Obviously, we need as much warning time as possible, during these systems. Absolutely. But like I said, my friends, I mean, thank you all for joining us here for today. If you have not already, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. Like I said, I don't ask for much of anything. But like I said, if you guys are enjoying this, also consider leaving a like on it as well, just to show you that if you guys do enjoy and are enjoying the coverage here. So once again, guys, like I said, I'm here for you. Always will be, no matter if it's the tropics, the severe weather, or if it's the winter weather. Hey, we got you covered here across the states and even surrounding areas. So consider hitting that subscribe button, guys, because who knows? Maybe one day you could be at risk for some severe weather, and we could get you covered. So obviously, just consider it, guys. Be greatly appreciated. I'm not trying to shove it down your throat like I know other YouTubers probably would, but like I said, obviously with that being said, we're here for you. Like I said, I'm just saying consider it. Doesn't mean you have to, but it would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Let's see here. So yeah, latest info definitely is, that's really concerning though, is that left-hand side convection. That's really kicking off here. Proxy with a $60 super chat? Are you serious, Proxy? Oh my gosh. Proxy, thank you so much. That is super greatly appreciated. Proxy, you did not have to do that. You've already supported us so much today. In general, thank you. You don't have to do this. Proxy saying, so impressed with how compassionate Andrew is towards worried members, family in Florida and Cuba. Absolutely. Let's see here. Even has his own loved ones concerned about, let's emotionally support him and each other the best we can. Oh, well, thank you so much, Proxy. Once again, everyone, please give Proxy a big thank you for that. That is seriously super, super generous. That is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Let's see here. So, yeah, latest info, still has this thing at 962 millibars. I'm going to keep it at 961 because that's what the aircraft apparently reported. 105 sustained, so it's not quite there yet. But honestly, like I said, obviously I believe, I definitely do believe that this is a little bit stronger than 105, but we're just going to go off what they said. Hold on a second. I just now realized, you guys, I'm pretty dumb for not seeing this in the beginning, but this was as of 11 o'clock. So this is still outdated. So maybe it's still a chance. We still need to wait and see if there's any updates on that. Anyways, let's do a little measurement, guys. Let's see how far away the eye is now from the coast here of Cuba. Oh, it looks like a heart now. Doesn't it look like a heart? Obviously, Proxy, that goes to you for the generous support. Obviously, all of you guys as well. It goes to everyone. Thank you so much. Once again, Proxy. It's seriously super, super generous. Super sweet of you. Greatly appreciated. Let's see here. So, okay, so we're measuring from the eye wall, the northern inner eye wall here. Oh, that's only like 25 miles. That is getting close. That is actually getting very close to landfall here. we're getting there. We're definitely getting there, which is yeah, it's already getting bad. I bet they're already experiencing these hurricane conditions easily. You know, I definitely believe that they are doing that. I mean, especially this island. I'm actually, like I said, this island right here is kind of. I bet they're getting hit hard. Like I said, I can never pronounce this island correctly, but they're getting that eye wall. They've been getting this here for a while. Like I said, they've been getting this here for quite a while. So definitely is quite interesting here. Let's see. Kay says, do airports usually do well in storms? They can obviously suffer damages, of course. They usually shut down airports, obviously, during an event like this. So, yeah, these airports have been shut down. I'm going to screenshot the eye here really quickly. Let's see, my brother is going to Orlando now. Okay, so, yeah, Orlando, you're still going to get some impacts out of this. Expect, you know, obviously, tropical storm conditions. But, like I said, you're well far enough inland where, obviously, you don't have as many concerns as the coastlines would. Like I said, the number one area... Like I said, the most area I'm concerned about is Tampa and Tampa Bay and Clearwater. Those are like the regions where we are seeing a possible direct landfall, which is definitely quite crazy. But like I said, I mean, we're already starting to see effects. We're already starting to see these effects impact portions of Florida. Now, apparently, like I said earlier, we had a tornado warning that was in place for portions here of the, obviously, of the Keys. We did have that tornado warning that was in place. It's no longer there. You can see it pop up briefly here, right there. But like I said, I mean, obviously, we are starting to get those impacts. And obviously, we are currently seeing, yeah, we've had some reports come through, too, actually showing 66, look at that, 66-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Obviously, from that rain band, that outer rain band we're talking about here, which is definitely really, really crazy. Let's see here. Imagine you plan a Disney trip for a year and Ian happens. Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, hurricanes are event ruiners. They're definitely not good when it comes to planning. They just pop out of nowhere. But you just got to know you're in the middle of hurricane season. Look at that. Look at the latest satellite imagery. This is really exploding in thunderstorm activity. Look at that. So watch right here. That is really exploding. That's obviously showing we could be seeing some, like... honestly, I think we're well over 105 miles an hour at this point. No updates yet. I'm still waiting an update here from the Hurricane Center in regard to the updated outlook. They initiated, let's see here, Ian expected to become a major hurricane overnight or early Tuesday, which it is early Tuesday right now. So this thing, honestly... yeah, honestly, I'd say this thing is already on its way. Absolutely, yeah. This thing is already on its way to... honestly, if you ask me personally, I'd say this thing is already or already say this thing is a major hurricane. Yeah, being in that Category 3 realm. But we're going off official data, so we're keeping that up to date here. But, I mean, from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft we just seen here, speaking of, I don't know if they're launching anymore. Let's see... Let's go and switch over here back to the Hurricane Hunters here. Let's see. Obviously, we have those missions that finished. Yeah, those ones are still... yeah, these ones... Yeah, there's no more missions right now. But I would expect a few in a little bit. I don't know. Does anyone have any information on the next time they're launching these aircraft? Like I said, if so, let me know. It'd be greatly appreciated. But yeah, so obviously we gotta really keep on watching this, you guys. I mean, this is, like I said, we're already having impacts here in portions of southern Florida, which is nuts. And like I was saying, you know, Key West, we've already had a pop-up tornado warning. Apparently, I heard rumors that there was a water spout associated with it, which would not surprise me. And like I said, that's the thing about these cyclones. I mean, on the right-hand side, we get what we call cyclone-induced tornadoes, and they can definitely form tornadoes here on the right-hand side. So that's also a possible concern, not just for when this makes landfall near Cuba, but also for whenever it gets near Florida. We got to watch out for also tornado concerns. You know, we do actually have a tornado risk here for tomorrow for across portions of Florida. So that's already starting to kind of kick off here. But once again, everyone, please stay safe here. Let's see, the next advisory coming out in 30 minutes by the National Hurricane Center. Timothy, thank you absolutely legend, man. Thank you for that update. And you heard it there, folks. So we're going to wait a little bit to see what the latest info is. Yeah, they're definitely still gathering all that data. Like I said, I believe this thing's definitely going to get into that Category 3 realm. Like I said, right now, being clocked in at 105 mile per hour sustained winds, honestly, I really think that this is going to, like I said, it's only 6 miles an hour away from being considered that. So, let's see here. Brady says, okay, not anything that part of Cuba will weaken is that there. So are you asking, is Cuba going to weaken the storm? It's unlikely. Honestly, it's kind of looking like it's going to be strengthening as it's passing through portions of Cuba. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it is actually going to be strengthening across the way. So that's definitely really, really interesting. But, you know, that's really concerning. I mean, right now, like I said, based off of the satellite imagery we're seeing, I mean, this is definitely strengthening. This is 100% strengthening here right now. I mean, even on the, like I said, the latest scans on that left-hand side, that's so concerning here. Let's see here. Oldstead Farms says, I'm 30 miles from the west near Cedar Key, Florida. Let's see here. Do I think the storm surge may be for me? It depends. Like I said, I can't really look where that's at right now. We can look at the storm surge map, though, if that's something you'd be interested in. We'll let's switch on over to that really quick. That's something I do want to actually show y'all. So let me go ahead and switch on over here, guys, to the latest storm surge map. Like I said, we do have an idea. Just know this is what we're looking at here. So here we go. From the Hurricane Center, this is what we are looking at. You should know where you are based off of this map, okay? But the worst of it, the storm surge could get up to 5 to 10 feet here across portions of Tampa. Obviously, that is quite crazy. So Tampa area, we could see the 5 to 10 feet Tampa Bay area of storm surge. Obviously, 5 to 8 across those oranges. A little bit more down, like 4 to 7 down here towards north of Bonita Beach. Then 2 to 4 towards like the Keys and surrounding areas, and 1 to 3 just south of Tallahassee. So that's kind of what we're talking about in regard to things. Let's see. My cousin is in. Let's see here. I can't pronounce that. Cuba. We'll just say in Cuba. Strong winds and power has went out. That's not good. And obviously, please, obviously, I hope he stays safe out there. And obviously, I hope that he took precautions. Hopefully, he took precautions in regard to that. Yeah, that's definitely quite crazy here. Let's go ahead and grab a. We're gonna grab a little screenshot of that here. Which, that's definitely quite crazy. That is really, really nuts. Like I said, this thing is actually getting very, very close to landfall. I mean, we are literally right off of here. We're so close to landfall. Like I said, this thing, as of the last update, we're going to measure it again, actually. Looks like it's gone down a bit. So, from the eye wall, we're about 20 miles away now from land here. So, this, really, over the next half hour to an hour, we should be getting a direct landfall here, which is definitely is kind of crazy. And like I said, right now this thing has as of last update, remember this is currently as of last update, 105 mile per hour sustained winds. So that's constant winds here of 105 miles per hour, which is nuts, absolutely nuts. Obviously higher gusts is expected, possibly up to around 120 being possible. So that being said, it's definitely quite crazy. You know, it definitely is quite crazy here. Let's see here. Oz says for Cuba, thank you, Andrew. From Australia, you're very welcome. Definitely glad to have some people across the pond, or across the way, I should say. Thank you for joining us. Greatly appreciate it, my friends. And like I said, obviously we are going to, obviously we are going to be here for you. We're going to keep you guys informed and stuff like that. Let's see, people are wondering why I'm using sunglasses. Yeah, I'm using the sunglasses because, like I said, it helps with glare with all the monitors I have and stuff like that. So, obviously, it's helping, keep my eyes protected too, because honestly, it's pretty crazy. Let's see, did I postpone my trip here to, Florida? I did not. No, I did not postpone that trip to Florida. We're still heading on the 1st, which, I mean, we're probably going to run into some, impacts there, unfortunately. But like I said, latest trajectories of this system, I mean, it does look like it is going to definitely being very, very close. I mean, it looks like it's going to definitely be very, very close here towards the Tampa area. Like I said, the latest cone, the center of the track, I mean, the center track does have it going between areas, like I said, near Clearwater and Tampa, which that's kind of the, what we're looking at here as of right now. Absolutely. So you're going to protect your eyes. Very wise. Well, obviously, yeah, like I said, obviously for being live long time too, it is definitely really, really crazy. Let's see, there's a special glare-resistant film you can get under your glasses too if you wear them. Huh. Yeah, it definitely does help here. Let's see here. Puss in Boots says, I like the glasses. Well, thank you so much for that. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Absolutely, greatly appreciate it, my friends. Let's see here. So, in regard to the latest info, we do not have any other active missions here right now. Let's see. So, as of right now, we are currently seeing... Okay, yeah, they're still all... Yeah, there's no missions right now. Alright, so guys, I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and head off here to break for like a few minutes. Like I said, we've been live here for about 2.5 hours or so, maybe a little bit longer. So I think I'm going to head off to break here for about 10 minutes. So hang tight, you guys. If you have any questions, I'm still going to be active in chat here. Once again, thank you all so much for being here. Evan apparently saying 68-mile-per-hour winds are being reported here. So, oh, okay. Let's see, though. I'm actually going to double check on this really quickly. We're going to switch on back here to the main screen. Let's see, there's no updates as of now, but that is pretty crazy. So 68-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported here in Cuba. Well, Evan, thank you for the update. Greatly appreciate it, my friend. Definitely does help us out there. But like I said, guys, if you have not already, like I said, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. It'll be greatly appreciated. You guys absolutely rock. Thank you all so much. And obviously, like I said, thank you everyone for the support that you guys have given us between the super chats and everything like that. Seriously, greatly appreciated. You guys don't have to do that. Just you guys being here is more than enough. And please, please, please stay safe out there. If you got any questions, let us know. We're going to be here for you guys. Greatly, greatly appreciated. So, all right, guys, we're going to be back here in about 10 minutes, so hang tight. We're going to be giving you guys more coverage here to come. We're going to go ahead and set our timer here. That way you guys have a time to look down to. So we're going to go ahead and set that up here as of right now. Once again, everyone, please, give a thank you to Proxy, absolute legend of the channel. Thank you so much for helping us out as much as he did. Greatly appreciated. All you guys matter. Greatly appreciate it. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I'm going to try to get to as many as possible. So, timer starting right now. Guys, we'll be right back here in a few moments.
Thursday, hurricane conditions possible. Thursday night, hurricane conditions possible. Friday, hurricane conditions possible. Friday night, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers early in the evening, then scattered showers in the late evening and overnight. Saturday, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Winds and seas higher and near thunderstorms. Your coastal waters forecast for the following marine location: coastal waters from Tarpon Springs to Swanee River out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Issued at 11:57 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane watch in effect. Overnight, east winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less. Isolated showers and thunderstorms. Tuesday, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots, increasing to 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Isolated thunderstorms. Isolated showers in the morning, then scattered showers in the afternoon. Tuesday night, tropical storm conditions possible with hurricane conditions also possible. Northeast winds 20 to 25 knots, increasing to 25 to 30 knots after midnight. Gusts up to 35 knots in the evening. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Numerous showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions possible. Northeast winds 35 to 45 knots. Gusts up to 60 knots, increasing to 70 knots in the afternoon. Seas 7 to 10 feet, building to 8 to 13 feet in the afternoon. Isolated thunderstorms. Widespread showers. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions possible. Northeast winds 45 to 55 knots with gusts up to 75 knots. Seas 11 to 16 feet. Isolated thunderstorms. Widespread showers. Thursday, hurricane conditions possible. Thursday night, hurricane conditions possible. Friday, hurricane conditions possible. Friday night, west winds 15 to 20 knots, diminishing to 10 to 15 knots after midnight. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers early in the evening, then scattered showers in the late evening and overnight. Saturday, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Winds and seas higher in and near thunderstorms. Flood watch in effect through late Thursday night. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall is possible? Where portions of southwest Florida and west central Florida, including the following areas: in southwest Florida, coastal Charlotte, coastal Lee, inland Charlotte and inland Lee. In west central Florida, coastal Citrus, coastal Hernando, coastal Hillsborough, coastal Levy, coastal Manatee, coastal Pasco, coastal Sarasota, DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, inland Citrus, inland Hernando, inland Hillsborough, inland Levy, inland Manatee, inland Pasco, inland Sarasota, Pinellas, Polk and Sumter. When, through late Thursday night. Impacts: excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Flooding may occur in poor drainage and urban areas. Low water crossings may be flooded. Storm drains and ditches may become clogged with debris. Extensive street flooding and flooding of creeks and rivers are possible. Area creeks and streams are running high and could flood with more heavy rain. Additional details: https www.weather.gov/safety/ flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Flood warning in effect from Wednesday morning until further notice. What minor flooding is forecast? Where? Al-Afai River at Lithia. When? From Wednesday morning until further notice. Impacts: at 15 feet, additional residences downstream of County Road 640 bridge begin flooding. Additional details: at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Monday the stage was 8.6 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise above flood stage Wednesday morning and continue rising to a crest of 15.8 feet Thursday evening. Flood stage is 13 feet. Flood history: this crest compares to a previous crest of 15.9 feet on July 9, 1939. https www.weather.gov/safety/ flood turnaround. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Additional information is available at www.weather.gov. The next statement will be issued Tuesday afternoon at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The current time is 1:42 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, inland Hillsborough, inland Manatee and inland Sarasota. A hurricane watch remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, inland Citrus, inland Hernando, inland Levy, inland Pasco and Sumter. Tide forecast. At St. Petersburg, high tide Tuesday at 2:59 a.m. Low tide Tuesday at 9:32 a.m. High tide Tuesday at 4 p.m. Low tide Tuesday at 9:37 p.m. A storm surge watch remains in effect and a hurricane watch remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, coastal Citrus, coastal Hernando, coastal Levy and coastal Pasco. A storm surge warning remains in effect and a hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, coastal Hillsborough, coastal Manatee, coastal Sarasota and Pinellas. Marine reports along the coast and offshore buoys. At the Seaman site at Cedar Key, winds were south at 13 knots. Air temperature 81 degrees. At the Seaman site at Venice, winds were east at 5 knots. Sea temperature 86 degrees. Air temperature 75 degrees. 100 miles west of Bayport, winds were from the north at 10 knots. Sea temperature 86 degrees. Air temperature 83. Wave heights 1 foot. Wave period 3 seconds. The report from 210 miles west of Captiva was not available. Your coastal waters forecast. for the following marine location, Tampa Bay waters. Issued at 11:57 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane warning in effect. Overnight, east winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers late this evening, then isolated showers late. Tuesday, east winds 5 to 10 knots, increasing to 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers in the morning, then widespread showers in the afternoon. Tuesday night, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. East winds 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots, becoming northeast 30 to 35 knots with gusts up to 60 knots after midnight. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. East winds 35 to 45 knots with gusts up to 70 knots, increasing to 50 to 60 knots with gusts up to 80 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions expected. Southeast winds 80 to 100 knots. Gusts up to 110 knots, increasing to 130 knots after midnight. Waves 3 to 5 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Thursday, hurricane conditions possible. Thursday night, hurricane conditions possible. Friday, tropical storm conditions possible. Friday night, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots, diminishing to 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Numerous showers early in the evening, then scattered showers in the late evening and overnight. Saturday, southwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Scattered showers with isolated thunderstorms. Winds and waves higher in and near thunderstorms. Your coastal waters forecast for the following marine location, coastal waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs out 20 nautical miles. Issued at 11:57 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane warning in effect.
Alrighty, everybody, we are back here with the coverage. Like I said, sorry, we're just taking a little bit of a break here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I hope you guys are doing all right. Hope you guys are staying safe here out with the storm that's currently ongoing. Like I said, we have a lot of stuff to talk about. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff that's currently ongoing here. So, like I said, sorry about that, y'all. Like I said, we were just basically just taking a little bit of a break. We've been live here for a little bit over 2 hours at this point. So, but definitely glad to have you guys here. So right now, like I said, the latest information on the satellite imagery is quite nasty. It's really quite nasty here. Like I said, we are seeing a lot of that convection. Basically, a lot of that storm action is really starting to intensify across portions here of the core. I mean, we are seeing a lot of intensification that is ongoing. So this storm is actually getting pretty close here now at this point. To landfall. We're actually getting very, very close here. Let's go and take a look at this. So we are now about 20 miles out before we do. We're about 20 miles out now before we do actually have landfall. So we're getting very, very close here. Landfall is expected to occur here within the next, within the next hour, I'd say. So we're definitely getting very, very close to it. Now, I'm pretty certain they already are experiencing these. They definitely already are experiencing, these hurricane conditions. Absolutely. I mean, there's been battering across portions here of the way for a while. So, like I said, obviously across portions of this island. Like I said, I'm not good at pronouncing this island, but like I said, hey, I mean, this is definitely causing some, very nasty impacts here. So, in regard to the latest info from the Hurricane Center, we do not have any updates yet. Like I said, the last one was at 1:15. They did not update the information, though, on its, basically the vitals of the storm here. Basically, they have not updated the winds or the pressure yet. But I have heard from the viewers saying that this is going to be updated here very soon. So I'm expecting an update to come here soon, giving us the idea of maybe, hey, I mean, this thing is very close to becoming a Category 3 storm. And you say, right now, this storm is a upper-level Category 2 with 105 mile-per-hour sustained winds. So this thing is definitely trucking along. So obviously, we are going to see, I mean, the gusts are obviously higher in regard to things. It's only 6 miles an hour off, sustained, from becoming a, like I said, obviously it is a 6 miles an hour off from becoming considered a Category 3. Now, if we take a look here back at my, other screen, like I said, we are currently seeing, like I said, right now it's at 105 miles per hour, and literally just a 6 miles per hour more would put us into that Category 3 realm. So right now we are at an upper level. Right now we are currently at an upper level. Oh, here we go. Just got a report coming. I just got a notification actually coming through here from the Hurricane Center. That's crazy. So here we go. So information coming in from the Hurricane Center talking about the latest update. So we might have it up now here very soon. I think it takes a few minutes though to be updated. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see. Like I said, I really do have a solid understanding that this thing is likely. I am very confident this thing is likely a Category 3 at this point. So definitely is something we're going to really watch out here for. That eye has become so much better organized. I mean, look at this. This eye wasn't there a couple hours ago. And literally now it's been popping up here in the latest scans. I mean, this thing is definitely really getting together here. It's really getting it to act together. And like I said, honestly, at this point, I do believe it is a Category 3 hurricane. I definitely very, I really do believe it is. First of all, I want to go ahead and show you guys something. My support behind it is because of this. So we had ourselves the wind. We had ourselves the wind gusts actually getting up to 105 knots, or the wind's getting up to 105 knots. That's equivalent to 120 miles per hour, which is definitely really, really crazy. Devin says, nope, it's only at 110, so they just now have updated it there. Well, you know what that means? 958 millibar. Wow, that dropped. So honestly, okay, we're 1 mile an hour away from being considered a Category 3, which honestly, I consider it a Category 3. I mean, it's right there. So let's go ahead and update the latest info. So the latest information came out here. It is at 110 miles an hour. All right. Honestly, not as much as I was thinking it would have been. But next update, it should most certainly be a Category 3. It's definitely really kicking here. That pressure also did drop quite a bit too, to 958 millibars. So let's go ahead and switch this here to 958. There we go. All right, so now here we go. So 958 millibars this storm is currently at here. So that is indeed what we are talking about. So this thing is rapidly strengthening here. I mean, it still is. I mean, even if it's just a 5 mile an hour increase, that is still support. That is still definitely increasing. And like I said, the crazy part is that this thing is making landfall. I mean, this thing is getting ready to make landfall. A lot of the system is starting to interfere with those mountain ranges. Like I said, pretty shallow. Like I said, if it moved its way more to the east, it would have way more impacts on the system. But, honestly, a lot of the models were actually showing nothing but strengthening of this storm to actually occur across the way. So, with that being said, it was honestly not be surprising if this thing does turn into a Category 3 as it is making landfall. According to satellite imagery, as we did discuss here, we are seeing tons and tons of convection. Very, very strong thunderstorm action that's currently happening across portions here of, across portions of the eye here, or around the eye. We see a lot of that convection that is definitely showing us that we are seeing rapid development here. So, now here we go. Now, we're going to take a look at the latest wind gust reports in regarding to the stations here. Let's see if we have any information. Unfortunately, we do not have any, we don't really have too many weather stations across the way here. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this latest eye wall here. But like I was saying, so basically, honestly, in regard to things here, we do not have too many reports here. We do not have too many of these, stations around here. Portions of KO Largo, we do have ourselves a 40 mile per hour wind gust as of an hour and 14 minutes ago. So it's pretty, that was definitely quite a bit ago. So honestly, at that point, can you really trust that anymore? No, you really can't. So, but still, regardless, that is definitely, absolutely, that is definitely, a gusting to tropical storm force. But like I said, I mean, obviously this is a lot closer now. Not that close. So the models, yeah, it's not quite there yet, but we're getting close. Like I said, we were definitely getting very close to a landfall. I mean, we were literally a matter of probably about a half hour to an hour away before we do see this landfall actually occur. Like I said, the latest information, the latest satellite imagery does show this eye definitely a lot more well-defined. I mean, like I said, you go back Literally, let's see here. When did this start really developing? I mean, this is relatively new news. That I didn't start developing until like 9 o'clock Eastern. So that's obviously, yeah, it's definitely changed quite a bit since then. I mean, it goes from 9 o'clock to that at 2 o'clock. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So that's 5 hour difference, but you'd be surprised. I mean, that thing has been undergoing some heat recently. You can see, I mean, just how much more gray is starting to actually fire off here. I mean, this is actually showing us that we are seeing lots and lots of thunderstorm activity. We are seeing tons and tons of energy that is being used to strengthen the storm here right now. Devin says there's a new hurricane cone as well. Yeah, we should actually look at that, actually. It would make sense if we did. Let's see here. Okay. 2 a.m. update, guys. Okay, so it looks like still on track for a near Tampa landfall. And like I was saying, guys, the M stands for major hurricane. So this thing is forecasted to become a quote-unquote major hurricane. Like I said, what that means is Category 3 or higher. It's supposed to, according to the Hurricane Center, become a hurricane, a Category 3 hurricane here as soon as it's over portions here of western Cuba. So it is expected to turn into a Category 3. It's literally just, at this point, 1 mile an hour off. And honestly, if you ask me, I consider this thing a Category 3. I mean, it's right there, well upper level Category 2, lower level Category 3. It's right on that line. So, but anyways, the red are showing those hurricane warnings that are in place here. Those are the regions where we are expecting hurricane conditions here. Basically, across portions of the blue, those are the regions where we are seeing tropical storm warnings. That's where tropical storm conditions is expected to occur here. So that is what we're looking at. So we are still seeing landfall here near Category 3 storm, according to the latest info. So anyways, regardless, definitely is really, really kicking off here in regard to things. So we just got to definitely watch out for it. Like I said, the center of this storm here is really, really crazy. The center of the storm is definitely really starting to wrap up here. I mean, the latest satellite imagery, if you play this back in time, I mean, this is absolutely getting nuts. I mean, this is really doing some nasty stuff here in the latest few hours. So, got to really watch out for it, guys. We're going to keep you all informed. Like I say, you guys can trust us. We're always going to be here for y'all. We're going to keep you guys and give you all the latest information we possibly can, accurate as ever. So, like I said, if you're new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button. I don't really ask for much, y'all. So, if you are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button, my friends. We greatly appreciate it. So, but like I said, we are definitely keeping our eye very, very close on the system here. It looks like, let's see, let's follow the center. Okay, it looks like it's keeping on course here. As we were watching earlier, it did look like, which is pretty crazy here, a little ago, look at that. That looked just like a duck there. That's what I was mentioning before. Some of the chat that was here before would definitely understand. I mean, look at that. Look how much that resembles a duck. I mean, we even pulled up a duck here earlier, which is pretty crazy. I mean, that looks just like a duck there. So, but anyway, so in regard to things, I'm actually going to go and screenshot that. I got to save that there. But anyways, like I was saying, I mean, this thing is definitely been undergoing some rapid evolvement. I mean, even since that duck scan, I should say. I mean, we've seen a lot of that convection really starting to really amp up here across portions of the Southwest. That is obviously kind of concerning. And like I said, obviously that is what we are watching here. Maddie says water spout in Key West, Florida. So yeah, we actually did see a tornado warning that was in place for portions here of Florida a little bit ago. We did see some coverage on it. There's obviously some very tight rotation. I mean, yeah, Florida, you're already starting to get impacted by this right now. I mean, you already are getting impacted by this system right now. So that is kind of what we are talking about. So it definitely is. Like I said, there's definitely... Oh, shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Definitely is the impacts already starting to kick off there. Didn't mean to grab that there. But, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, they're already starting to see these impacts by the outer bands here, so obviously, but still the worst to come. So definitely still the worst to come here. Let's see here. Checking in from Tampa. Let's see here. Checking in from Tampa. How's everyone doing? Any other Floridas here? I'm sure we do. We've had a lot of Floridas here, actually. So obviously, like I said, we are going to be giving you guys coverage as well, of course, because like I said, I want to keep you guys safe. I want to keep you guys informed and everything like that. That's the reason why, we are here for you all. So, like I said, if you are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button. But like I was saying, you got to watch out in Tampa. Like I said, right now the cone is dead. You're dead track in the middle of the cone here. And like I said, obviously in regard to many models too, over the last several hours, over the last several runs, we've been seeing a lot of model agreement in regard to the system tracking towards Tampa. So you should definitely, if you have not already, started preparing for the storm here. I mean, like I said, I hate to say this, but this is going to cause some pretty catastrophic impacts. Like I said, I don't like to use these words, but in this case, I mean, it's true. It really is true here. And like I said, I'm just wanting to let you guys know to please prepare for the system. If you have any of your friends and family that's out in the way of this, give them a heads up. Let them know what's happening. Obviously, keep them prepared and, obviously things like that. Mary says is 958 millibars and 110. Yeah, absolutely. So we are seeing that. I see I updated it up there. It's still considered a Category 2, but barely. Like I said, it's only a mile an hour off from being considered a Category 3 storm. So it's definitely, it's definitely quite there here. But it's getting there. It's definitely getting there. Let's see. In regard to the latest info from the hurricane hunters, I don't think we have any other missions going on here, which we need. Oh, here we go. New mission just popped up, y'all. We now have a mission heading into Ian. So go ahead and zoom out a little bit so you guys can see it. So there you go. NOAA 9 mission. That is a new hurricane hunter mission, y'all. So this thing's now taking off here. I believe that's Florida. But they are definitely, they're not taking off here. They're going to be heading in. So we're going to get some, that's good, because we're going to get some good data coming in here from the hurricane hunters. Great to hear. Let's see. Berlinda says, will this be a Category 5 by the time it reaches? So, forecasted, it's not supposed to be as of right now. Now, due to its rapid intensification, honestly, like I said, I think it's just going to remain in that category. I think it's just going to remain in that Category 4 at maximum peak. Like I said, obviously, maybe the winds could get up to 140, which that is, on its own, definitely pretty crazy. So, but luckily, it is supposed to weaken as it does make its way here towards portions of Florida, which is great news. I mean, obviously, the more it weakens by the time it makes landfall, the better. But yeah, absolutely. So this is definitely, like I said, this is definitely quite interesting to see. Honestly, I'm just amazed at how quickly this eye is really developing here. Which, like I said, obviously, I mean, this wasn't even visible like 5 hours ago. This wasn't even visible, and it just pops up. And it really shows itself. Now, honestly, I have to give the model some credit for this. Like I said, the HWRF model really did show the support of the eye forming right before. A lot of the models, not just the HWRF model, a lot of them did. The models have been pretty good in regards so far to what is happening. Now, obviously, like I said, we're getting ever so closely to that direct landfall here. But like I said, they're already dealing with, these hurricane conditions. Absolutely. I mean, if we literally look here across portions, we're about 16 miles away. So, obviously, yeah, we're getting very, very close here. Let's see here. What do I think that the water walls will rise for Tampa? So, I guess you're talking about storm surge. So, in regard to storm surge, we actually are seeing about 5 to 10 feet. I can go ahead and show you guys here really quickly. So, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Switching on over here to our other screen, y'all. Here's in regard to the peak surges. So you can actually see here across the Tampa Bay, we are seeing the possibility of 5 to 10 feet, obviously, of storm surge being possible. So that's actually quite nice. That's actually definitely quite impactful. Obviously, surrounding areas like down towards like Key West and the Keys, this is going to get into that 2 to 4 foot realm. Absolutely. And honestly, I'm going to screenshot this as well. But like I said, guys, I mean, honestly, things are really going to get pretty nasty in regard to this storm here. So, but like I said, guys, I mean, if you are to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button, y'all. It'll be greatly appreciated. Like I said, we're here for you guys. I want you all to be prepared. If you have any questions, try to reach out to me. I'm going to try to get to as many as possible. Obviously, like I said, that's what I'm here for. But once again, you guys, thank you all just for being here. It's an honor to be here for you. And thank you so much here. Let's see here. How can you see the charts with the cool sunglasses? So, actually, believe it or not, it's pretty. It's actually a lot better to see them because it creates glare. With the model monitors, I have 4 monitors. Actually, I have one right there, one right there, one right there, and one right there. So I currently have 4 monitors, and it honestly, like, the glare is pretty crazy, and it helps the strain in my eyes a lot. But yeah, that's why. That's probably why, if you guys are wondering why I wear them. But yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's not hard to see things, obviously, which is good. But anyway, so what is happening here, guys? Like I said, the latest satellite imagery. Like I said, obviously, If you guys are just now joining us, first of all, welcome. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing great. But like I said, we are seeing we are undergoing a rapid intensification process that is currently happening right now, just before it's making landfall in Cuba. Now, like I said, the crazy thing is that this system is actually supposed to strengthen as it crosses into Cuba, which is also, which is definitely very, very crazy. So that's what we're looking at. We're definitely going to really just need to monitor the heck out of the storm here over the next while. This is pretty interesting. This is definitely quite nasty. But yeah, so like I said, that's kind of what's going on in regard to things, with this system, in regard to everything. So once again, please be safe out there. Let's see here. Portions, Lehigh Acres in Florida, checking in. New subscriber? Well, glad to have you here, my friend. And obviously, please stay safe out there. Obviously, like I said, we're going to be here for you. Even during the even during the landfall in Florida, we're obviously going to be here for you and give you guys stuff like that. Let's see here. Any thoughts on conditions expected in Lehigh Acres? It's actually 2 people now from Lehigh Acres. So, like I said, I don't know exactly where these areas are. It'll take me a little bit to look it up here. I can probably pull it up here. Let's see here. You should know where you are based off of, where you are based off of the map here. Let me zoom out here a little bit. Okay, you're actually, see where you're at now. You're towards like Cape Coral, a little bit around the region. There you are. Okay, I got you in my scope here. So here's the thing. I believe you're under a tropical storm warning. Obviously, we have those for the coastline surrounding you. Now, you are likely going to see some pretty nasty impacts in regard to the system. Obviously, tropical storm force winds is expected, but there is some good news, is the worst of it's supposed to happen mostly to your north. It's supposed to be mostly just for the north of you. Like I said, Tampa and Clearwater. Like I said, that's kind of where we are seeing the overall, the mid-track. Like I said, that's kind of where we are seeing the median ground. That's kind of the line of best fit here. So obviously, with that being said, that is what we are talking about. So obviously, please stay safe out there. If you have any more questions, like I said, let us know. We're going to be here for you. Let's see here. Are watching here from Wesley Chapel, Florida. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing all right. And please stay safe out there, my friends. Like I said, this is quite the system, and honestly, it's got to really watch out for it closely. So, latest info from the satellite imagery, we do see that eyes not quite symmetrical. It's obviously not quite symmetrical, but it's looking pretty not bad. It's really not looking too bad here. Let's do a little update here on that Hurricane Hunter. Like I said, we have a new mission that's now out, y'all, which is good. And we can get more data coming through here. There you go. So now they're just leaving the eastern coast here of Florida. You can see right there. Here's the big lake of southern Florida. I always forget the name there. You can obviously see. So that is tracking its way to the east here. And obviously they are going to head down. So that is as we're looking at here. Let's see. Can I show up about where the hurricane is going to hit in Florida? So you're talking about like this cone of uncertainty? Yeah, I got you covered. Absolutely. So here we go. So we are going to we're going to keep on watching this. So right now, like I said, the projected path, like I said, the cone of uncertainty really does extend out some distance, although I will say, according to the latest models and stuff like that, we're seeing a pretty close Tampa landfall. I definitely do think that we are seeing that. So we got to really pay attention to areas here in Tampa. This is seriously a big event. Surrounding areas, like I said, near Clearwater. You guys got to really watch out for it. And, literally, as we were just looking at here just a second ago, we literally have 5 to 10 foot storm surge for the Bay of Tampa, for the Tampa Bay here. So that is... That's kind of a bit interesting here. Obviously, down towards places like Key West, we're kind of talking maybe around 2 to 4 feet. Obviously, we are seeing that storm surge, but obviously, like I said, the worst of it's kind of expected around Tampa Bay, and like I said, that's kind of where we are seeing that landfall is expected to occur across those regions there. So once again, we got to watch out for. And honestly, like I said, it would not be surprising if this does actually. Somehow upgrade in some form or way as this system does get closer, because like I said, obviously this is, still a few days out. There is still, nothing's in concrete yet. Nothing is set yet, but still just gotta watch the latest updates here. So yeah, Anyways, but like I said, we are watching this system is getting very close to landfall. I mean, it's already, the hurricane winds are well into Cuba right now. I mean, they're already experiencing quite the worst of it. Or definitely getting up there. Now, if we take a look at the latest distance, it's only about 10 miles. I could probably zoom in a little bit more to look at that. If you look here closely, like I said, that's land. I mean, this is right on. That is like right on. So this is about, according to this, looks like about 15 to 16 miles away, which that's definitely getting close. So we're just gonna continue watching this, guys. I mean, if there's anything that comes out here, we're definitely gonna let you guys know. Let's see, freaking out on that gray matter. This, yeah, if you're talking about the satellite imagery here, I mean, this is a very big, what we call a convective burst. Basically, just very strong thunderstorm activity. And this is showing us that we are seeing, I mean, rapid evolvement with this system. I mean, this system is rapidly evolving into, you know, almost a major hurricane. Which, like I said, obviously, I do believe, I definitely do believe that this is, you know, a Category 3. Like I said, it's just one. It's considered 1 mile an hour off from being considered that. So, but like I said, it's definitely, definitely is. In my case, it's definitely right there. But we're going off the National Hurricane Center in regard to the info, which obviously we should. But like I said, that's kind of, you know, that is indeed what we are looking at as of right now. But like I said, guys, if you have any questions, like I said, make sure to let us know. We're going to be here for you. You know, I want you guys to be prepared. I want you guys to stay safe out there. Like I said, if you have any questions, we got you covered here. Once again, if you are new to the channel, hey, consider hitting that subscribe button, y'all. Be greatly appreciated. You guys absolutely rock here. Evan says there's a tornado warning. Where at? It's probably southern Florida here still. Oh, yeah, we have another tornado warning for portions of the Keys. Okay, so look at that. So here we go. Is that Isla Morada? Throwing a guess out there, Isla Morada. This is a tornado warning that is in effect here. Let's grab a Key West signature. Let's take a look at the radar view here. And let's see what's ongoing. So we'll grab velocity scan and see here. Well, honestly, I mean, I'm not seeing any. I don't know. Yeah, in regard to this, I'm not seeing any like tight areas of rotation. Obviously, we have a lot of turbulence, a lot of in and out bad winds, but like I said, honestly, I'm not seeing anything. But regardless, I mean, there's a tornado warning out. You should still seek shelter. So, if you guys are here, like I said, Isla Morada, I think I'm saying that right. Definitely seek shelter here. Like I said, this is right here for portions of pretty much the upper portions of the Keys. Like I said, the Keys stretch all the way down to here. This is right here just for like the southern Keys, the eastern Keys. I guess you consider that. So yeah, watch out for that. Once again, tornado warning is now in place here. And like I said, that just goes to show you. I mean, honestly, like I said, these systems can indeed pose a tornado threat. Absolutely. They definitely can. And like I said, obviously that is what we are looking at. So let's see here. So yeah, latest eye. There is a few islands down here. It looks like the eye is now over them. These little islands. It looks like the eye is over there. Once again, thank you so much for Evan. Thank you so much for the update there, my friend. Really appreciate it. Don says, do I normally stream at night? Not usually. I mean, usually we stream at daytime, but the reason is we are live is because obviously right now this is, you know, impacting portions of Cuba. Unfortunately, we can't choose what time we want the systems to impact, but like I said, we're usually here. Like I said, we're usually here for. See, you're looking at the wrong radar, says Evan. I was thinking about looking at Miami here, which they look kind of around the same distance. But let's see. We'll do a little update on this here really quickly, and we will see what's going to happen here. Apparently, this is for some reason Miami's not working for me. For some reason, is Miami radar working for you there? I guess it is. I don't know. This program can be a little bit sketchy sometimes. I mean, oh my gosh. Guys, look at this. So, latest satellite, I mean, obviously is really cranking here. Let's do a little update here on our aircraft. Like I was saying, we have ourselves a new NOAA mission that is ongoing here. We have ourselves the Hurricane Hunters. They have now taken off. Okay, new update is not came out yet. We should get one here very soon. But like I was saying, I mean, we obviously do have They're definitely now off in the coast here. So there's a big lake of Florida. If you don't know where this is at, it's right here. So they're basically just flying off of here now. They're kind of towards West Palm Beach, basically. They basically are there towards West Palm Beach. So they're definitely that's where they're at. But like I said, right now, I mean, we are starting to see those impacts starting to kind of take place here. Yeah, like I said, KAMX, we are looking at it. What I can do is I can restart our program really quickly. Yeah, this program restarts really quickly. So yeah, sometimes this program just loves to glitch out on us. Trust me, it's happened many, many times here. Here we go. So we're going to turn back on the radar here. And now it's loading data. Now it should work. But let's see. We'll take a look here back at that velocity couplet there. There we go. Okay, so, that looks like some area of rotation here outside of that for the most part. So, but anyways, regardless, tornado warning in place 30 minutes ago, guys. Let's see here. It was an observed waterspout. Now it's radar indicated. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for that update, guys. I'm actually going to, do that real quick. But yeah, so that's actually quite crazy. So once again, you guys, just please stay safe out there. And like I said, that just goes to show you, I mean, even these systems, they can produce a tornado threat as well. And like I said, we do actually have a tornado threat here for portions of Florida. We actually do have a tornado threat here for portions of Florida. I'm actually going to go ahead and show you guys that really quickly. Let's go ahead and bring up the National Hurricane Center on this. We currently, National Storm Prediction Center, I should say. We do have a risk here. Let's go ahead and switch this back over. New day one risk. Wow. That is quite interesting. Yeah, you can see a 5% risk here for tornadoes. So cyclone-induced tornadoes is a given when it comes to these cyclones. Absolutely. So that is definitely what we're looking at. Now, like I said, I am just blown away. I mean, I am literally blown away by what is going on here with this storm right now. Like I said, rapid intensification. I mean, this is really kicking hard as it's now making landfall or getting ready to make landfall across portions of Cuba. Which, like I said, this is absolutely nuts. So once again, like I said, obviously, guys, please stay safe with this. If you know anyone across the way here, please keep in touch with them. Keep them up to date and prepare. Make sure they're prepared for the system here. Now, obviously, like I said, this is right off of the coast here now. I mean, this is right here. Let's see here. A little bit more intense wind isn't that bad though. Says Tico. Well, obviously, please stay safe. Let's see. Oh, so Tico is actually in Cuba. Okay, so Tico, please stay safe. If you have any questions, feel free to let us know. We definitely got you covered here, y'all. So once again, thank you all for joining us here for tonight. We should have an update now on the Hurricane Hunter. Let's see here. Okay, so they have... Okay, never mind. We have not. We should get a new update here very soon, but they're not in a storm yet. They're still en route. Like I said, this is a new mission, NOAA 9. This is a NOAA aircraft, not an Air Force Reserve. So this one's actually heading in here towards... obviously heading in here towards portions of... they're just now flying off the coast of Florida now, so that's definitely the latest info in regard to that. Like I said, we need to update the satellite, or update the radar view here for a second, because... Oh, wow. Yeah, because for some reason, this does not like to update on its own, but you can see, if we take a look at this, that is right there on land. I mean, this thing is literally just a few... Yeah, not too many far miles away from being landfall. I mean, so we started this live stream, I believe we started the live stream back when it was like in 50 miles away from landfall, if I'm not mistaken. We can do another measurement here. Let's go and do that such right now. If we grab our awesome tool here, okay, this is right here. Let's see. About 10 to 15 miles, guys, away from the... away from landfall here, so we're definitely getting close. Travis says, how far or how long before landfall? So, this system is moving, let's see, the latest information from the Hurricane Center did have the system moving at 13 miles an hour. So, it says about 14 miles, so yeah, about an hour away. We're about an hour away from landfall. I mean, direct landfall here. And like I was telling you guys a while back, I mean, this system is actually not supposed to weaken as it crosses into Cuba. Like I said, it only has strengthening potential on it. in which it is rapidly strengthening even right now, even though like a lot of that northern tip of the storm is currently over Cuba. I mean, like I said, this thing is definitely supposed to, really kick off here. Let's see, what am I listening to? This is the NOAA Weather Radio in Largo, Florida, which is near Tampa. But yeah, so latest information, 110 mile per hour, guys. Obviously, 110 mile per hour winds here with a central pressure of 958 millibars. So the pressure is definitely rapidly dropping and stuff like that. So this is definitely, storm is definitely kicking. That's absolutely for sure. Let's see here. So yeah, it's about an hour. Like I said, it's about an hour away from landfall for the most part. So it obviously we don't have too much longer. Which, it's definitely, like I said, we started this live stream a while ago. I mean, we started this live stream definitely quite a bit ago. And like I said, obviously, it's getting there. She's getting there. Let's see. We're gonna switch on over here to. Let's see. We're gonna switch on over here back. See if we have. I'm just waiting for this next Hurricane Hunter aircraft update. Let's see here. We should be getting one soon. There we go. Yep, just updated. Just going to switch over here, guys. So they're now heading south, obviously heading down towards that storm. Yeah, they're definitely heading down. They're en route. They're currently en route here. If you look here, go ahead and zoom out. Update the page here. Yeah, in progress right now, so they're definitely heading their way. So this is good, because this is going to give us some more data in regard to the storm here. Hopefully we'll get some more, hopefully we'll get some more those drop zones towards the eye, which they should be doing. They should be doing some of those drop zones, which should definitely help us out in regard to estimated intensity, and obviously, like I said, estimated intensity as well as pressure, speed, all kinds of stuff. Let's see here. Yo, Tom did this. Says thank you for doing this, bro. Sitting here editing footage, listening to you and your updates. Keep it up. Don't log off. well, obviously, thank you so much for the support. You guys absolutely rock. Seriously, I have to give a big thanks to all of you guys for joining us today. It's an honor to be here, and like I said, I want to keep you guys as updated and as safe as possible. That's the reason we're live here. And like I said, I don't ask for much, but if you can, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. It'll be greatly appreciated. Like I said, we keep you up. We'll keep you guys up to date. It's not just the tropics we cover. We cover like the we obviously cover like winter systems as well, severe weather across the state. So if that's something you guys will be interested in, obviously keeping up to date with, just consider hitting that subscribe button, my friends. Greatly appreciated. No cameras in Cuba. The evacuates. Anyways, we did have a view from. Let's see here. This was from Devon a while ago. We did have a view. Nothing too crazy. Obviously, this is still as the storm, has not approached yet, but we can see. I mean, it's a little breezy. It is a little breezy. Obviously, you can hear if you listen closely. You can hear the rain. Obviously, you can hear the wind blowing on the mic. So it's a little bit breezy, but there's still the conditions are obviously, I'm sure, a lot worse at this point here. This was obviously a while ago. Yeah, he sent this in at, let's see what time, 1:05. So this is a little over an hour ago. So there's a lot can change in an hour. It really can. Anyways, so let's see here. Megan's back. What's up? Hope you're doing all right. Let's see here. Welcome from Jamaica, or watching from Jamaica. What's up, TNR? Hope you're doing great. Glad to have you here from across the way. Hope you're doing all right, my friend. Thank you for tuning in with us today. Goes to all of you guys. Thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciated. Rain says, I think I should stay up all night because things... Well, I got to get rest for the actual event too, but we're going to at least stay here until this thing makes landfall. Obviously I want to be here as long as possible. Obviously I want to keep you guys as safe as possible, so that's what we're here for. But like I said, I mean, if you guys are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button. Once again, that way you guys can stay up to date on the events like this. Like I said, we are going to be covering Florida's side of this as well. Okay. And like I said, the latest information on this system clocking in at 110 mile per hour sustained winds. So obviously winds are getting up to 110 miles per hour. Like I said, that's sustained. That's constant winds of 110 miles per hour. We obviously are seeing higher gusts being likely as well, so that's kind of what we're talking about. Rainbow Obsidian says, tuning in from Canada here. Prayers up for y'all. Well, thank you so much, Rainbow. Obviously, thank you for joining us, and thank you for joining us. Greatly appreciated. And like I said, this thing is definitely undergoing some crazy intensification. I mean, look at this. Look at the bottom of this. Look how much this just explodes. I mean, it's insane. Like I said, that wrapping convection is really starting to kick here. Let's see here. I've just seen a few websites stating in a Category 3 currently. Now, right now, it has a 110 mile per hour sustained winds. It has to be 111 higher to be considered a Category 3. Technically, yes, it is a Category 3, which, honestly, I think I am going to just change that to a Category 3 at this point. I mean, based off of the convection, even since the latest updates, I mean, there has to be at least another little bit. So, yeah, I consider this a Category 3 at this point here. So, once again, I do consider that this. Let's see here. Antonio says, new to the channel, hit that like button already. Tampa here. Well, obviously, thank you for joining us there, Antonio. And obviously, please stay safe, because like I said, you specifically, it's looking quite, like I said, it's looking quite interesting. And honestly, we just got to really watch out for it. Let's see. I wish we had something like you in Australia. Thank you, says Oz. Well, you're very welcome. Well, thank you for the awesome comment. Let's see here. Andrew is a weather tracker, not a robot. Poor guy needs to rest and nourishment sometimes. Like I said, yeah, believe it or not, a lot of people would be like, well, talking for a long time, sitting in a stream, or sitting at a desk doing a stream is really not too hard to do. But believe it or not, talking for this long, it really gets to you. Evan, if you're still here, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you talk for a while, it definitely gets to you. And like I said, I obviously got to save my voice, too, for the big event. And like I said, we've been live here for quite a while. We've definitely been live here for quite some time now. So, but anyways, look at this. So the latest, if you look at this, those islands, those really small islands that we see here, just south of Cuba, they're currently getting hit, absolutely. Rainbow says it's mentally draining. Yeah, it definitely can be. Absolutely. Let's see. Do I cover storms all over the world or just North America? We mostly just cover like the United States in some aspects, but tropical weather we covered Canada. Let's see, Fiona did impacts on Canada. Now we're obviously covering Cuba in regard to Ian. And obviously, we are going to cover this as well once this does move towards Florida. Absolutely. Like I said, you guys can count on us. We're going to be here. We're definitely going to be here. I want you guys to, like I said, obviously, I want you guys to please just stay safe out there. That's the reason we're live. That's the reason I'm not asleep right now, is because I want you guys to be prepared. I want you all to be safe here. And if there's anything I can do to help impact this world and help people out as much as I can, you bet I'm going to do it. You know I'm going to do it. See, Ian. Oh, wait, we have an Ian in here. Uh-oh. Let's see. Hey, bro, thanks for your help. It's my first hurricane. I'm from Chile. Can be hurricane change direction. Wait. Hurricane change direction. And there's predictions for Western Florida. So, where's Western Florida at? Like I said, depends on where you're at. Now, you might know where you are here, Ian. Ian's actually here. And the name of the storm, I don't know if you knew this, is Ian as well. So, you're getting hit by your own named storm there. But like I said, we are expecting the main impact is obviously, like I said, here towards Tampa. The latest and greatest models, the latest cone of uncertainty does have this median point, the middle point of the system, tracking its way here towards between like Clearwater and Tampa. At this point, it looks like Tampa could get a possible landfall. I mean, the center of the storm could cross into Tampa, which is a possibility. Absolutely. Let's see here. Will the tornadoes be usually tropical storm quick spin-ups or stronger? Some could be strong. I mean, considering how strong, the system is, yeah. Like I said, obviously there is the possibility for, these systems to, generate tornadoes. We call it cyclone-induced tornadoes. They're called cyclone-induced tornadoes. Obviously, with that being said, tornadoes definitely can be possible for Florida down the line. That's also what we're going to watch out for. we're definitely also going to watch out for those possible tornadoes as well. We got a 40% watch possibility for Florida Keys. So a tornado watch is possible. Is that a mesoscale discussion? We can actually look at that here really quickly. Oh yeah, I see it. Absolutely. And honestly, it's not surprising. Like I said, since we've been live, we've already seen like 2 tornado warnings that was in place for portions of the Keys. Like I said, we currently do have one that's in effect here now. It is observed, like I said. Let's see. Text says thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located. Okay, so here's the thing. So beforehand it was observed. Now apparently here weather spotters confirmed a water spout moving onshore. So that okay. That's what we're seeing here. Let's see here. When you're in hurricane watch, does that mean that hurricane will actually hit your county? So hurricane watch means to monitor the future conditions. Now, if a hurricane warning is issued, it means to take action. So watch means to pay attention. A warning means to take action. Obviously, warning means like immediate concerns. Watch means to watch it, basically. Just keep an eye on it. Absolutely. KJ says, sub, New Mexico here finally convinced a friend to skedaddle out of Tampa. Skedaddle out of Tampa. Thank you for the coverage. You're very, very welcome, my friend. Obviously, I can't talk here. It's getting kind of late here. I've been live here for quite some time. Obviously, this stream is getting to me, not going to lie. But obviously, thank you for subscribing. And it's definitely good about your friend. Definitely glad to hear that. Absolutely. And but like I said, the eye of the storm is getting very close to landfall here. I mean, we're getting right on landfall. Like I said, these little islands here, they are currently experiencing inside the eye. If they look up, they'd likely see the stars, which is crazy because it's very, very clear. But honestly, in regard to things, though, I mean, noticing how wobbly this system is, we might have a little bit of obscuring of clouds even in the eye, which would be possible. But that's kind of what we are talking about. Let's see, my cousins get ready for heavy rain here in Tennessee. Like I said, this obviously could throw that rain potential obviously into portions here of the country as well. I mean, obviously places like into the southeast, yeah, those areas eventually will likely get some rain out of this. I mean, in regard to how much is kind of a concern here. Now, something I do want to show you guys here is the rainfall potential. They actually they haven't updated this yet, but still, this is as of the latest information here from the Weather Prediction Center. I mean, look at this. This is the estimated rainfall potential. Now, if we go ahead and zoom out here a little bit, you can see areas in the orange kind of showing 6 to 10 inches of rain being possible. So obviously Tampa Bay, you guys are in that 6 to 10 inch margin, which is definitely really, really crazy. So with that being said, like I was saying, I mean, these areas got to really watch out for this. I mean, you guys got to really, really watch out for this. Orlando is kind of in a little pocket, as it looks like. It's obviously in a little pocket here. We are seeing 4 to 6 inches of rain being possible across the way. Just off the coast here, I mean, literally, on the coast, 10 to 15 inches of rain is possible. Now, once you move into, like, out in the waters, now, obviously, at this point, it's not a concern, but it's crazy just to look at it. 20-plus inches is possible here, which is definitely really, really crazy. Let's see here. It's Jessica. Says, hi, new, just sub from Key West. Just subscribe. Well, thank you so much for being here. Obviously, please stay safe down there, my friends. Or my friend. Like I said, we are seeing some of those bands already impact portions of Key West. We did have a few tornado warnings that did pop off, including there is one right now for portions of Key West. This is for portions of Isla Morada. Like I said, I'm not perfect when it comes to pronunciations of these areas, but like I said, that's kind of what we are talking about here. There's a tornado warning that's in effect here. Latest, okay, this expires in 11 minutes. Let's see, Ian is a category 2. Let's see, 110 miles per gallon. Rainbow put MPG. You mean miles per hour, not miles per gallon. Yeah, this thing's getting 110 miles per gallon. Oh my gosh. Ian is now a major hurricane per National Hurricane Center. Yeah, honestly, at that point, I thought it would, honestly. It definitely was there. Oh, it is. You're actually correct on that. You know what, guys? Yeah, this thing's now officially a Category 3 storm here. Pressure of 956 here. We got to update that. Let's go ahead and update this here from 958 to 956. We've seen a 2 millibar drop. Yep, 2 millibar drop here. Also, the speed has gone up 5 miles an hour as well. I mean, this thing is undergoing some rapid development. Obviously. So, yep, officially now a Category 3, you guys. And it still has to make landfall here in Cuba. And it's just right there. I mean, like I was saying, I mean, this is seriously nuts. I mean, this thing is still strengthening, even though half of it, or a lot of it's on Cuban land right now. Well, yeah, definitely not half of it, but quite a bit of it. Brady says 110 miles per hour. Miles per gallon is good. Yeah, absolutely. Now it's getting 115 miles per gallon. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, definitely getting a lot more miles per gallon. Definitely doing pretty good now. that's pretty funny. Let's see here. Don says Ian is flexing. Absolutely. Let's see. You're going to get me a Hurricane Ian car for sure. What? Evan, what? Hurricane Ian car? Let's see. Blondie says that's some great mileage. You know it is. It really, really is. But let's see. So, yeah, latest info. I don't know if I showed you guys or not. We're going to go back here. Look at that. 115 mile per hour sustain. 956 millibars. Yeah, this thing's definitely cranking. Ian becomes a major hurricane. Expected to make landfall in western Cuba soon. Definitely is... yeah, definitely ongoing here. Let's see. Cody says we have a tornado warning. Yeah, we are watching that as well, right here for portion of the Key West. Seriously, we're gonna watch out for it. 9 mile per hour. Or 9 minutes until this 9 minutes until this thing gets expired. You know it's late when I call the time expiring 9 miles per hour. Yeah, it's definitely. And like I said, Evan, you know at the state where I'm at right now, where you've been live for like, what, 3+ hours? It definitely gets to you. It really, really does. It definitely really gets to you. It mentally gets to you and physically gets to you. Even though it just might seem like talking to a mic and tracking the storm. Seriously, it's pretty crazy. Other Evan says, go to sleep, Andrew. Obviously... well, I mean, I want to at least be here for the coverage, like to the landfall here. That's the reason we're streaming, is because of the landfall. It would be kind of ironic if we ended it, or it wouldn't be really good if we ended it. Obviously, we didn't do that. Let's see here. Do I have the models updates? I do. I guess you're talking spaghetti models. Yeah, I can pull that up for you. Let me see here. So in regard to Hurricane Ian is definitely cranking here. Let's see. We're gonna switch on over to. Oh wow, there's a lot more agreement actually. In regard to the latest hurricane models. Oh wait, never mind. Not too much. Zoomed out, it looked like it, but a majority of the models does have it hitting there towards like Tampa. That's the reason the cone of uncertainty is so large, is because of the models. They kind of, scatter out. Don says I am not allowed to leave. I'm not planning on it. I'm not planning on leaving here. Is it possible to not lose power during a hurricane? If you have a really good company and you have really good service, probably. I'm sure it's happened. I mean, obviously, the chances of you having power... It also depends on how hard you get hit by it. But that's what we're looking at. Definitely. Let's see here. Evan says, Hurricane Tesla. Oh, gosh. Hurricane Elon. Let's see, brain turns to mush. It really does. And like I said, my mental sanity right now is going down at a rapid rate. Absolutely. Like I said, I've been live here for quite a while, you guys. But like I said, it's for a great cause. I want to be here for you. I want to keep you all here and keep you all up to date and safe. And like I said, if you guys have not already, like I said, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. I don't ask for much. It'll be greatly appreciated. You guys absolutely rock here. Let's see here. Power is definitely going off in Cuba. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could definitely say that. Like I said, right now, I mean, Cuba's they're already getting slammed, but they still have yet to feel the worst. If you see the radar just above me, you can see how on the left-hand side, I'm actually going to copy this real quickly. Let's see here, duplicate. We're going to bring this over to the main screen. So if you zoom into this, and you can see, here's the Cuba radar, right? So you can obviously see this. We are watching things. So on the left-hand side, you can obviously see how there's a lot of yellow. That's showing a lot of moderate precipitation, which that is obviously showing that it's one of the strongest. I mean, here on the southwestern side, I mean, this guy is really cranking. I mean, look at this. If you take a look at the satellite imagery, I mean, look how much of a convective burst is happening here on the southern side. Now, obviously, over the northern side where this is making landfall, there's not as much convection because it's not over water or anything, but that is what we are looking at there. Let's see here. But that's the. So Cody wants me to see what radar I'm using. I'm using a radar here in Cuba. If you look up Cuban radar, you should be able to find it if you want to look at it yourself. Looks like landfall to me. Not quite. If you look right there, that is that's the land, but it's very, very close. We can do a measurement now. Let's see what this. I'm gonna consider that like the eye wall, like right in here. Oh yeah, you know, honestly, I think this thing is making landfall now. I mean, obviously. Let's see. I mean, if your house is powered by a wind turbine, it should be fine. It's pretty funny. Unless if you get like one of those big old wind gusts. Have you seen those videos where like wind turbines go super fast and they just take off? I mean, not like actually take off, but the blades like come loose and they fly off. It's crazy. Do I have WSV3? Yes, I do. That's what I'm using here for my main program. Yeah, this is WSV3 what I'm using right now. But like I said, we have some information. Like I said, there's a mesoscale discussion across portions of southern Florida. They are considering issuing a tornado watch because, like I said, tornadoes are becoming possible. We've already seen 2 tornado watches being issued. This one has 3 minutes to go. This one's still in effect here for portions of Isla Mirada. Is that right? I don't know if I'm right or not about that. Let's see here. You guys keep safe. We'll come back to watch once Ian gets closer. Keep us up to date on Hurricane Ian, and when it will be available. This is KJ. Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us. Greatly appreciated. Let's see. Rainbow says, is that webcam in Cuba still working? We never had a webcam in Cuba. We didn't find any there. Cody says, I have GR2, GR level 3, WSU3. I am right there with you. I got those programs as well. Absolutely. Let's see. We're going to do an update on that recon mission. Actually, that's something we haven't done in a little bit. So, my friends, like I said, we do currently... Let's go and zoom out for that. It's a little too zoomed in. We have ourselves a mission that is ongoing here. They're in progress. Okay, so they're now just south of the Keys. They're getting close. They're definitely getting near the storm here. You can see right there, like I said, that right there. That's where they're at right now. Yeah, definitely is really kicking off there. So yeah, they'll be there probably soon. Give it probably about a half hour. They should be getting information here. But anyways, but regardless though, this is good because this will give us some more. This will give us some more information on what this is doing. Cody says, I'm upgrading my PC soon. Recently, I've upgraded mine, actually. Yeah, I just recently got mine. Got a new one. Actually, I built it myself. I definitely need it to do that. Rainbow says about 500 miles wide. That's pretty crazy. Megan says, what did I miss? You're missing a close landfall here. Like I said, right now we are currently watching. Like I said, this system is literally... Some might consider this a landfall. That's land right there, and that's the eye. But I'm still going to consider that not a landfall. Because this... Okay, so... What I consider a landfall is if the eye goes... If the center of the storm is touching land. That's what I consider making landfall. So I'm going to have to say no. Honestly, yeah, I'm gonna have to say no on Landfall right now, but it's getting there. It's definitely getting very close. Now, if we measure that approximate distance, though, that is something we can do. Let's see here. So obviously, land's right there. Center. We're still gonna call that about 10 miles out or so. Yeah, we're about 10 miles out or so from Landfall. The center of the eye. That okay, Evan, I got it. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it was crazy. I mean, look at the convection just in the southern side of the storm here. I mean, here's a replay of the latest information from this. I mean, look, it goes from this happening, right? It literally goes from okay, there you go. It goes from like no eye visible to straight up eye being visible, and so much convection on the southern side. I mean, that is literally showing rapid intensification. If that does not show, like I said, if that does not show me that there's rapid intensification, I don't know what would, because that's pretty nuts. And like I said, latest guys, if you're just tuning in, the latest info, 115 mile per hour sustained winds, which that's constant winds, remember. Like I said, this is sustained winds here of 115 miles per hour. Obviously higher gusts, possibly up near 130. I mean, we're probably seeing some near Cat 4 wind gusts possible. Minimum pressure is 956. Rainbow says not a super organized eye, though. No. Like I said, I'm not expecting this thing to be entirely symmetrical by the time it passes over Cuba. But like I said, I mean, obviously, though, once it moves away from Cuba, once it starts moving away from Cuba, I definitely do believe that we are going to start to see that eye possibly become symmetrical. I mean, the models do support it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Evan says the convection was all of a sudden went boom in like 2 seconds. Yeah, if what it seemed like 2 seconds, absolutely. I mean, this is let's go ahead and get rid of that line there. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely really concerning. I mean, we are seeing tons and tons of energy. I mean, you guys don't realize how much energy this is that's being used. I mean, this storm is really cranking, which that is really nuts. Like I said, these island chains right here, I mean, or these islands here, I mean, you guys are getting the eye right now. It looks like that eye is opening up more. The radar view above me, for some reason, okay, there we go. Yeah, it's definitely getting close. We're going to update the radar view here. Sometimes it takes a second to update. Yeah, according to radar, it looks like those outer bands are indeed starting to work there. Or those outer bands are indeed, or shit, it's inner bands. The eye wall, I should say, is starting to reach the coastline. It's getting close. Let's see here. Who's driving that thing? Harp. Really, really hot ocean waters. Mixture of tons of moisture in the atmosphere, as well as little to no wind shear. MGM says, how long until landfall? It's right there. I mean, we are literally like moments away from landfall, I'd say at this point. I mean, literally from the edge of the eye wall, we're about 5 miles away. I say give it around until 3 o'clock in the morning, and this should be making landfall. Like I said, you know, personally, like I said, usually when the eye wall hits, that's when it makes landfall. But like I said, I consider like the center where it is. But we're gonna go off of the eye wall hitting. But that is, you know, that's crazy. That is what we are looking at. So. And like I said, you know, right now we are seeing those impacts. Once again, we are seeing those impacts actually being a factor here across portions of the Keys. I mean, we've already had a few tornado warnings. Speaking of, that one just got canceled here a little bit ago. Now, if we take a look here at the, like I said, if we take a look here at the overall, like I said, the winds and stuff like that, we're taking a look at the wind gusts and stuff. Yeah, we are looking here. Go and switch over to that here really quickly. So we are, okay, let's see. One all the way over here, 38 mile per hour wind gusts as of an hour ago, kind of for KO Largo, pretty far away from its system. Like I said, unfortunately, like I said, unfortunately, for the most part, I mean, we don't have too many stations to record any winds here. But look at this. Once we go over to Florida, though, once the system does make landfall here in Florida, we're going to have a lot more better information on it. So we're going to get a lot more wind data and all kinds of cool stuff. But a lot more buoys, too. Speaking of buoys, I am actually going to pull up the buoys. I don't know if we have any right where the storm is at or near. Let's see here. We're going to zoom in really quickly. I'm going to bring you guys with me. Okay, so it does not look like we have any buoys nearby, unfortunately. But you can see it's a little bit outdated, by the way. Yeah, we don't. The closest one we have is in the Yucatan Basin here. This is reporting gusting to 23 knots. So that's still under tropical storm force. Yep. Well, like I said, obviously once we just to show you really quickly, once we move up into Florida, like I said, I mean, look how many buoys we just have in Tampa Bay alone. I mean, seriously, we're gonna get some good data coming through here, absolutely. And well, like I was saying, I mean, obviously Tampa. I mean, you guys got to really watch out for this. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of support that this system could easily track its way towards the Tampa area. Right now, the cone, the center, the medium point, the line of best fit. Has it going straight through Clearwater and Tampa. Which, I mean, a lot of the models, some of the models do also support this as well. Absolutely. But yeah, so that's currently what's happening. Let's go ahead and turn this off here really quickly. So let's go and play this in motion. I mean, just to show you guys, see how crazy the system has evolved. I mean, look at this. All right. There you go. There's a system, no eye visible. Then the eye starts to become visible, and convection really explodes. And now, if you look at it, it's starting to wrap around the front too. Look at that. So you can see right here, it's starting to wrap around the front. So that's yikes. This is not a good situation, you guys. Like I said, this thing is strengthening over. Like I said, this thing is literally strengthening here over Cuba, even though it's making landfall. Like I said, even though this thing is currently making landfall, it is literally... Holy cow, this thing's literally strengthening. Let's do a little update on the recon. Like I said, we do have a mission that is currently out there. Let's do a little update here. So let's see. Okay, they did do a little bit of a westerly trajectory. Now they're heading back down south. So they're getting close. They are almost in the storm. They're definitely getting very, very close. We're getting there. We are definitely getting there, my friends. Let's see here. Self-care says late night crew. Absolutely. Evan says the small mountain there could be forcing the convection around the front of the storm. Well, there's a little mountain range right on here, right? Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, obviously, a lot of it's mostly to the south, but. Huh. It's possible. Let's see. Ian is getting high winds with all the cigar. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Greatly appreciated. You know, we're on the road to 7,000 subscribers. Let's see where we're at right now. I mean, we're getting close. So if you're not already, guys, consider hitting that subscribe button, y'all. Be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're about 400 subscribers away, you guys, from reaching that. So if you're not already... like I said, we have 700 people watching. If you're not already, consider hitting that subscribe button, my friends. So not for me, but obviously the more we do this, the more YouTube will push it out, obviously giving us potential help saving more lives. So just once again, thank you so much. Anyways, let's see. I have a friend who is in Spring Hill. Okay, there's more than one Spring Hill. All right, which one are you talking about? In Florida? Also, where would Spring Hill? Oh, there's Spring Hill. Okay, I found it. Okay, so wow. What it looks like is that the center will literally be tracking very close to Spring Hill. So, with that being said, that they are definitely in danger, or they are definitely in the danger, the danger zone, I should say. So, absolutely. So, notify them, let them know. to take immediate precautions. Like I said, everyone better be... Yeah, everyone has better be watching this system here. Like I said, this is going to hit Florida eventually. Oh, that eye... That eye is actually looking quite a little bit better. I mean, it's not perfect. It's still quite wobbly. Yeah, it's still quite wobbly there for the most part, but it's getting there. You can see, yeah, that convection is actually starting to wrap around the northern edge here for the most part. But that is that's interesting. Let's see here. Batten down the hatches. Absolutely. Let's see. Melanie, or my mom, says, thank you, Drew, for doing this for everyone. Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. Like I said, I want to keep you guys informed. I want to keep you guys safe in regard to these systems. Like I said, I mean, this is a pretty nasty storm, and this thing definitely needs the coverage. I mean, 100%, this thing needs to be covered. And like I said, if there's anything I can do for you, let me know, guys. Like I said, I want to keep you guys informed and stuff. Now, like I said, just for a little bit of a plot on things here, we have latest information. We do have the hurricane hunters. Just for the people just joining us, the hurricane hunters are en route to the storm right now. They're definitely on their way there. Those are some observations, by the way. These are all observations. But regardless, yeah, we are seeing the storm the hurricane hunters are en route. Absolutely. So that's good, because we're going to start getting more pressure readings from dropsondes. We're going to get a whole bunch of stuff here. Let's see. Insurance company says, I'm stocked up on food, water, and essential supplies. Only thing I need to get is cash. Honestly, relatable. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that. Absolutely. Now, like I was saying, I mean, obviously, just please be safe for this, though, regardless. I mean, insurance company, it sounds like you at least have insurance, so that's good. Megan says, are you Andrew's real mom? Yeah. Megan, she is. She really is. We're getting close, you guys. Dude, we are right on this landfall. I mean, look at that. That is right there. That is literally... Yeah, that eye is looking a little bit better. Let's see. Rainbow says you should always have cash on hand. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so like I was saying, guys, just a little update here for down the line. We are seeing, like I said, we do have ourselves a hurricane warning in effect for portions of Tampa. Just letting you guys know, for the people who may not have known by now, we've had these in effect for a little bit ago. But anyways, absolutely. Pulling back on the shades here. Let's see. We have huge deductibles for Hurricane INS. You mean we had Ida last year? Was Ida? I remember Ida impacted Louisiana. That was a beast of a storm. So, Mom, if you're in the stream, which you are, do you remember Ida when it impacted like Louisiana? That was a beast. In which this is the I named storm of this year. Let's see, 2021 was when it happened. Yeah, Hurricane Ida was quite nuts. Here was Ida. Open this new tab. There you go. It'll make it a little bit easier to see. Yeah, there's Ida right there. This was last year's ice storm, but this thing rapidly intensified, which is really, really crazy. But like I said, obviously the next ice storm is having its own impacts. Hold on a second. Ida, Ian, impacts. They all start with I. Okay, that's a new conspiracy theory that we have going on here. Is that all the I's are the bad ones. Irma? Wait a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, Irma was bad. I think I might be onto something. I actually think I might be onto something. But honestly, it's just me being stupid at 3 in the morning, so it was disregard. But isn't that crazy, though? Let's see. A little bit says we are still recovering from Ida. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I am absolutely sure. Let's see here. Is Lakeland safe? I have a brother in Lakeland, and Lakeland, you better be prepared. So here's Lakeland right here. Obviously, you guys are... If we measure this, you guys are approximately, or about, let's see, you guys are about 40 miles away from the center expectancy. Now, obviously, the center could get closer to you or further away. I mean, you are still in that cone of uncertainty. But anyways, let's see here. Major hurricane is hard. Someone said another stream. Yeah, they're really. I mean, any hurricane is a pain to get through. Absolutely. Let's see here. Insurance company, that's good then, as long as you're safe. Absolutely. So that's the main thing we're doing here, guys, is making sure that you guys stay safe out there. 100%. See, Creativity says, nice coverage. Subbed. Well, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Definitely means a lot, my friends. Thank you all so much. We are on the road to 7,000 subscribers. A little bit far there. But obviously, like I said, if you are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. We could make this happen right now. We are so close. Let's see. I want to thank everyone on here. I lost my mom to COVID. Her family, Cuba, was hitting. I feel she was watching along. Oh, well, that's seriously really, really sad. I'm sorry to hear that. I really, really am. She's glad the live feed is going on. Oh, well, obviously, I'm very, very sorry to hear that. And like I said, we're going to do everything we can to help you guys as much as possible. That's what we're here for. And obviously, sorry about your loss. It's very, very unfortunate. But it's very, very sad here. Now, like I said, latest information, guys, we do have, like I was talking about, we actually have ourselves the possibility of a watch being issued. We have the possibility of a watch being issued here, so that's something we got to watch out for. You got to watch for the watch. Let's see. Acute Assassin says, will Hurricane Ian hit Pensacola? So Pensacola, okay, so you are relatively fine for the most part. I mean, you are literally far west panhandle. Pensacola should be fine for the most part. Obviously, I'm not really worried about that. Like I said, what I'm worried about is Tampa. Tampa looks like they are going to get battered by this system, which is quite nuts. Let's see. Thank you all. I'm so glad I found the channel. The best. Well, obviously, thank you so much for that. Greatly appreciate it, my friends. And once again, I'm sorry for your loss. It's very, very sad. Very, very unfortunate. But look how well defined that eye is now. I mean, this eye is. Wow, look at that. It's not perfectly symmetrical, but do you guys see that? It looks like it's really clearing up. Yeah. Let's see. Can electric pole withstand category? Let's see here. Can electric pole withstand category 2 in one hurricane? You mean like a telephone pole? They usually have a bit of problems. Yeah, they usually have a bit of issues in regard to things. Absolutely. In regard to these, yeah, category 1s to 2s, they do have a little bit of issues. Let me see here. It doesn't look any more like animals anymore. Unfortunately, no. Let's see what this looks. Oh, it looks like a witch hat. You see that? It looks like one of those witch hats. Oh yeah, great drawing. Perfect. Yeah, it does. Oh, it's rotating too. You see that? Man, this thing is okay. We're gonna remeasure this here. From the Iowa. Oh yeah, we're about 5 miles away from Landfall. We are right there. We are literally right there on the edge from Landfall. Proxy with another 35. Proxy with a $35 donation. Proxy, thank you so much. I know I always say this, but thank you is like literally like the least I could say. Thank you seriously so much for that. That is greatly appreciated. Let's go ahead and see here. Proxy saying Andrew rocks. We are all better off because of the hard and compassionate work he does tracking storms on our behalf. Thank you, Andrew. Proxy, thank you for all your support. That is seriously greatly appreciated. Once again, everybody, please give Proxy a big thanks for supporting the channel. Like I said, if it wasn't for Proxy, it would definitely be very, very difficult to do what we do. I mean, Proxy has seriously given us so much support on, these streams and everything like that. Once again, just thank you absolutely so much here. Let's see here. We have ourselves A $25 donation coming in from what in the world is Juliet? $25. Thank you so much for that. Saying, thank you. I am in Davenport in an RV. Leave for the hotel early Wednesday. Very concerned. Well, thank you. First of all, both of you, Proxy, as well. You guys absolutely greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Megan with a donation as well. Thank you so much, Megan. Daisy as well. Oh my gosh, you guys are seriously very, very generous. Thank you so much, you guys. Daisy saying, new sub, great coverage, thanks. Well, thank you so much. Big shout out. Once again, guys, big shout out goes to Daisy, Megan, where in the world is Juliet, as well as Proxy. You guys are absolute legends. Thank you so much for that. Definitely does help us out and keeps us rolling. Like I said, obviously it really helps with the programs and stuff we use, because unfortunately they're not free. I wish they were, but unfortunately. But thank you guys, seriously, for that. It's seriously, from the bottom of my heart, greatly appreciated. You absolutely rock. There you go, Daisy. Just now coming through. Thank you so much for that. Big thanks goes to y'all. Let's see here. So, alright. So, we are... Let's see how wide... Something I haven't done is measure the distance of the eye yet. Let's see here. From east... Okay, from west to east... So we'll say it's about 15 miles across. Yeah, it's about 15 miles across here, which honestly is... Yeah, from right to left, it's about 15 miles across, which is actually kind of a small eye. I'm serious. I'm not going to lie. And they usually say the smaller the eye, the more stronger it's getting. It's getting... Is it me, or is it getting pretty... It's pretty even. It's not symmetrical. I mean, it's not, like, perfectly reflecting each other, but it's getting there. It's definitely looking pretty okay, which is crazy. But... Yeah, 15, like I said, obviously 15 miles from north to south, 15 miles from east to west, which that is, that's what we're looking at there. So, anyways, regardless, that is, yeah, that is really crazy. We got to really watch out for that here. Let's say, once again, this is about to make landfall here. We're literally very close, about we're a little bit less than 5 miles out from landfall. So it's going to be happening. Honestly, I'd say possibly by near 3:30, 3:45, we should have this. Let's see here. Proud to lead the support charge. Thank you so much, Proxy. Once again, big, huge, thank you. Weather on the Go says, as a fellow meteorologist myself, you do a great job capturing the weather events, my friend. Keep up the good work, and you can achieve anything. Weather on the Go, thank you so much for your kind support. Absolutely rock, my friend. And thank you for being a true supporter. Greatly appreciate it. All of you guys, just thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Greatly appreciated. My mom is asking if I need anything to drink. No, I'm good. Stop ignoring. Rainbow says, stop ignoring your mom. I'm not. Oh my gosh. Megan, okay, I'm not ignoring my mom. I just now saw that, okay? I just now saw that. No, I'm good. Thank you, Ma. Anyways. But look at that. So that one island here is actually literally right smack dab in the middle of the eye right now. Now, like I said, I don't know if there's any lower level like clouds that's obscuring. I don't know if there's any lower level clouds that's basically obscuring this from being completely clear. But if it was, obviously, if it was perfectly clear, I mean, you could obviously look up and you'd see the stars right in the eye. But be prepared to go back to your shelter. I mean, seriously. Which that is quite nuts. Mom says, I'm bringing you something. Okay, if you want to. So I'm not even really that thirsty. I'm good the way it is. Let's see here. Is Ian moving slower? Right now, Ian is moving at a whopping 13 miles an hour. Still moving at 13. Hi.
Hi.
I don't need this, but okay.
Well, just in case.
Do you want to say hi?
Oh my God.
Hold on, I think my mom's going to say hi.
I don't even know where to look.
Right here?
Where?
There's a camera.
Hi, guys.
You gotta go down. There you go. Okay.
Hi, I'm Drew's mom.
Yeah.
For real.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Okay.
Drink your Big Red.
I'm not thirsty. Okay. Anyways. Moving on. So, like I said, yeah, it is moving here to the north, mostly here to the northwest at, so 13 miles an hour. Like I said, like I said, 13 miles an hour is currently how fast it's moving here. Everyone's saying hi. Yeah, she just left. Sorry about that, y'all. But I'm sure she's probably still. I'm sure she's probably still there. Let's see here in the chat. Hi, I'm a new subscribers. Do I know if northeastern Tennessee will get winds and rain? If so, what day can I tell? So northeastern Tennessee. So obviously, okay, this is obviously right in the region. Eventually, it's looking like you definitely will likely see some impacts in regard to rain. But how much really relies on where the system tracks? I mean, obviously, here's a big difference. There's going to be a huge difference if this storm tracks more to the east. Obviously, that would pull the rain farther away from you. But if it tracks more west, it could obviously give you more. So at this point, I'm just going to have to say I can't tell you right now because it's simply just too early to tell about that. Like I said, right now we're just now still ironing things out for Florida. But absolutely. Why is people asking if my mom is single? Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Penny says hi, Drew's mom. Still people are saying hi to Drew's mom. Let's see here. Is it possible for Random decides to move east towards Miami? No, this literally has like no chance of moving towards Miami now. Now, like I said, that being said, Miami does not mean that Miami, obviously won't be impacted in any form of way. But obviously, stupid. These comments, guys. That's pretty funny. But like I said, obviously that does not mean that Miami can't get impacted by this. Absolutely. I mean, obviously Miami will. Will Fiona impact this hurricane, says Judy? Fiona's long gone. Yeah, Fiona's definitely, listen, obviously, quite gone. All right, let's see. Latest info. Let's see on the latest information here. We are seeing. Oh yeah, look at that. We are seeing this once again. I mean, this is really barreling towards. We are so close to landfall, guys. We're getting very close, and it's still strengthening, which is crazy. Really, really crazy. We'll eventually weaken into a tropical storm here. Oh. Okay, I think we're back live. Apparently the internet cut out a little bit. Which, obviously, let's hope not. Let's go ahead and get this feedback up and going. That's not very good. So we are having a little bit of technical difficulties, my friends. I think we're back. I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and bring back up the Largo. So we're listening to Largo here. This is actually right here towards, like, Tampa area. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, y'all. We're good. Just the internet. Mom, tell Trevor we need to get more internet again. Because new internet, I should say, not more. Yeah, this internet sucks. So sorry if it cuts out like that. Obviously, there's nothing I can do about it. If it does cut out, ultimately, that would probably wrap up the coverage. But we're gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna be here until the system at least gets there. Let's see here. We got hit with an unexpected G3 geomagnetic storm. Let's see here. Let's see. We'll talk about hurricane to rapidly intensify, and this could cause a hurricane to rapidly intensify. I'm new. Great coverage. Well, thank you so much for that. Greatly appreciated. Took me a second to read that there. Terry wants to know what state am I at? I'm in Kentucky right now. Let's see here. My family lives in the 3rd floor apartment of a Tampa. Are they safe? Okay, now Tampa, you guys are really going to, you guys are going to really get impacted by this. Tampa, I mean, you are literally directly, you are directly in the path of this thing here. Hold on a second, new cone just came out. We have a new update? Wait a second, let's see. Let's see. Cone 2 a.m. That's weird. Why did my cone just update there? Anyways, but it looks like now a direct Clearwater landfall. It's like I said, it's obviously still going to shift. It's still going to alter back and forth. Absolutely. But yeah, so obviously though, but that is kind of what we are talking about. Oh, we are right. We are right there on landfall, guys. We are like 2 miles away from landfall. Let's see. Tico says it moved a little north? Question mark. Or a little north? No? Question mark. It did. The track did move a little bit more north. But yeah, obviously, like I said, the cone basically just shows where the like I said, the cone is obviously that is where we are seeing the where the center of the storm could track into. Not exactly where it be. Like I said, the cone. I mean, literally, the storm could still impact areas around here. I mean, obviously, areas it can still go up towards like the Panhandle, but I'd say it's more unlikely for it to go towards the Panhandle. Like I said, obviously that center line is the median, basically the middle point, and obviously in regard to things. But like I said, obviously in regard to things, yeah, this is not approximate yet. But I do believe that, personally, I think the Tampa, regardless, is going to get some pretty nasty impacts out of this. I mean, there's a lot of model support pointing towards Tampa too, which, like I said, it's definitely not a bad thing to prepare because that's kind of conditions we're talking about here. Let's see here. Bold predictions. Florida will see 2 landfalls, hurricanes this season. It's way too early to tell that. It really is. Let's see here. Evan says cones do not predict direct landfalls. Absolutely. Yep, 100% correct. Let's see. Hey, my TV says it's a Category 3. It is. If you look just above me, we did upgrade that. Latest info based off of things here does have this thing currently at 956 millibars and 115 mile per hour sustained winds. So that is kind of what we're talking about here. Let me see here. I have family in Largo and over the entire Tampa area. They have lived there 40 years. I know what they're doing, but still worried. Well, Graham, obviously, prayers goes out to them. Obviously, I hope that they do okay with this storm here. Like I said, obviously, this is, this is quite a nasty system we are looking at here. So, obviously, with that being said, I mean, we just got to really watch this closely. Like I said, Tampa area needs to watch this very closely. Let's see. Pepperoni says possible Category 5 question mark. It's way too early to tell. I don't think so. As of now, I don't think that's a concern. It's supposed to kind of remain in that lower to possible mid-level Category 4 at its most intensity. That's right as soon as it pulls off here of Cuba. So right here, 140 mile per hour sustained winds. Absolutely. Rainbow says, Ian is drunk? Kind of. It's a little bit wobbly right now. But, yeah. Judy says, I have family in Polk City. Will they be okay? Let me look. I don't know exactly where Polk City is, but I can pull it up for you. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, this is right here. Oh, you are literally... Is this like Lakeland? Is Lakeland in Polk City? Or near Polk City, I should say. Here's Lakeland. There's Plant City. Okay. Well, okay, regardless, though, yeah, you are still in the cone. I mean, obviously, first of all. And but here's the thing. You also are likely going to get some impacts with this. I mean, you're going to get some pretty nasty winds out of this storm. I could say that's definitely for certain. So watch out for that. Let's see. I believe it's just possible. It jogs more west and misses through and spins the Gulf for a couple of days before moving. Just have a gut feeling, says Don. We will see. Let's see here. Did it finally hit Cuba? It's in the process. It's in the process right now. Like I said, it's just now. Oh, I consider that landfall. I consider this now making landfall. I mean, look at that. That right there, my friends, that is the eye that is currently what we are looking at there. So you can see right in here. That is obviously the eye. That eye is looking pretty, not bad. Not really too bad here. Polk City, northeast of Lakeland. Gotcha. Well, obviously, kind of same conditions expected. I mean, just watch out for those winds. I mean, they're going to really get quite rough there. Let's see. A guy we talked to earlier lives in Tampa, 5 miles from shore. Nervous about it. He had nothing to protect his house when there's nothing. Hold on, the chat is going up so quick. I need to keep up with it. That's to protect his house when there's nothing. That's taking risks. No? Question mark? Obviously, the more you can prepare, the better, obviously, in those cases. Let's see, just started to rain here in Key West. Do I know about time when it'll be passing by us? An estimated time, I mean, we're already starting to get impacts here. Early on Wednesday is when you are supposed to get this thing passing near you. Feels like the calm before this literal storm right now outside here. Absolutely, 100%. Let's see here. Only way I can predict weather is by cattle's behavior. When I get aches in the bones I've broke. Gotcha. Let's see. Ian is to hit Florida by Wednesday, Thursday. Yep. Wednesday and Thursday is going to be the impact day. The impact days, I should say. In regard to yeah. So it's gonna get quite rough, you guys. I mean, regardless, we got to prepare for the worst. Yeah, that eye. Like I said, I'm really amazed at how quickly this eye is developing here. I mean, it's literally pulling so well at the latest scans here. What category is this hurricane going to be when it is in Tampa or near Tampa? So it is expected to be around a category 3 upon arrival. Yeah, so that's definitely that is what we are talking about. Let's see, heavy rain in Key Largo. We still in a tornado warning, says world over. Right now there is none. Yeah, we're no longer under a tornado warning. However, the Storm Prediction Center has put out we call it a mesoscale discussion. This big old purple spinning box you see here, this is basically saying, okay, so we could see the possibility of a watch being issued. And in this case, we could see the possibility of maybe a tornado watch being issued. So, because we have seen a pop-up few tornado warnings. That has indeed popped up here. Let's see, some say Cat 1 even. Yeah, it's really kind of on that weird line right there. It is expected to weaken as it does approach portions here of Florida. Absolutely. Wait, is it forecasted to be this strong already? Or was it forecasted to be this strong already? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's actually doing very, very well. It's keeping up to its name here. And if not, maybe a little bit stronger, which is even more concerning. And like I said, obviously, these waters, I mean, they're full of nutrient-rich, warm sea surface temperatures. Obviously, which is a huge factor for development of these systems. Tons and tons of moisture across the atmosphere as well, which is really, really good. Also, even, also with that being said, I mean, even also, no wind shear. Little to no wind shear, which is basically, obviously showing that, no destabilization is really expected. Let's see here. Oh my god, it's 1:22 a.m. It is 3:22 a.m. for me. It is really early. Rainbow says, geez, hopefully it doesn't damage your own house. It could. Depends on, I don't know if you're talking to me or not. Let's see here. You're a real one for the live stream, bro. You're very, very welcome. Like I said, that's what I'm here for, guys. I want you all to be safe. And if there's anything that I can do to impact the world and keep people safe and obviously help the world out in a better way, I'm going to do it. And personally, I love tracking weather. I've been a big fan of weather ever since I was like 7 years old. I mean, I was young when I started getting into weather. And I've studied so much of it. I've acquired so much knowledge of it. On my free time, you might call me a nerd for this, and I'd agree with you. On my free time, I just even look up weather stuff. I mean, look up things to learn about weather, and I would go at it, and I would completely not stop until I learned about it. And like I said, I also have a passion for helping people as well, and that's what I'm going to be here for. I'm definitely going to be here for y'all and help y'all out. Let's see, Mel says, Tampa International Airport shutting down operations at 5 o'clock p.m. on Tuesday. So that is for today, so... Uh-oh, that's not good. So you heard that there, folks. 5 o'clock p.m. according to... let's see here. Who said that? Mel. That's right, Mel said that. Wow, that's crazy. But once again, my friends, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciated. Let's see here. Go Blue. Let's see here. I live in Florida now, Crystal River area. Going to my mom's house for Orlando. Well, obviously, please stay safe out there. If you got any more questions, let us know. Let's see here. Fake shutdown, says Corwin. Okay. Well, obviously, I'm going to believe it when I see it. I'm just going off of what I got from Mel, but you never know. But yeah, let's see here. Jakey says hi, good evening, early morning. What's up? Hope you're doing good. Glad to have you here, my friend. Thank you for joining us on this very late or early live stream, depending on which way you want to look at it here. I mean, we've been laughing for quite some time now. Let's see. Guys, we are literally approaching 7,000 subscribers. We're getting very, very close. So, like I said, obviously, if you guys have not already, consider hitting that subscribe button, y'all. We greatly appreciate it. It really helps us out, y'all. And obviously, it continues to, like I said, it does, obviously, it really helps us out and continues to, push and things like that. Let's see here. Rainbow says, cheers, Andrew. Thank you from Canada. I'm your, can I subscribe, really? Well, obviously, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. And, really, thank you for, the support. You guys absolutely rock. Let's see here. Do I think the storm surge in, let's see here. What? Hernando Beach will be worse than the no-name storm of 1993. I cannot tell you that. But with the storm surges, we do have a map that can show you what we're looking at for. Okay, so as of the latest information here, let's go take a look here back at the main view. So here is the latest info from NOAA themselves. Obviously, we have Tampa Bay area. I mean, we're kind of talking possibly around 5 to 10. He said 5 to 10 foot of storm surge is expected across the waves, which that is definitely quite crazy. Obviously the areas here in orange, kind of anywhere from 5 to 8 to 4 to 7 or so. Down towards like Key West surrounding areas, possibly around maybe around 2 to 4 feet. Obviously possible. South of Tallahassee, about 1 to 3 foot. But that is that's kind of what we are talking about here. Let's see, what could contribute to it weakening and strengthening? That's a very, very good question. So, obviously, there's a few factors that this thing could do to weaken by the time it reaches, like, Florida. The more west it goes, the more it's going to come into contact with upper-level winds, which is going to... From right at this point, this system is well vertically stacked. These systems are very, very good vertically stacked. Now, if you have strong winds, it's going to create that stack to actually alter and to actually shift. And that's going to create the storm to go unstable, starts to wobble, and obviously starts to kind of rapidly die out. With that being said, that's only a concern that the more north it goes. The more south it goes, the more that wind shear is not going to be a factor. Also, if it's scraping the side of land here, that's going to cause it to weaken a bit, obviously. These what these systems usually do. But yeah. Let's see here. Are we now officially in landfall? We are now in landfall, folks. That right there, that's the edge of Cuba. And that is a landfall. We're now under landfall. Let's go ahead and... wow, that is really, really crazy. Let's see here. Appreciate the coverage. I'm new here as well. Hoping everyone is able to stay safe. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Trackside. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see here. Jakey says, nice sunglasses, rock and roll, dude. Well, thank you so much. Let's see here. How old am I? I am going to turn 21 in April. Let's see here. Don says, I'm new. What's up? Hope you're doing good. Let's see here. Rainbow says, getting very late here. And checking tomorrow. Andrew, God bless and keep doing what you're doing. You're great at it. And we'll grow with each stream. Night, y'all. Well, thank you so much, Rainbow. Greatly appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your night. And obviously have... hope you have a wonderful sleep tonight. Let's see here. Any footage out of Cuba? Yeah, we do have... Okay, let's see. We have one... This is quite outdated, though. But we do have some footage. We shared this a little bit ago. You can actually hear the rain. I mean, it's nothing too crazy, honestly. If we zoom on into it, you can see here. I mean, you can obviously hear it, but... Nothing too crazy. I mean, obviously, the roads are soaked. But this was well before landfall is occurring. Like I said, it's just now starting to make landfall. I mean, obviously, it's just now starting to do such, in which I need to update this to... There we go. I just updated it. But look at that. Yeah, that landfall is literally right there. I mean, that is literally right there on the literally on the edge. That's considered a landfall, and that I am just super blown away of how much the storm has developed here in the last couple of hours. I mean, the last 6 hours, look at this. So we have no eye visible, really. Just now starts to pull out as dry air, and now it really develops here in the last scan. And plus, all of that really strong convection, that very, very strong, obviously thunderstorm activity towards the center, like that is seriously showing rapid intensification that's really starting to kick off here. Travis says, I hope people actually subscribe to this. He's delivering a better weathercast than any news network right now. This guy knows exactly what he's doing. Take note, networks. Well, Travis, thank you so much for the great, obviously the great positive comments. Thank you, greatly appreciated. Let's see here. Alex says, I'm new to the group and I appreciate your info. You're very welcome. That's what I'm here for. Just like I said, it's what I'm here for. I want to keep you guys as safe as possible. If there's anything I can do to make it happen, it's what I'm going to do. I want to keep you guys informed and safe. Like I said, I care about you all, obviously. If I didn't, I wouldn't be up here at 3 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning. I care about you guys. I really want to help you all out, and obviously I'm going to be here for it and continue to give you guys coverage. Like I said, we've been live here for quite some time now. Let's actually double check this here. I want to double check my live stream really quickly. Because sometimes, like I said, I was having some technical difficulties earlier, and I hope it didn't mess with anything. Okay. We're still good. We're definitely still good. But anyways, yeah, just obviously, guys, just thank you all for being here. Like I said, it's not possible without you all. Dilly says, wild question, but do I think Jupiter being the closest to Earth has been in a long time has any effect on Ian? Not at all, no. Other than preventing asteroids from ramming into Earth and completely really screwing over the weather, no. Absolutely not. Let's see here. But, I mean, the most it would have, I wouldn't have any impacts. Let's see here. But yeah, so that is really intensifying. Let's see here. What's the latest verdict here? Let's see. Do we have a new information coming through from the Hurricane Center? When is next update here? Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so the latest is at 956 millibars and obviously 115 mile per hour sustained. Like I said, that's sustained winds. I mean, that's constant winds there, moving at 115 miles per hour. Like I said, obviously higher gusts is definitely, like I said, obviously, higher gusts is definitely expected here. Let's see here. Got ourselves. Let's see here. Rollover says, you're doing a great job. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Buddy G says, I'm in Port Charlotte, Florida. Is it coming my way? So, it depends on where Port Charlotte, Florida is located. So I'm not the best when it comes to local areas here. Let me know which side of Florida it's on. I'll try to help you. Let's see here. I bet it's stronger coming off Cuba than when it went on to land, says Donna. Or Don. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that is going to... I really do think so. Megan says NASA crashed a spacecraft into an asteroid. Is that the asteroid redirect thing? Because I've heard a long time ago they're testing something like asteroid redirect. Wow. Let's see here. This world's took a crazy turn. Absolutely. Let's see here. Jake says, watching this crazy storm. Absolutely, guys. Yeah, this is quite the beast here. Okay, we're going to update radar here again. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, that is... Yep, it's officially making landfall now. It is officially making landfall. I think I'm going to sleep so good tonight, considering how long I've been live with this, guys. I mean, it's been nuts. It's blowing up over Cuba. Absolutely. Proxy says we did it. 502 likes. You guys rocks. Thank you so much, guys. Greatly appreciated. Let's see here. Sunshine says, thank you for sharing accurate. My family is in Cuba, Havana. I do live in Canada, Vancouver. Could not find the information until I found your channel. Thanks. You are very, very welcome, Sunshine. That's what I'm here for. Like I said, I obviously want to keep you guys safe, and obviously I want to be for y'all. Like I said, it's very, very late. It really, really is, but that's not going to stop me from giving you guys any coverages. Obviously, I want to help you guys out. Bonnie says 500 likes. Absolutely. Like I said, guys, it's not possible without you all. I mean, seriously, thank you, seriously, from the bottom of my heart for all the support you guys have given us. Let's go ahead and see. I mean, we're literally nearly, we're literally about 300 subscribers away from 7,000. And there's like 600 people watching. So if you're not already, guys, consider hitting that subscribe button. Be greatly appreciated. Megan says, should I grab Red Bull? If you want. If you want to. Let's see here. How is the cone so uncertain? So basically, that's basically where the center of the storm could track into. And it's uncertain of where the direct landfall is. But latest information, I mean, the median point, obviously the middle ground is showing this system definitely impacting portions. Like I said, once again, obviously here towards Tampa. That's kind of the area right now where we are most concerned about. Now, the cone of uncertainty shows where the eye or the center of the storm could track into. I mean, it can still move its way. Far down south is Cape Coral, or, obviously towards like Cedar Key. But the chances, honestly, it has a better chance of heading towards the region here. Let's see. Travis says, I made one of those likes. I didn't realize I had liked it. Got too caught up in action. Don't worry about it. Listen, just you guys being here, greatly, greatly appreciated. Let's see. Rick says, new subscriber here in Jacksonville, Florida. Keep up the great updates. Working night shift and receiving current information is great. Absolutely, Rick. Like I said, that's what I'm here for. 100%. And you guys are very, very welcome. All of you. Just thank you for being here. That's all. I mean, honestly, it would not be possible if it wasn't about for you guys. I mean, you guys are... I mean, I'm not just saying this. I actually really mean this. I mean, this is the best YouTube community I've ever seen in my life. And I owe every single one of you guys a big thanks. I mean, you guys are seriously amazing. You guys really are. Oh, we should probably do some Hurricane Hunter updates here. Let's see. So they've already... Okay. They haven't flown in the center. Oh, this is an upper level mission. Okay, so the difference is because I don't think they cross in the eye as much as those lower level reconnaissance here. Yeah, so let's see if they have any other missions actually ongoing now, since it's been a little bit. Let's see. Okay, that one finished. Yeah, we only have one that's in progress here at the moment. That's what we're looking at. So yeah, you can see. I mean, the eye is very visible now at this point. Holy cow! Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, they're doing a lot of drop sondes, basically getting a lot of data around the storm to test and see how the atmosphere is looking for the inflow that the storm is getting. And obviously, with this being said, yeah, like I said, with that being said, though, I mean, they're definitely getting some good information on this system here. Absolutely. Maddie says, don't forget to get some food. I will eventually. I will probably when I finish the live stream. I mean, I've been... I don't even know how long I've been live, because every single time my internet kept on being weird, it resets my timer. Oh, you guys can double hear that. We've been live here for nearly 5 hours now. Nearly 5 hours. Let's see. Wow, that looks a lot more organized with that model. With the satellite imagery, yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Track size says it looks about the same size as Andrew now. Let's see that. Yeah. Let's see. So the latest... Wow, that is weird. That's wicked looking. Okay, so in regard to the latest info with this guy. Yeah, look at that convective bands. I mean, that is absolutely nuts. I'm just blown away by this. Anyways, let's go ahead and grab a length here from bottom to top. And we're talking about 250 miles, but that's where that ends. But obviously it goes up a lot higher, where the heavy convection was about 250 miles. Yeah, about 450 miles from north to south. Yeah, from north to south there. It's definitely more taller than it is wide, which is interesting. Very, very interesting here. And like I was saying, yeah, this thing is officially now making landfall. That right there, that is the edge of land, and that is officially now making landfall. And from what it looks like, I mean, if you guys are seriously inside of the eye and you look straight up, I bet you'd be able to see the stars. Let's see here. YouTube says you've been only streaming 40 minutes. No, we've been live here for... Go back all the way to the beginning of this, which has 4 hours and 36 minutes I've been going. Let's see here. Got some more comments coming through here. Drew, do I need a snack? No, I'm good. Unless you want to say hi to the viewers again. Almost every model is showing landfall between Tampa and Fort Myers, answering someone's question from before. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's most probable of a landfall near Tampa. That is kind of the that's kind of the main idea as of now. Now, just know that can still change. I mean, it's still not locked in. Every minute that passes, the more likely that becomes. But like I said, it can still definitely. Yeah, it can still definitely shift. I mean, it can go east and west. I don't know why that took me so long to say that, but let's see here. Gail says, just subscribe. Thanks. You're very, very welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Greatly appreciate it, my friend. Thank every single one of you all for your support. Greatly appreciated. Listen to you. I'm in Havana, so it's quite far from the center of the storm. It's a lot of rain and strong winds coming from time to time. Well, stay safe there, Tico. Like I said, if there's anything I can do for you, let me know. I'm going to be here for you. Let's see here. Buddy is boarding up in Pete Beach, not looking good for his place. Well, obviously, prayers goes out to him. Seeing the eye so perfectly, it makes landfall absolutely insane, where it typically fall apart. Yeah, and the crazy part is that the eye is becoming more better looking. It's becoming more, more crazy looking, like more stronger, which is nuts. And it's, like I said, it's right now, I mean, the northern part of the storm is currently over portions of Cuba, which is crazy. Let's see here. Restless says, thank you for all your great work. You're very welcome. How wide is the eye? Let's measure that. About 15 miles from east to west, and from peak to bottom here. Yeah, it's about 15 miles on both sides. The top right is a little bit wonky, a little bit wobbly. But anyways, let's see here. Nick says, what am I expecting it to look like when I wake up tomorrow? It's going to... obviously, first of all, it'll be past Cuba at that point, and it will likely have a pretty decent looking eye. Absolutely. Courtney's here. What's up, Court? Hope you're doing all right. Glad to have you here. Let's see. Alex wants to know, could it be possible once it passes over Cuba, it could turn further east of Florida, like lower Tampa? Yeah. The cone, like I said, anywhere in the cone of uncertainty, that's where the center of the storm could still track into. Like I was saying, just north of Cape Coral, obviously those areas is kind of where that cone, the bottom of the cone is. So absolutely. But the cone goes all the way up here towards like south of Tallahassee, which at this point, this is very unlikely. I'd say the most likely course is going towards Tampa. Absolutely. I mean, first of all, the models are showing it. The median point is there. I mean, it's just, yeah, it just really, it looks like, let's go and see here. It's smaller than I thought. They usually say the smaller the eye, the more crazier it is. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm here until the end of this, is Travis. All right. Greatly appreciated. And like I said, for some reason, if the internet cuts out again, like it did, knock on wood, obviously, yeah, hopefully it doesn't. But if that's the case, then we'll just call the coverage here. I mean, this thing's already started making landfall. Absolutely. Let's see here. Let's see here. We have ourselves, me and Mother Nature have a great relationship together. This is Jakey. Okay. Well, Jakey, obviously, well, it's glad to have you here, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Like I said, all of you guys, thank you guys for joining us. Greatly appreciated. Let's do a little update here on the Hurricane Hunters. Like I said, we do have an active mission that's en route right now. Let's see here. Okay, they're now in the southern edge of the storm. Yeah, they are literally in the southern edge of the storm here. So let's see. We're going to zoom into it. Yeah, that eye is looking very well defined there. Holy cow. If we zoom into one of our views here, look at that view right there. Why is this out of date? Okay, one of those is out of date there. Anyways, there you go. I just zoomed in on the eye there so you guys can see it more. Let's see here. Northeast Iowa is the worst place to be in the hurricane. Absolutely, yeah, because that's where all the wind shear is the strongest. That's where all the mixing. That's where the mixing layer is. When I was a teen, we were getting hurricane through our neighborhood, Baltimore. Back in the 70s, the storm hit us. Minutes later, calm. My mom grabbed and took me outside. Oh, so you were likely in the eye. Wow, that's crazy. Back during Hurricane Andrew, stayed up doing what you're doing now. Or, let's see here. Brian said what you're doing now. You reminded me of him and the dedication you both have this world over. Oh, well, it's what we're here for. Obviously, we want you guys to be. We want you guys to be safe out there. Absolutely. I need to try Thai food. It's awesome. It really is. Can I draw power from? Well, oh, sorry. Can Ian? I was supposed to say can I? I was like, what? Can Ian draw power from Tampa Bay? Yeah, absolutely. Causing power outages, it's very likely, actually. But yeah, so like I said, obviously, that is, yeah, that's what we're looking at. How wide is Cuba? How long will it take to get over Cuba? So, obviously, there's places of Cuba that's not getting impacted. I mean, Cuba goes all the way down here. Now, in regard to... Like I said, in regard to how long it's going to take to get through Cuba, it's going to be a couple hours. Yeah, it's going to take a couple hours here. I was at Katrina when it came through, and it was terrifying. Yeah, Katrina was quite the storm, absolutely. Yeah, Katrina was quite a nasty system. Absolutely. Let's see, we saw the eye of the storm, a little circle, blue sky. About 2 minutes later, my mom ran for the porch as we stepped inside. The winds and harsh rain returned. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, that's really, really crazy. You got to be safe, though, when you do that eye wall run, you know? You'd be amazed at how quick it goes. But it's definitely an event. It's definitely amazing to see, that's for sure. Which, I mean, at that point, you're halfway over. You're halfway over there at that point. Let's see. Okay, we're going to do something we haven't done here in a little bit. We're going to switch on over here. See if there's any wind reports coming through here. We have 25 mile per hour wind being reported out here. I think that's a buoy, if I'm not mistaken. Honestly, I don't really know. Let's see here. 43 mile per hour wind gusts being reported here towards Cayo Largo. That is interesting. Yeah, so Cayo Largo, that's what we're looking at there. Let's see here. Havana, gust of 25. Like I said, we don't have too many reports over here, but like I said, once we move into Florida, I mean, look at this. Tampa Bay alone has that many stations. I mean, there's plenty of them. We're not going to have any problems looking at wind reports coming from stations. Absolutely. Let's see here. How are storms formed on the water? That is a very good question. So basically, whenever a group of thunderstorms move on into the water, they basically there's certain ingredients that these storms need. I'm not going to dive onto this right now, but they need warm ocean waters. They need a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and they need no wind shear, which in case is like winds blowing really strong at a certain direction. But I'm not gonna dive down into the actual the reality of it. I might do a video eventually on that, though. Maybe, yeah.
Northeast winds 25 to 30
But yeah.
with gusts up to 40 knots, becoming east 30 to 40 knots with
How long will it be over Cuba, says Eric? That is a good question. So, let's see. I'm actually going to pull this up here really quickly to get an estimate. So, let's see. So, in regard... Okay, I actually want to go and show you guys this as well.
spread showers with isolated thunderstorms.
There we go. We're going to bring that up. So, here's the forecasted model, okay? So, this is the HWRF. We are seeing, because right now, the current time, at 5 o'clock in the morning, this will be mostly over the center. Yeah, it's not until 8 o'clock whenever the system's expected to, yeah. Obviously, like I said, it's kind of looking like 8 o'clock whenever this is going to be off. Absolutely. Let's see here. What is the likelihood of tornadoes forming when it makes landfall into Florida? Yeah. So in regard to that, tornadoes will be a big concern in regard to the system, especially on the right-hand side of the storm here, which unfortunately is going to be making a pretty close call, or is going to be making a scrape along the side here. Absolutely. Treasure VIP says, or VIP says, will it be a Category 5? As of now, it's not forecasted to be a Category 5. Obviously, that is definitely good. It's supposed to remain at around a lower level Category 4 or mid to lower level Category 4 hurricane at its most in peak intensity. It's supposed to weaken by the time it reaches portions of Florida as a Category 3 storm. Let's see. Do we have a new update here on the Hurricane Center? We should get a new one here eventually. Yeah, still latest info, 956 millibar. 115 sustained, and obviously moving up here to the northwest at a whopping 13 miles per hour. So that's still up to date. Definitely is good, guys.
Numerous showers with isolated thunderstorms. Tuesday, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. East winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots.
Yeah, that is that's really kind of getting crazy.
With gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 2 to 3
Well,
to 3 to 5 feet on the
you know, like I said, guys, I'm not exactly sure how long I'm going to do this live stream for. I mean, I could literally be here live forever.
showers in the afternoon.
Let me see here really quickly.
Tropical storm
I mean, like I said, I could literally be live here forever, in which, obviously, if I could, I would.
25 to 35 knots with gusts up
So, like I said, I've been,
35 to 45.
yeah, I've been pushing as much as I possibly can here, guys. Tico says I'm starting to get hungry. Well, obviously,
14 feet after midnight.
well, with that being said, then obviously,
Showers with isolated
go get yourself something to eat. Let's see, Mr. Beast donated $1. Thank you so much there. Greatly appreciated, my friend.
5 to 75 knots with gusts up to 90.
Big old thanks goes to you.
Northeast 90 to 100 knots with gusts up to 120.
Let's see here.
Seas 15 to 20 feet, building to 18 to 23 feet in the
But once again, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated.
showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night,
Let's see.
hurricane conditions expected.
Some of the comments you guys are saying is pretty funny. But once again, Mr. Beast, thank you so much for that for the super chat. Greatly appreciated, my friend.
Gusts up to 115 knots after midnight.
Let's see. Okay, it looks like, yeah, that definite
After midnight. Isolated thunderstorms.
yeah, that is definitely really not solid. I mean, the eye is really starting to wobble. It's continue to wobble here, but like I said, eventually this is going to be crossing into
Conditions possible.
or crossing more into Cuba here. Obviously, the eye is likely going to really like start to deteriorate and obviously start to kind of go wobbly. But like I said, obviously, eventually though, this is going to once again pick right back up here. And but yeah. Let's see. My brother is 80 foot above sea level in Tampa. Are they completely out of the woods as far as flooding? So coastal flooding, obviously no, because you're once again far out of that. Now in regard to general flooding, I want to go and show you guys something really quickly. So in regard to the latest and greatest, if we switch on over here to the main screen, if we take a look here at this right now, if we go ahead and switch on to the Hurricane Center. Taking a look here at Ian, obviously. Now, here's the rainfall potential. Now, in regard to things, oh, wow, they just updated that so much. Holy cow. That is nasty.
Isolated thunderstorms.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy. Okay, there we go. So,
Hours in the afternoon.
we are now looking
Tropical storm conditions possible.
20 plus inches for Tampa and Tampa Bay. Let's see here. Mr. Beast with another $1 super chat. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated.
Gusts up to 35 knots.
But that is super crazy. Look at that. Like I said, 20 plus inches across Tampa Bay, falling 15 to 20 inches is north. Obviously, in the red, they're showing 10 to 15 inches. Orlando, 6 to 10 inches. Miami, 4 to 6 inches.
Increasing to 70 knots in the afternoon.
Yikes.
Seas 3 to 5 feet.
That just got a lot worse.
Water is extremely rough.
That really just got pretty bad.
Showers with isolated
Let's see. Could this be catastrophic? Yeah, it could be.
possible.
Yeah, this system does have
To 55 knots.
catastrophic principles. Absolutely.
Becoming northeast 55
Yikes. That is not good. That is not good at all.
after midnight. Seas 3
Let's see if they updated the storm surge since we're on the topic here. They have not, but we can go ahead and show you what I'm talking about here.
thunderstorms.
Yeah, there you go. So we're seeing, there you go, 5 to 10 feet there of storm surge.
Possible. Friday, hurricane conditions.
Right across Tampa Bay, though, which that is crazy. But obviously you can see down here, like towards more in the south, 2 to 4 feet
Up to 25 knots.
towards the Keys. Just south of Tallahassee, we're talking about 1 to 3 feet. So,
Water is a moderate trough.
Mr. Beast with another donation. Thank you so much. $2 donation. Greatly appreciate with the little cool emoji.
Showers in the late evening.
Big shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much for that. Big shout out. There you go. Just now coming through the stream.
Up to 25 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland water
But once again, big thanks to you for supporting the channel.
with isolated
Means a lot, my friend.
winds and seas higher and
Yeah, so this thing is officially... Well, hold on a minute. This thing is obviously...
KEC 38 operating at a frequency of 160
It looks like it's pulling back from landfall. It's like, no, I don't want to make landfall.
KEC 38
I mean, you can see how the beginning part like scraped the edge here of
surrounding Gulf of
off here, but it looks like it's pulling back. Now it's like, no, I don't want to make landfall.
by NOAA fisheries with program
You see how it's like pulling back a little bit. But anyways, that's interesting though.
station provides warning alerts for Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco County.
Interesting. I'm just really blown away though by the amount of how strong this convection is. You know,
To Swanee River outward 8 to 16 nautical miles.
like that is seriously
PM Eastern Daylight Time.
insane. That is really crazy.
Overnight, east winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less. Isolated showers.
Let's see here. Chico says, haha, it doesn't want to touch Cuba. It doesn't look like it. It's really kind of pulling back. But unfortunately, it's going to have to be forced to. But yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Mr. Beast with a $5? Are you serious? Doubling up each time. Great job. Mr. Beast, thank you so much for that. Seriously, greatly appreciate it. You don't have to do all the support.
Northeast winds 20 to
Big shout out goes to you. Thank you so much.
25 to 30 knots after midnight.
Let's see here. I will probably be full over Cuba. But once it goes past Cuba, it'll be President again, I'd say. Yeah, so obviously, like I said, we just got to really keep an eye out for it.
Hurricane conditions
We're just going to watch this here very closely.
northeast winds 35 to 45 knots. Gusts up to 60 knots.
Let's check on our aircraft here. Like I said, we do currently have a...
7 to 10 feet. Building to 8 to 13 feet in the afternoon.
Yeah, like I said, we currently do have a mission that's en route right now, or in the storm, I should say. Latest info. Okay, yeah, they're now in the southwestern wing.
Northeast winds 45 to 50.
Yeah, they're now in the southwestern wing here of the system here, so you can obviously tell. But they're basically just going around it. They're eventually going to probably cross into it, which will obviously, you know, at that point, will definitely likely
Thursday night. Hurricane conditions possible.
get more data on this and stuff like that. Let's see here. Mr. Beast with now $10. Are you serious, dude?
15 to 20 knots. Diminishing
Thank you so much for that. That is so generous. That is super nice of you.
thunderstorms.
Huge shout out goes to you, Mr. Beast. Thank you so much for the support.
Showers in the late evening and over.
You absolutely rock, my friend. Thank you.
Winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots.
Let's see here. Jake saying he's doing a good job for sure. Thank you so much, man. Greatly appreciated.
Storms. Winds and seas higher
Greatly appreciate it. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Beast. Greatly appreciate it. That's
through late Thursday.
super nice.
Wet, flooding caused
Let's do an update on this radar view, though.
where portions of southwest Florida and west central
Yeah, this radar view is really
In southwest Florida, coastal
really kicking.
coastal Lee, inland Charlotte, and inland Lee. In west central Florida, coastal Citrus, coastal Hernando, coastal Hillsborough.
But eventually, like I said, obviously areas here in the southeast has got to really watch out for it. Because, like I said, this could obviously also bring the possibility for some rainfall across the ways, too. Interest in the southeast has got to watch out for this here. Absolutely. KJ says Mr. Beast is the best. Yeah, thank you so much there, Mr. Beast. Greatly appreciated for all of your kind support.
Streams and other low-lying and flood-prone locations.
Yeah, this eye is definitely really...
Flooding may occur in poor drainage and urban areas.
yeah, this is really struggling here.
Be flooded. Storm drains and ditches may become
Let's see, Jesse with a $10 super chat as well. Thank you so much. Saying White Castle on me. Let's go. White Castle's awesome. Thank you so much, Jesse. Greatly appreciated. You as well, Mr. Beast. Big thanks goes to you. Seriously, very generous of y'all. Thank you so much for that. You guys rock. Absolutely rock.
forecast and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be
Once again, big thanks goes to you. Let's see here.
flood warning in effect from Wednesday morning until further notice. What?
Yeah, you guys absolutely rock.
Where?
You guys are super supportive.
When? From Wednesday.
Because obviously I could not. I mean, I honestly do have like the best community on YouTube. I mean, you guys are seriously.
Stream of county roads
Like I said, you guys are seriously like the best. So thank you so much here. Mr. Beast now donating $20. Are you serious? We need you to get a new chair. What, the chair?
rise above flood stage
I
Wednesday
think it's pretty good.
continue rising to crest
Let's see here. Payroll Justin says thank you, or Payroll Justin just donated as well. Thank you so much here. Mark my words, Dr. Oz will win Pennsylvania. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it, my friends. You guys are seriously very generous, and it's super amazing. Thank you all so much for this. Let's see. Pressure is already at 950. Yeah, 956. Yes, as of latest update. Does anyone know when we're gonna get the latest updates in regard to the Hurricane Center?
daylight time.
Does anyone know that?
Current time is 4:01 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties.
Let's see here.
Florida,
Creative Thoughts. Thank you so much.
inland Sarasota.
With a $5 super chat, greatly appreciate my friend saying for the new chair Mr. Beast is calling for. Big thanks. You guys absolutely rock. I mean, you guys are the best here. So like I said, in regard to the latest information here, we are currently watching, like I said, we do have, like I said, as of right now, we currently do have sustained winds here of 115 miles per hour. Obviously, like I said, obviously with that being said, higher gusts, obviously, is expected to occur here. So that is what we are talking about. So, but that is what we are seeing. So higher gusts. And like I said, obviously this thing is actually strengthening right now. Like I said, even though it's moving on to Cuba right now, this thing is actually, believe it or not, strengthening, which is definitely really crazy.
Marine reports along the coast and off
But once again, big thank you, guys.
man site at Cedar Key.
Mega says my PC just went out. Oh, that's not good.
Air temperature 80 degrees.
Not good at all. Let's see here. We're going to do another update on our aircraft really quickly. Let's go and switch on back here to the other screen, y'all. Let's see. In regard... Okay, yeah. So they're still down here in the... they're still down here in the southwestern quadrant here of the storm here. Let's see. Restless Gypsy with a $5 super chat. Thank you, guys, so much. You guys are super generous. Big old thanks goes to you. Thank you absolutely for that. You guys seriously are amazing. You know that? Thank you absolutely from the bottom of my heart.
Hurricane warning in effect.
You guys absolutely rock.
East wind 5 to 10 knots.
You guys are super supportive, and like I said, honestly, it's an honor to be here for y'all. Thank you, seriously. Like I said, just know that you don't have to do any of this, okay? And if there's anything that, like I said, if there's anything that I can do, let us know.
Up to 25 knots in the
Let's see here. Mr. B says, be safe down in Florida. Well, obviously, thank you so much. Once again, greatly appreciated, my friend. Thank you for the support.
spread showers in the afternoon.
Let's see here. Hey, I live in Miami. What do I think I should expect? I know we live pretty far away from our eyes going, but do I think? But I think we are still getting rain bands from the outer bands. So, so in regard to things, there is something I do want to actually show you really quickly. Let's go ahead and switch on back here to the main screen. So with that being said, like I said, right now across Miami, I mean, according to the Weather Prediction Center, it's looking like it's possible you could see anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain being a possibility. So watch out for 4 to 6 inches. You know, definitely is a possible scenario here. So we'll watch it. But like I said, the latest totals, I mean, has really amplified across portions here of, like I said, Tampa Bay area. I mean, like I said, we're talking now 20 plus inches, which is actually quite nuts, which is actually really crazy. Let's see here. Talking about NOAA data at 5 a.m., 11 a.m., p.m., so on. Okay. Gotcha. Let's see here. What direction, or what do I think about the direction it may go? So, you know, honestly, I'm pretty confident on the fact that this is going to be making its way very close to Tampa. Regardless, like I said, Tampa is definitely in the line of fire here. Like I said, obviously, we just got to really watch out for this. Like I said, a lot of the models do support this. Like I said, obviously, a lot of the models do actually support this here. You know, with that being said, and obviously things like that. So, you know, the cone of uncertainty, the middle, the median point also does that. Mr. Beast donate again. Thank you so much. Saying try Beast Burger, not White Castle. I've heard of that actually. I've never had it though. I will have to go and see. Let's see here. Kat says, what a great group in channel creator info. Just started watching for the first 30 minutes back. Just subscribed. Thank you so much, Kat. Big thanks goes to you for supporting the channel. You guys are the best. You guys really are. Let's see. Okay, so that eye is... this storm is really not wanting to make landfall, is it? I mean, you can see how it obviously first did, but yeah, it's looking like it's... that's interesting. Yeah, now it looks like a Dorito. But anyways, but yeah, we're just going to keep an eye on this, obviously. Let's see here. Good morning. Just woke up an hour ago to see if you're still alive. Says Jakey. I am. That's what I'm here for. Leslie says Beast Burgers are amazing. I've never had one. Are they really? Let's see. Weather Chaser says, what about Homerville, Georgia? What impacts are we going to get here? So, you know, once again, that's kind of reliant on where the eye of the storm moves into. That will determine, obviously, in regard to where it goes, that'll determine strength, that'll determine, obviously, in regard to speed and stuff like that. So, it depends on where this goes up. So, obviously, we'll just continue watching this. Yeah, absolutely. Mr. B says, if this turns away from Florida, everyone in chat gets a Tesla. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case there. Let's go see. Dan says, now I want Doritos. That does sound pretty good, actually. It really does. Let's see. We're going to update our radar view, too. Yeah, it's just kind of sitting there in it. Travis says, Cool Ranch or nacho cheese? Cool Ranch, 100% of the way. Absolutely. You cannot pass up that golden opportunity. Let's see here. But yeah, obviously Cool Ranch is the way to go. Let's see. Yeah, that convection is really... that convection is really kicking, y'all. Here's basically the latest information here. Okay, here's the latest satellite imagery. I mean, you can see where it does not have. I mean, you can see where the eye doesn't really exist back in the beginning of the frames here, right? You can see that just a little dry little slot here. And now, over the last several scans, I mean, you can obviously see that, I mean, this is definitely really ramping up. I mean, it's really well distributing, too. Like, I am very certain that this is actually strengthening. Regardless of what the eye looks like, it's really strengthening here. Which is definitely really, really crazy. So that is really showing that. So let me take a look at this. I don't know when they're going to end up updating the Hurricane Center here. 110, 958. Is that? Oh, what the heck? It got downgraded a little bit. So, all right, we have an update, guys, coming through here. So how apparently now at 110, is that right? Let me update this page here. Yeah, it actually weakened a little bit. So let's see, 110. Yeah, let's do 110 here. And let's do 958. Oh, what was that? Someone donate? Proxy was $75? Oh my gosh. Proxy, thank you so much. That is a complete understatement at this point. Dude, I honestly don't know what to say, but other than thank you seriously so much. You absolutely rock, my friend. Will the terrain of Cuba affect the eye of Hurricane Ian? Yeah, it should disrupt that lower level wind field. Let's see, Mr. Webb also donated. Thank you so much. Saying excellent job. Big thanks goes to you guys. Big shout out, y'all. Thank you so much for this. You guys still talking about Doritos and stuff? Yeah, I guess I made the chat hungry, huh? I guess I did. Weather Chase says winds are down to 110. Wait, that makes it a category 2 again, right? Oh, wow. So that's... Yeah, that got downgraded from a Cat 3 to a Cat 2 right there. Just right off the bat. That's interesting. So maybe Cuba's landfall is having a little bit more of concerns on it. Or having a little bit more of problems with it. Ooh, that's... Let's see here. Rendell says, crap, it downgraded. Well, honestly, that's good, though, but that's not going to do too much. I mean, honestly, like I said, obviously, 5 mile an hour difference is not going to do much on a system like this. I mean, honestly, it's not. Let's see. Carol says, good morning, and from the UK, love watching storms, but wouldn't like to be in them. Absolutely. Well, Carol, thank you so much for joining us. Glad to be here. Let's see here. But yeah, that's greatly appreciated. Let's see. Do I expect rapid intensification passing over Cuba? I wouldn't say rapid intensification is possible. It could pick up a little bit of speed though. But the latest information actually apparently got downgraded according to the Hurricane Center, which I don't know how. I mean, if you look at satellite, I mean, obviously we're seeing tons and tons of info. Unless the Hurricane Hunters went in it. They have not. I mean, here's the latest info. Here's the latest information in regard to the Hurricane Hunters. You can see they're basically flying around. This is basically a upper level, you know, an upper level mission that they're doing. This is not a lower level reconnaissance. I gotta put these on. The glare gets pretty bad. If you're wondering why I'm wearing my glasses, because first of all, they're really cool. And second of all, the glare from all my monitors, it definitely gets pretty crazy. But anyways, it always breaks down over land but gets stronger after. Yeah, sometimes it does. Let's see, Brian says, good stream. Thank you for all the info, sir. Good night. Sounds good. Well, thank you so much for being here. Greatly appreciated. Let's see here. Good stream. Well, obviously, Brian, thank you very much. I am starting to really kind of get tired, you guys. I'd hate to get off here, but I really feel like I need to at this point. I mean, we've been live here for over 5 hours. So, guys, I think I'm gonna head off here for tonight. Since I've been live here for so long. First of all, let's go ahead and go over the list here. I want to go ahead and give a big thanks to all of our super chatters once again. Mr. Webb here, as well as Proxy, of course. Mr. Beast here, Restless Gypsy Creative Thoughts. Let's see, Payroll Justin, Jesse, Bledsoe. Let's also see, we're going to go down here as well. Once again, big thanks, you guys. Daisy. Let's also see here. We have ourselves, where in the world is Juliet, Moo, or Megan, Proxy, once again. Yeah, if I skipped any over you guys, if I skipped any of you guys, I'm sorry. Scott Clark here, Sean. Yeah, all of you guys, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. If I actually skipped over you guys, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like I said, I think that I think I got to get off here, you guys. I mean, there's only so much you can do. I would love to be here during the whole entire duration of the storm, and since it did get downgraded a little bit, I think that now is the time to head off. That way I can rest up and get some live coverage here for tomorrow. But yeah, that's what we're looking at here. Let's go ahead and see here. Get some rest, says Dan. Well, thank you so much. Let's see here. Yeah, get some rest here. Hope you're streaming. The future will be back. Okay, so let's see. You do what you need to do, says Restless Gypsy. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Some rest. Good night. Let's see here. Thank you. Greatly appreciated here. You absolutely rock. Let's see here. Big shout out goes to y'all. If you have any more questions, make sure to let us know. Let's see here. Good night, says Jakey. Good night. Let's see a good stream from another Kentuckian. Absolutely. Thank you for that. You absolutely rock. Let's see here. Just whether Chaser just said just join this channel. Well, obviously, thank you for joining us. Thanks and good night, everyone. All right, my friends. That's going to do it. I've been live here for a long time. I'm starting to lose it. I'm very tired. You know, obviously, after being streaming for a while, it definitely gets to you. Big shout out goes to every single one of you all. Thank you for just being here. If you're new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button, guys. Be greatly appreciated. You all absolutely rock. All right, my friends. Thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciated. We're going to go ahead and turn on over here to the ending screen. I tell you what, the stream is going to end in 5 minutes. That way you guys can give yourself a final goodbye to your friends and family who is in the chat. So obviously starting right now. So once again, big shout out goes to every single one of you guys. Thank you to our mods. Thank you obviously to our donators. Thank you for everyone who subscribed. You guys are the best. Travis says happy trails. Absolutely, you too. Weather Chaser says good night. See here, Sunshine is night. Please rest. We'll be back tomorrow. Sounds good, my friend. Thank you all so much. You are all the best. All right, my friends, that's going to do it here for tonight. I'll catch you guys here for tomorrow. Peace out, you guys.
Monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Flood warning in effect from Wednesday morning until further notice. What minor flooding is forecast? Where? Al-Afai River at Lithia. When? From Wednesday morning until further notice. Impacts at 15 feet. Additional residences downstream of County Road 640 bridge begin flooding. Additional details at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Monday. The stage was 8.6 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise above flood stage Wednesday morning and continue rising to a crest of 15.8 feet Thursday evening. Flood stage is 13 feet. Flood history: this crest compares to a previous crest of 15.9 feet on July 9, 1939. https www.weather.gov/safety/flood turnaround. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Additional information is available at www.weather.gov. The next statement will be issued Tuesday afternoon at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The current time is 4:18 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, inland Hillsborough, inland Manatee, and inland Sarasota. A hurricane watch remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, inland Citrus, inland Hernando, inland Levy, inland Pasco and Sumter. Tide forecast. At St. Petersburg, high tide Tuesday at 2:59 a.m. Low tide Tuesday at 9:32 a.m. High tide Tuesday at 4 p.m. Low tide Tuesday at 9:37 p.m. A storm surge watch remains in effect and a hurricane watch remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, coastal Citrus, coastal Hernando, coastal Levy and coastal Pasco. A storm surge warning remains in effect and a hurricane warning remains in effect for the following counties: in Florida, coastal Hillsborough, coastal Manatee, coastal Sarasota and Pinellas. Marine reports along the coast and offshore buoys. At the Seaman site at Cedar Key, winds were southeast at 3 knots. Air temperature 80 degrees. At the Seaman site at Venice, winds were east at 7 knots. Sea temperature 85 degrees. Air temperature 75 degrees. 100 miles west of Bayport, winds were from the north at 10 knots. Sea temperature 86 degrees. Air temperature 84. Wave heights 1 foot. Wave period 3 seconds. The report from 210 miles west of Captiva was not available. Your coastal waters forecast for the following marine location: Tampa Bay waters. Issued at 11:57 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hurricane warning in effect. Overnight, east winds 5 to 10 knots. Bay and inland waters light chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers late this evening, then isolated showers late. Tuesday, east winds 5 to 10 knots, increasing to 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Isolated thunderstorms. Scattered showers in the morning, then widespread showers in the afternoon. Tuesday night, tropical storm conditions expected with hurricane conditions possible. East winds 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots, becoming northeast 30 to 35 knots with gusts up to 60 knots after midnight. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday, hurricane conditions expected. East winds 35 to 45 knots with gusts up to 70 knots, increasing to 50 to 60 knots with gusts up to 80 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters extremely rough. Widespread showers with isolated thunderstorms. Wednesday night, hurricane conditions